new stations.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon. Enemy destroyer sighted.
Torpedoes, direct front. Torpedoes to starboard. Negative.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
Our team has taken the lead.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
Our victory is in sight.
Torpedoes to port.
Good luck, everyone.
Retreat now!
Denied. Enemy force detected.
Roger. Taking the lead. Our victory is in sight.
Enemy force detected. Enemy cruiser detected.
Our team has taken the lead.
The ship is on fire! Torpedoes to port. Problem solved, sir.
Our team has taken the lead.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
dopo la battaglia ci mangiamo il panettone di mia madre. Forze nemiche individuate. Siluri in arrivo da prua. Siluri a sinistra. Le renne ci spingeranno avanti. Ti aiuterò a nasconderci nel fumo. Le renne meritano un po' di riposo. Abbiamo affondato un cacciatorpediniere nemico. Abbiamo creato delle morbide nuvole di fumo.
They wait to the last minute and then they do a bad job.
Yeah.
Every time. It's corruption.
Yeah, exactly. Hashtag the sky don't lie.
What makes space launches so captivating? I'm excited to visit the beach where they all watch these events.
Always want to
before
try
that,
space lunch.
What should I
Yeah.
wear for
General
a trip to the
quarters.
coastline?
Oh, come on! Cringe land. Dude.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me you're on the cringe subreddit.
Yeah, look at that beautiful beach. Again.
They're trying to promote this as China's Hawaii.
Yeah.
They do this all the time. It's not
Exactly.
China's
It's-
Hawaii.
No, stop trying to copy things. Anyway, you see they're wearing Hawaiian shirts
I
even.
know the boys come out. They're like,
Yeah, oh, yeah,
we're
we're
going on the
just-
town. We're gonna go
It's
sit on
Hawaii.
some rokes.
Yeah, some rokes. A little roke. No, but quite honestly though, that is stop comparing to Hawaii. This is not Hawaii, okay? This is China's Hainan.
Yes, this is China's, not 中国的海南.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what it is, and that's what you see. Hashtag the sky don't lie. Anyway, let's see what they have to say.
Most impressive launch of
21年9月20号去拍的那个天舟3号发射，还偶遇了那个中国的航天英雄杨利伟同志，他在给那个大凉山的孩子们科普航天知识。科普完了以后，然后我们就在那看发射，那是我第一次看发射，非常的震撼，因为离得
Such an awkward scene they're shooting.
I would say that it's a very awkward way that they're sitting
Yeah,
on these
that's what I
rocks.
mean. Like, but somebody set this up.
Yeah. Someone's got to teach them proper etiquette. This is not very ladylike, okay?
It's not very late.
It's not at all. Anyway,
Sitting
of
on
course,
the rokes.
now not to make fun of the actual rocket enthusiasts, because you know I'm quite a nerd myself when it comes to space and things
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
no.
Engine boost activated.
And I can appreciate their
Smoke generator
enthusiasm.
started.
Sure.
I can, like,
No, I know,
going
I know.
all the way there to see this.
This is obviously very forced.
Oh,
propaganda,
obviously,
you know.
this is they've been handpicked to do this, but yeah, let's go through some of the propaganda
就
here.
看那个火箭从一
Yeah,
片
this
椰子
is
树里面
manspreading.
升起来
Yeah.
像一个闪电一样的声音，持续不断的。
Again, stock
往上越来
footage
越
of
高
like
越
on
来
a
越
good
高
day when they're launched.
前的
You
一
know?
个秋天，是神舟13号的发射，从海南这边，坐了2天2夜的火车去了我们的九泉火箭发射基地。
Torpedoes astern.
然后那次也是我看的第一次载人的航天发射。那天晚上我们大概是到凌晨2点多2点钟
Yeah, they're
才
fine.
发射，然后那个天气那个气候就非
Just don't try to pretend like that's Hawaii, is what I'm saying.
That's not them. That's
No.
that's the government trying.
Well,
to
I mean,
do
they're
that.
wearing Hawaiian shirts though.
Remember every time we try. Yeah, but they didn't. You think they chose that scene? They're probably cringing as much as we are.
Do you think? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I think the two boys are very proud to be on TV and stuff to
I
explain
agree.
their passion for.
I don't think they picked the Hawaiian shirts. I think the
Yeah.
writer of the
Okay.
skit
Yes,
did.
I will agree with you there. I don't think they picked the Hawaiian shirts. Anyway, coming up, I think is a very good explanation as to why China wastes so many resources on their space program.
Yes.
Because it's unnecessary, right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
They spend huge amounts of money just to be like, oh, we send a probe to the moon. It's like, dude, that was done in the 60s, okay?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Sorry for my
Whoa.
language. But it's like, I'm just sorry, but like, dude, it's like, it's like, you know, wow, what an achievement. We invented the wheel, you know?
Yeah.
That type of thing. I'm just saying, there's no, sorry, I told you I was a bit out of it today.
Beep in
There's-
post.
Yeah, there's no reason to be like overly zealous with this stuff, okay? But you'll see why they spend so much money on this.
I was gonna say though, have you noticed that there's attributes of every current propaganda campaign in China in this one video?
Yes.
It's always like that.
It's all about economic growth.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all about tourism.
Yeah.
It's all okay. Anyway, let's just take a look.
常冷，手脚冰冷，但是就为了等那个
See
火
Chuck
箭
Hu,
发
did
射，
you
我
see
等
that?
大概6个小时6 hours。
Oh my god，这种
他点火起飞的那一刻，我的眼泪就流下来了。哇！这张照片是我在这种大漠戈壁中1个小时才拍下来这样一张照片，然后很多人也是跟我一起去看这个火箭发射，然后他们就一起唱起来。
Torpedo tubes
There it
destroyed.
is. See?
大家摇着国旗，然后唱合唱，非常非常自豪。
But they have to put that in there, right?
Yeah. But that's what it's all about. It's again, the reason why they do the space program is to create sort of nationalism and
And
give,
to deflect.
yeah, to deflect away from the problems and to bring people together for a common thing. So they all go there, they wave their flag, they sing Ode to the Motherland, sing some communist songs, and they feel great about the fact that they're doing something like 50 years later than anyone else. You know what I mean?
Somebody said my kids were watching and now they're traumatized. What was in keeping it real?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I get a little upset, and the reason I get upset about this is the amount of waste that's gone into this space program of China. And again, documents have just revealed, just like last week, that Canada still sends like huge amounts of money in aid, foreign aid to China because it's a developing country. 2 years ago or something, Britain's sending like 70 million pounds in foreign aid.
They're building the world's largest army.
Yes, but I mean, like,
what are you aiding?
What are you doing sending that money so that they can?
Let me aid that country with tens of millions of dollars so that they can fund their military and space program to use it against me.
When
That's
in
the logic.
Yeah, exactly. When in the history of ever, in any planet, in any galaxy, has there been a country that has a space program? International Space Station, sending probes to Mars, sending, probes and people to the moon potentially, and they're begging for foreign aid. They're like, we're hungry, we're developing. You know what I mean? It's just like it flies in the face of common sense.
Like the Soviet Union sucked and was poor, but at least they weren't like, oh, please help us, we're poor. They were like, no, we're better.
Yeah,
China does both.
Yeah, exactly. They're like begging for money, and at the same time, look how great we are.
Yeah.
It's dumb, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, give money to the beggar on the street, and then they have a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, something about cake and eating it.
Yeah, having your cake and eating it. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so this is the whole point of this big space race thing, is to give China this nationalist pride, and like you say, deflect against things. Anyway, let's see where this goes.
Where's the Beach Boys?
These
Yeah, I
young
don't know.
rocket enthusiasts,
There they are.
united by their passion, have formed friendships with people from various places.
是非常幸运的一代，见证了我们中国人第一次出舱太空行走。
I wanted to just, I wanted
I was
to
about to ask you.
what are they eating? Okay.
What the? Is that a plastic cupcake? You know, like in a dollhouse when you have like fake, the fake food?
Okay, the stuff in the foreground, that's obviously fruit, right?
Very
You've seen,
faded watermelon.
yeah, you've seen those like fruit platters
yeah,
that you
yeah.
get in the
Yeah, like
clubs and
clubs,
stuff
yeah,
there.
with the
They charge you like
sparklers.
800 RMB or
And you
whatever.
get sick. You
Yeah,
get, like,
exactly.
salmonella or whatever.
But in the background, what is going on? It looks like little spheres with halos on them or something.
What?
Is it supposed to be like a planet cupcake or something, or is it an apple with a
It's alien
collar
apple.
on? Like, what is that?
You know, alien ant farm. It's alien apple.
I'll tell you one thing. This has to be the most manly snack I've ever seen. A bunch of lads that get together. Hey, let's order something to eat. What are we gonna have?
I'll have the color platter.
I think this matches your complexion. It
does.
It's like that's the most colorful.
You know, they're fabulous with those outfits.
It's
It makes
just
sense.
it's just the most colorful, like completely out there
This
meal.
is AI-generated
And-
food.
You notice they haven't touched it either.
Why are they blue? Why are the apples blue?
Yeah, whatever those are. Like, I don't even know what they
I will
are.
have space fruit. Like, what is this?
Yeah,
They're like-
you rocket
That's
enthusiasts.
what
We
I'm
got a
saying.
special dish for
I
you.
think they were like, we must have space fruit.
It's probably there at the hotels. They're like, get the space platter or something.
The rocket
yeah.
enthusiast platter, please.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Oh,
it's
man.
in Hainan where they rip everyone off, so
Yeah.
it'll be like 800 RMB.
Exactly. Oh man. Anyways, I just wanted to try and ask the audience, what they
Yeah.
think this could possibly be, because it's kind of
Yes.
hard to decipher. Anyway,
It's Play-Doh.
Play-Doh. It could be. It could be. Yeah. Anyway.
包括后面建立自己的空间站。
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, I think those young rocket enthusiasts, that's great that they're into something.
Yeah.
That's fine. And I would be excited to be on TV too if I was their age.
I got nothing against those guys. What I've got against that whole setup is that it's misleading propaganda is what it is.
Yes.
It was much longer. I had to cut a lot of it
Yeah,
out.
yeah, for
but it's
sure. It's
just
funny,
all
though.
about like national pride and stuff, and the fact that Hainan isn't just polluted or whatever.
Yes. Can you shrink us down? I am
Why?
very...
I'm enjoying this. I enjoy being big like this.
We're going to have to shrink ourselves down. Because today's video is brought to you by HelloFresh. Super
Alright.
proud to work with HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm, fresh, pre-proportioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. And that's why it's America's #1 meal kit. You know what I love about HelloFresh? You get the box to your door with the ingredients that you need to cook it and the recipes. Because I think a lot of people relate to this. You know when you get in a mood to go cook, right? And you look up.
Doesn't happen to me, but I know
Yeah,
you're a
of
good.
course. And a lot of people do, right?
Yeah.
You're like, I'm gonna cook this tonight. you go and you're missing almost everything.
Yeah.
So you go to the supermarket and you buy the ingredients that would make about 100 of those things,
Yeah.
which is super expensive.
Yeah, you
So
don't need a massive stick of butter and
No.
you know,
or whatever.
5
right?
loaves of bread or something.
And that's what stops you from making new novel things each day, right? And that's the problem. But think about this. You get this box delivered to your door that has all of the ingredients just for that meal to
Yeah.
cook. And then you're eating tons of different amazing stuff, right? Look at their menu. I mean, it's massive. You can get lots of different options. There's all kinds of different diet options and stuff. But imagine getting this, and they have the menu on the website for that week, so you see what you're gonna get.
That's
I think
epic.
that's super, super cool. Make saving time your breeziest resolution this New Year's with quick, convenient recipes delivered right to you. Just choose your meals and select your delivery date. HelloFresh handles the meal planning and shopping, so all you have to do is open your weekly box for pre-proportioned ingredients and step-by-step recipes to get cooking. They say breakfast, by the way, is the most important meal of the day, right? And HelloFresh agrees. In fact, they're giving all subscribers free breakfast for life. That means you'll enjoy a totally free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery. So every time you order a HelloFresh delivery, you get a breakfast for free.
Oh, interesting.
Breakfast item. Now that's worth waking up early for. Go to hellofresh.com/ADVFree. That's ADVFREE. And use the code ADVFREE for free breakfast for life.
That's very nice.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/ADVFree with the code ADVFree.
Excellent. Yeah, I like this idea. It just there'll be less waste. like you say.
Absolutely. I think
You
that's
get good,
fantastic.
really nice ingredients, and
For
you
sure.
can whip up a nice meal. Especially if you're the kind of person who wants to put your own thing together.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All
Get home
right.
from work, all that.
Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video.
Yes, thank you very much. Anyway, before we drop the whole Hainan thing, we decided that we'd have a little bit of a throwback here.
Yes.
Okay, to the person who put Hainan really on the map.
Yes.
You know, let's take a look.
The beach,
The ocean.
the sun,
Oh no, I think I know it's
coconut
coming.
trees come to mind
Yes.
when people think of
I love China. 我爱中国，我爱海南，我爱三亚，漂亮，看好漂亮。
So for those of you who might not know who Clamman is a crazy character. He's one of those grifters in China, one of those CCP shills. And his visa was running out. And he really wanted to stay in China. So he thought if he would make these kind of just over-the-top brown-nosing videos, you know, where you're like, oh, China's amazing, better than everything in the world, that he'd get his visa renewed.
Unlike the
But it
cake,
failed.
this victory is
So
not a
he couldn't
lie.
stay. What a pity.
Wow.
Yeah, but there's something that he said here, which actually leads on to something we wanted to talk to you, because, you know, New Year's is finished.
Yes.
Okay, so
There's no year now.
Yeah, well,
you welcome New
no
Year
more.
is no year.
So New Year's Eve obviously was a couple of days ago,
Yeah.
all right? And that's over with, and I wanted to show you a little bit of the aftermath in
It's
China. but
5
let's-
days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 days, a couple days, right? Couple
Couple is
days.
2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, that's wrong. Of course, you get a couple of things, but you could say, I'll have a couple of, I don't know, a couple of bananas. You're not
And
going to
that's
get
2.
2. No,
Yes.
it's not. It's not.
Absolutely. Couple means only 2.
Nonsense.
Poll.
Yeah, poll.
We are a democratic show. We will poll you guys. Does couple
I'll
only
have a
mean
couple
2?
beers. I'll have, give me a
That's
couple
a
of...
few. Or some.
No, you can say a couple too. Doesn't mean just 2.
No!
Yes, you can.
Does couple only mean 2? Number 1 is yes. Number 2 is no.
Yeah, we'll find
Vote.
out, and we can look it up online. Anyway, let's
We trust the audience.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's continue anyway. Let's see what he has to say.
China is clean. China is beautiful.
要紧哦，这个夜市
You know, this is just the reality of China, okay? What we're showing you here is the kind of morning after, because on these street food streets where people eat barbecue and stuff, this is what you see the next morning.
生活好哦，人家
You won't see that in like downtown Shanghai, but pretty much everywhere else. Let's get us out of here.
China is the most lovely place. That's why I wear my shirt. 我爱中国. China has to offer delicious food. 好吃，好吃. Man, it is so unbelievable. It is so delicious. And you can try everything. You know, it doesn't matter. Look at this. Most beautiful beaches. The beaches are pearl white.
Well, actually, we ran a swatch program to double check his claim of pearl white. Turns
Yeah.
out it's more of a I don't know, butternut squash whiskey orange, really.
Yeah, if you want the hex code, it's hashtag C59B78.
That's-
Just if you want to go to Home Depot and get that paint code.
Yeah, it's not pearl white, though.
No.
Clean, unbelievable. Look at this. If we compare to the beaches with Europe, fully and crowded with people drinking beer, making noise the whole day.
I kind of just wanted to comment on this, okay? Because I've seen this in real life. You've seen this too, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The problem is when there's any kind of holiday, obviously Clanman was on the beach at COVID time, just before
there was no
COVID
one
time or whatever.
there.
There's no one allowed on the beach.
Yes.
It wasn't a weekend or a holiday or something. If you go to any beach in China during any kind of holiday or on the weekend, it's always crowded. It's so bad that in Shenzhen, you have to book and put your ID. I had to show my passport to get on. I made a video about it. They've got like turnstiles to get onto the beach.
Yeah.
And they only allow a certain amount of people because it gets too overcrowded.
Yeah.
And then when the people leave, it's just a mess like you see here. And I just wanted to point out how sad it is that you see kids building sandcastles in this mess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, you know, when Clanman's saying like, oh, Europe's bad with the crowded beaches and people drinking beer, I'd take that any day over this.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is China. I had to tell this because I love China. 我爱中国.
I love worm nests.
I love worm nests too.
Yeah.
Without them, we wouldn't have worms.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, this is a beach just after New Year's Eve, just to show you. China has a massive littering problem.
Yeah.
Okay, it's you cannot deny it. There's a huge issue. People aren't educated to not litter.
Yeah.
A lot of uneducated people. And because of communism and the idea that like nothing really belongs to you, people don't seem to care about public spaces.
Yeah, I would say it's less about like we own everything and more about the state will take care of everything.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's what the state tells everyone. You
Yeah.
don't have to worry about anything because the state will take care of it.
Yeah, so shoot your fireworks off and just leave your garbage
Yes.
everywhere. Let get your balloons and lanterns and stuff that get stuck in the trees there. I mean, that's pretty gross. That's also next to the coast there.
为什么天空是灰色？
Yeah, here's some more, fireworks remnants after the New Year's.
为什么河流不再清澈？
Yeah, it goes off as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
The metric tonnage of waste that they pull off from the beaches and in these public spots after any kind of celebration or holiday is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to this again.
为什么太阳不见了？
Well, this is the real reason
I
to answer that singing girl, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, how did this get in there? Oh, yeah, this is... I was going to do a thing about a homeless Chinese man in New York, but anyway, we'll cover that next week, I think. It's a pretty fascinating story. Yeah. But I guess before we go into our main segment of the show, we have another shout-out from our sponsor, AG1.
Yes.
So-
AG1's something we've been taking for a long time.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, taking care of your health, it is not as easy as you'd want it to be
No.
for the most part.
No. I know.
You get on trends, you take your vitamins for a week, and then you have 6 open bottles of multivitamins in your pantry, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, also with things like exercise, the most important thing we found is making sure your diet is correct. But again, managing what you're eating all the time, regimenting what macronutrients you're getting and all this stuff. The average person isn't going to sit around and try to figure that out.
I don't care about that.
Right. But we do care about the fact that AG1 is the healthiest thing you can do for your body
Correct.
in under a minute. Take 1 spoonful, put it in some water, you drink it, you have all of the vitamins and minerals and nutrients you need for that day.
Yep.
You're done.
It's
right?
excellent,
It's
yeah.
so simple, right? just once a day. It makes us feel energized. It makes us have better immune support. It makes us feel better about our life and that we're doing something for our own health.
Yeah.
We can definitely put our names behind it. Every dose of AG1 is your daily dose of vitamins, minerals, pre and pro antibiotics, or probiotics, not antibiotics.
Sure.
There's no antibiotics.
Yes,
And more.
probiotics, yeah.
And it's powerful, healthy habit that's also powerfully simple. I know that with AG1, I'm giving my body high quality nutrition. Every batch of AG1 goes through rigorous testing process so you know that it's safe, and the ingredients are sourced for absorption, potency, and nutrient density. And that's something I've been learning about. I've been reading a book about nutrition. And people think that you can just artificially take a vitamin and then replace your body's need for that vitamin. But the thing is that the AG1 stuff is actually made to be absorbed, not just peed out like you get with a lot of multivitamins, right?
Gotcha.
It's absolutely fantastic. If there's one product I had to recommend to elevate your health, it's AG1, and that's why we've partnered with them for so long. If you want to take ownership of your health, start with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase exclusively at drinkag1.com/ADV. So that's a new URL. Make sure you know this new URL.
Yes.
Drink
Committed
AG1.
to memory.
Yes. drinkag1.com/ADV.
Yep.
And help the channel out as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. And thank you to AG1 for sponsoring us. It is really a good product.
Yes.
So I guess it's time for us to hit the main topic, which you've all come here for, which is about this ghost city. So let's get into it with the Soft Power Hour. This is where we talk about how China's trying to change your mind and the world's mind, you know, through various means, propaganda, that type of thing. And you take the lead with this because you put this little segment together here.
So this is pretty fascinating. You usually hear about these ghost cities in China. What those are is basically when China builds a ton of houses. I mean, there's like 2 billion houses for like a billion Chinese people, right? There's too many houses. They build them for speculation. They don't finish them. People don't get their house. Property companies collapse. Huge dent in the economy. There's all kinds of crazy stuff that happens. And we saw that unfold in China.
Yeah, we've got footage. We'll show you later.
But what we didn't expect was this insanity to start spreading abroad. And that's exactly what happened. There's this place called Forest City, and this was made by Country Garden, which is that huge real estate company in
just
China.
defaulted, right?
Let's have a look.
Okay.
This is what Forest City was supposed to look like, and it was supposed to be in Malaysia. They
Okay,
basically were going to build this beautiful eco-city on these reclaimed islands in Malaysia. And the idea was, and tell me this isn't so pig-headed, was that they were going to sell these apartments to Chinese people to go to Malaysia to buy them, and then rent them out to Malaysian people.
Okay.
In their own country.
Yeah.
Right? So Malaysia's always like, what?
Yeah,
Right?
no, that's kind of cheeky, isn't it?
The most important feature of this was that it was like $100 billion project, right? The most important feature of this is it was part of the Belt and Road. It is a part of the Belt and Road Initiative. This wasn't just some sort of random investment opportunity. This was part of Malaysia and China's Belt and Road Initiative.
I got you.
So this is what it was supposed to look like.
I've seen, you know, like I see this is that Forest City. They got the stupid foliage growing on the buildings for like a green thing. Remember, they did that in China as well, and it completely sucked. It was terrible. It was a disaster. And anyone with common sense would know this is a disaster because as soon as you've got a growing plant, you know, on your balcony or something, it's going to get out of control. Insects are going to nest in there, you know.
Probably like Chongwu, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Worm nests. So you're going to get mosquito problems and all sorts of weird insects and stuff are going to be there. The plants are going to overgrow.
Yeah.
The root structures are going to start cracking the concrete and doing all sorts of stuff. Now, on top of that, like the water, it gets stagnant water. It'll stink. You get like rotten mulch stuff going on. And it's just such a stupid idea.
It can be done, but in China it's never done like
that. I'm just saying, like, when you're like, we're going to like have the balconies overflowing with plants and stuff like this, it's dumb. You know, it's always going to end up a kind of a disaster.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So this is CG representation. This is not real.
Oh, yeah, of course not.
This is 3D footage of what it was supposed to look like, right?
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, this guy named Nick Marsh for the BBC went there to have a look, and this is what it looked like.
This is what it looks like now. When was it supposed to be completed, or when was it completed?
It's not done yet, but it's done enough for people to have already been buying stuff to do it. It started in 2016.
2016, so it's been around for a long time.
Yeah, and people you can live there, right? But almost no one does.
Yeah, why would you?
Out of 100% capacity, 1% is filled.
Yeah, okay.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah, so they build these like fake malls and stuff.
Yeah.
We've shown this in our videos where we've gone to these places in China that are the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nothing
it's shockingly huge. I mean, look at this. This is
Yeah.
what it was supposed to look like, right?
Yeah.
This is from the Country Garden thing. I love, by the way,
Yeah.
how often did you see this where all the people of different ethnic origins are just photoshopped into
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
You got that in China. It's like
All the time.
It's all these like white and black people and Indians and stuff all over this like scape of this third tier city like development. Where are these people coming from? They're not moving to this
No.
tiny backwater city in China.
No, my favorite one was I filmed it. It's in one of my videos way back, many years
Yeah.
ago. But they had one of these real estate development things, and they have this concept art.
Torpedoes to
It
port.
was like a photo concept art. And in the concept art, they had a car driving the wrong way on the highway, coming off the off ramp to like crash into the car. I was like, yeah, let's remember that. It's like, it was so stupid. It's like, what are you doing?
So look at this. This is the welcome sign
team
leading
is
to
taking the
Forest
lead.
City.
Right.
You can just look at this. It's shockingly empty. Right?
Yeah.
And it's overgrown already. It's gross. It's a disaster. And again, this isn't a foreign country. This isn't in China.
Yeah.
This is in Malaysia. And a lot of people are excited about this.
Sure.
I want to read this quote.
Hashtag Sky Don't Lie, man.
Um,
Malaysia, stop letting China do this construction. It's ruining your environment.
this guy here, Nazmi, he said, I managed to escape this place.
Okay.
He said after 6 months he had had enough. He didn't want to continue living in what he called a ghost town. I didn't care about my deposit. I didn't care about the money. I just had to get out. We had arranged to meet some in the same tower block that he used to live in. This is Nick that
Yeah.
went to go meet him.
Yeah.
And they went to go meet back there, and he says, I'm getting goosebumps just being back. It's lonely around here. It's just you and your thoughts. It is. Look.
Yeah. Oh, it's what has he got to say?
This is
Let's see.
Nick.
Nick from the BBC.
Yeah.
This is Forest City. It's a bit dark. I think someone's forgotten to turn the lights on.
It's hard to believe that anyone actually lives here.
Oh, here they are.
Even in mid-afternoon, Forest City feels more like a haunted house than a happy home.
So look at this. They
Yeah.
built this, and when I said this is a massive project, I'm not talking about a couple apartment blocks.
Yeah.
This was a city.
Yeah,
for
well,
a city.
They do that always. We've
Yeah.
been to those ghost cities, like with the big ring and stuff, and they build art museums
Yeah.
and shopping malls, but it's all just an empty shell.
Yeah.
There's nothing in them.
Yes, and it's funny how similar this is to what we saw in
Yeah.
China. And
Yeah.
but it's so weird to see it in a foreign country, like a different country than China.
Well, yeah.
You can
it's-
see this mall.
Yeah, it's still got all the Chinese characters and everything.
Yeah. Because this was originally, remember, for Chinese people to invest in.
Yes.
Abroad.
Yeah.
Right. Look at this. I mean, it's just absolutely desolate, right? $100 billion
This place was supposed to be a restaurant. I think behind me, judging by the looks of things, it was supposed to be the kitchen. Now, Country Garden's slogan for this whole place was a prime vision for future cities. But you just take a look around, it doesn't really seem that way.
Yeah, I like it though. I think you did a great job with this report. This so just pause it real quick.
Okay.
So Country Garden spent $100 billion on this mega project, right?
Right.
You guys have to understand what $100 billion is.
100 billion, not million, but
no,
it's
this
billion.
This is more than some country's entire economic output for their whole country.
Yeah.
Right. And that was under the Belt and Road Initiative that started in 2016, right? But 8 years on, it's still a barren reminder that you do not need to be in China to feel the effects of the property crisis, because Country Garden owes $200 billion now. And do you know what Country Garden said in reply to this?
What?
It's optimistic that the full plan will be completed. They, in the showroom, right? There's like
Yeah.
a big model city of this place.
Right.
The sign above them when they were visiting said, "For a city where happiness never ends."
Okay.
It's like super dystopian.
Yeah.
And I guess there was one part where there was like a Small World After All, or one of those, one of those songs that was just playing over
like
and
over and
over
over?
again on
Yeah.
loop while it was all dark.
Oh boy. Yeah.
It's pretty messed up. Oh yeah, no, I found it. It says, in a purpose-built shopping mall, many other shops and restaurants are closed. Some units were just vacant construction sites. In a surreal touch, there's an empty children's train doing endless laps around the mall while playing head, shoulders, knees, and toes in Chinese on loop.
Oh, that's awful. That's
Isn't
really
that
awful.
scary?
Yeah, it's scary. I can see that.
One of the things, the biggest draw is that because it's on this island, it's a duty-free area. So on the beach, what you'll find is just massive piles, apparently, of alcohol bottles, like empty ones.
Yeah.
And pockets of like local drinkers, which is pretty much all the human activity is just drunk people on the beach making piles of booze.
Okay. Awesome. Wonderful paradise you found.
Yes,
there.
yes. There's another thing. It says, if you go to, a woman said, if you go to Google Forest City, this is not what you're going to see here today. I feel sorry for the people who actually invested and bought a place here. It should be the project that was promised to the people, but that's not what it is. It's very misleading. The current Forest City is a ghost town. There are no people at all. It's far from the city, and it has incomplete living facilities and is difficult to move without a car. So, you know, a lot of times what we wanted to point out is that what we notice is they'll pick the most random places to put these things.
Yeah.
A $100 billion mega project should be something that's well thought out, right?
Yeah.
But it's
here's
so
an example of like the faded signs.
Yeah.
They put up these fake shops, by the way. This isn't a real thing.
No.
They put up fake shops to draw in investors, and then they just leave it till it gets sun faded away.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying that it's so far away from any development. The problem
Yeah.
is they think they can just make development by making the mall and making the train and making the, you know.
They think that they can build like the 15-minute city or
Yes.
whatever, or a self-sustained little
Yeah.
thing, so that people don't have to go anywhere else. And in China, a lot of people live that way. You know, a lot of
Yeah.
people do live like only in their one neighborhood.
Yeah.
They go to work in that area. They go to their building. They
The
don't
problem is
go
those
anywhere.
those are usually like organic, right?
Yeah.
They came about over centuries.
Yes,
they
and
know
like
their
in the big
great-grandparents were
cities,
there.
and those neighborhoods are in the big cities.
Yeah.
They're not like far flung.
No. But every time we went to a ghost town, they are far flung.
Yes.
And they're meant to house millions of people. And no one goes there because
Yep.
it's not connected to anything, right?
Yeah, exactly. They think if you build it, they will come, but that's not true.
Yes.
You know.
Other comments asked if they could get refund on their property, with one saying, the price on my unit has dropped so much, I'm speechless. And again, these are supposed to be investments, but then they tank.
But this is the Chinese real estate investment model, is to speculate. And I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of glad people are losing their money on this, because this has to stop. This is what's going to kill, it's going to make a massive dent, it already is, in the world's economy, and it's going to hurt Chinese people the most.
Yeah.
And the more people are encouraged to speculate and like, oh, here's a new investment, let's buy a property, we'll leave it open,
Yes.
and we're not going to do anything to it, we'll leave a concrete shell, because that's what they do. And then like 2-3 years down the line, we can sell it for a massive profit. And so
Yeah.
that's why people buy like 4 or 5 houses, you know,
Yeah.
and they take loans and they borrow
Yeah.
from family to buy these, because it's a sure thing.
Yes.
So, oh, there's a new investment opportunity here, let's buy it.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Country Garden insists the current situation in the Chinese property market is just noise.
Oh,
and
really?
its Malaysian operation runs its business as usual. I
What is
loved
this
it.
guy?
I loved
Okay,
it.
all right, what is this? I'll get us out of here.
Supposed to house 1 million people. Right now, it's 1% occupied. Like so many Chinese property developments, this place seems to be going nowhere. BBC News, Johor.
You know what's great? You just go to the next picture.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
That is so poetic. That's in the forest city.
Yeah.
They built a stairway to nothing, and that is, it's like they played a joke on themselves.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
You set up reporters to be able to have the most poignant story of all time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's supposed to go to like a big deck or something on the beach there.
Yeah, but I
you
mean,
know?
you built it to nowhere, and it's
Torpedoes
just
to
so
starboard.
emblematic of what's happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw that all over China. That's the thing. It's
We did.
nothing new.
Now, before we get to some of our footage, this Mr. Nazmi, that guy that was like, said it was so eerie.
We've
so
sunk
glad
an
he's not
enemy
there. He said, I'll
destroyer.
definitely choose
Engine
more
boost
carefully next time."
activated. Smoke
But I'm happy
generator
I've left
started.
this place. Now I've got my life back. And
Poor
that's how
guy.
isolated this was, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's so isolated from everything. You don't
Torpedoes
have
to
any. There's
starboard.
nothing there.
Yeah, and also, you know, when you get Chinese investors investing in
Torpedoes
these
to stern.
places, they're used to, in the Chinese cities,
Smoke
and
screen set.
the convenience of public transport.
Yeah.
And being able to not own a car, like that was a big complaint, that you need
Yes.
a car to get around and to get anywhere. And that's a big problem because, you know, not
We destroyed
everybody
an enemy
drives in
cruiser.
China. You know?
No, no.
Yeah, so.
So we have extensive experience around China with the ghost cities.
Yeah, this
we've
is a
seen them
huge
all
one.
over. Yeah.
This one, same situation. They built this massive place, you know, huge, and it had this in Liaoning, and they had this huge. Well, this is in Hunan, but they had that huge ring of life, and that's the best example.
Yeah.
Because it was a whole city, and there was no one living there.
This, by the way, in Huaihua, when I went here,
Yeah.
this whole area was supposed to house millions, and there wasn't one. They never finished it.
Yeah.
They just didn't finish it.
Yeah.
So we found one there. We found them all over the place.
Yeah,
There was
it's
one
Qingdao.
in Qingdao we went through. It was just
Yeah, you can see the
stagnant.
villas in the background that
Yep.
they built and never finished. And there was like a whole city of this stuff we were riding through. See, it's overgrown.
And Chinese people were leading us to these places,
Yeah.
being like, "This, they never finished this."
Yeah,
They call
exactly.
them ghost cities.
Yep.
It's nuts, and these are just all over the country. And you can imagine. Remember, I said that statistic that the 2 billion houses for 1 billion customers or whatever is
Yeah.
supposed to be very conservative. By the way, there's more.
Oh, absolutely. There's
So, but yet a lot.
Huizhou, we used to go here all the time. They had multiple ghost cities around
Yes.
Huizhou.
Most people
Mm-hmm.
in China, or a lot of new home buyers, prospective home buyers, can't buy a house.
Yeah.
But there's a surplus of housing.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
empty forever.
It's stupid. It's just a stupid situation. It's greed.
These buildings
To the
also
max.
fall down.
Deactivated.
Like a lot.
Yeah, here's Ordos in Mongolia.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time there. This is the first time I saw, by the way, painting the grass green.
Oh, right. Yeah, I took these pictures when I went up there, and this must have been 2007.
I lived there.
Thereabouts. Yeah, I know you did.
And
so-
this
Yeah.
whole area is so dystopian because they have this core that has these famous architects that build these buildings,
Yeah.
but then everything else is just like empty.
Isn't that you
nonsense.
riding through
Yes.
there? Yeah. Yeah. It's a really weird thing. You know, Ordos is used as an example of it coming right, though, because people moved in there.
Yeah, like in Kangbashi.
Yes.
But the whole area is emblematic of ghost towns.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
there's
People don't talk about that.
The sprawl on the outside, they're not
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah,
You know.
yeah.
I heard there was some famous streamer that said they're investing in like the future housing for their citizens. Like, bro, these fall down and no one moves in.
No one can. There are too many buildings and too many apartments for the population. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
And it's just millionaires speculating on this.
Yeah.
What are you talking
If
about?
every Chinese person moved into an apartment by themselves, there still would be a massive excess.
Yes.
So it's dumb.
No, they're not
Yeah.
free.
Exactly. It's just dumb. Yeah. So you can see that we visited a lot of those. Obviously, if
Yeah.
you followed our personal channels, for
Sure.
instance, you would have known a lot about this before because we've covered this on ADV China. I've covered it on my channel. You've covered it on your channel. Yeah, it's just one of those big phenomenons in China. And seeing it go abroad like this is, you know, a little bit worrying because it's just going to plunge whichever local economy they attach themselves to into debt.
Yes.
You know?
There's a couple of mega cities, right? Does couple only mean two? 71% said yes. 29% said no.
Look it up.
Yes. What does couple mean? Two individuals of the same sort. Two people that are married, engaged.
Critical engine damage.
Yeah, that part. Don't be selective.
What do you mean?
Problem solved,
You gotta read
sir.
everything.
Engine boost activated.
2 or 3. You'd hope. Yeah, there is an informal version.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the majority wins, you know, we're the
Oh,
Democratic
sure,
side.
but I mean, like, I'm talking about the colloquialism, you know? Yo,
Yeah, that's what
I
a
use
colloquialism
street
means people
speak.
Colloquialism means people choose what it means. So
Yes.
71% of the people say it only means 2.
If you want to be all textbook about it, fine. You know what I mean?
That's the majority. I have to admit, the majority of people voted.
That's
that it means
fine.
2.
That's fine. But hey, they're just not down with the lingo.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Every time.
Hanging in their cribs or whatever. You know, you got to know this stuff. You're going to survive on the mean streets. You know, when I say couple, I don't just mean 2, because otherwise I'd say I'll have 2 beers.
Yeah, I'll have a couple beers too.
No, I would say I'll have 2 beers.
You understand you're arguing against the majority, right? Which is why we polled people.
I get it, but at the same time, I think that's wrong. I think like
So you're wrong.
No, I think it's
You're in the minority.
I think it's it's open-ended. I think neither one is wrong. Is what I'm trying to say. It's just like I'll tell you, I've never in my entire life sat down and said I'll have a couple of beers and it meant
Next time
2.
you ask for a couple of beers, I'll bring 6 in.
It's what, and that would be fine.
It's
Dude,
wrong.
there's
Next time I'll bring 1.
I gotta ask you guys out there: have you ever sat down and said to your friends, "Okay, let's go
Why
out.
can't you just
let's
admit
go
you
out for a
lost
couple
the
of beers"?
poll?
I'll admit I lost the poll, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I gotta ask you. You call your friends
Yes.
on the phone. You say, "Hey, let's go out for a couple of beers."
I would say a
Do
few.
you mean
Let's grab
2?
a few beers.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't say a couple.
it's-
No,
it's-
that's the difference. Is
Yeah.
you say that, I wouldn't say that. I
Right.
would say a few or some. You wanna grab
Yes,
some beer?
but then I would never use couple if I wanted to say two. If I'd call my friends
You
up,
wouldn't,
Hey,
but
mate,
everyone else
let's
would.
go out and have 2 beers. It sounds dumb.
You wouldn't say a couple of beers if you meant that you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that.
I would say a couple of beers
I would
if I
say,
meant
let's grab
like
a few beers.
just a random amount that's under 5 or so.
That's a very
Or
personal choice.
under
that
10.
you- That's a personal choice. that
Yeah,
you
I'm just saying it seems weird to like say I'll have 2 beers instead of I'll have a couple of beers. That'd be stupid.
have. Yes.
Who has 2 beers anyway? That's a lie. That's only for people to get pulled over a DUI.
I
How
only
many
had a
beers you had
couple.
tonight? 2 beers?
Did you hear they usually say I just had a couple? That's like the common thing to say. Do you know why they say that? Because it means 2.
No.
Yes, they
Because-
say that.
No,
Next
because,
time you watch your
because
cop
they-
shows, look it up.
They're being truthful because they had more than 2. I had a couple drinks.
But why do they always say, no, you didn't, you had more? No.
Because like more than a couple would be like 10 or whatever, or like 8.
You lost, dude. You lost. the
It's
poll.
fine. Not in my own mind, I didn't, and that's what counts. Just kidding.
We're banning polls now because even if he loses, he won't admit it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I could admit I lost the poll.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Right.
You
Which
know.
is the majority. You admit that the majority of people, a couple means 2.
Yeah,
Yes.
to the majority of
Yes,
people.
correct. And
Yeah.
and I can agree that to you it means something different.
Yes.
And anyone can. We live in a very progressive society.
Yeah, sure.
Anything can mean what you want.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyway, looking at this, all this ghost town footage behind me just reminds me of the absolute kind of dystopian situation
Yes.
that China's in right now with the.
Were
real
we
estate
having that
bubble.
argument while all this was playing?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's good.
That's great.
I mean, you gotta
I love that.
see it. Where's that thing?
You gotta understand,
Yes.
Really, when you see it firsthand,
Mm.
and when you've made Chinese friends and you have Chinese family, and you see this absolute madness, this mad scramble to
Yeah.
buy these apartments, before
Yes.
they're finished, and
Yes.
with the idea of not ever living in them.
Yeah.
And people are literally climbing over each other to go and buy an apartment. You know when they have those, they open have an apartment selling day or whatever, and they have like an event, right?
Yeah. With the
And-
champagne.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
people rush in there and they
Yes.
buy without even choosing which unit. They just take whatever they can get.
Yes.
They don't like, oh, I want one facing that side, or I want this one that's this size, or whatever. They're just like grab haggery but with apartments, and it's very expensive. When you buy an apartment in China, you're talking hundreds of thousands of US dollars for the bare minimum stuff.
Yes.
Okay, and over $1 million for anything even slightly okay in a decent city.
Yeah.
It's stupid money that you're paying for something that you don't own.
It's exorbitant. It's
Yeah.
not worth that.
And then when you see the quality of what you're buying, it's madness.
Yes.
It really beggars belief.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Anyway, we saw it across the entire country, like to shocking extent. In fact, when we were up in Liaoning, we got chased out by the PLA.
Mhm.
They finally caught on. They actually had soldiers stationed there just in case people like journalists or something would
Yeah,
show
because they
up.
saw us filming and then they started
We weren't
to come approach
journalists.
us,
We were
yeah.
just running GoPros, being like, "Holy crap, look at this place!" And they
Well,
were like,
Remember, we had our film crew and we sat down to film something, and that's when they turned up, and they were wearing PLA
Yeah.
uniforms.
Yeah.
And they went to go and question the Chinese driver of our
Yeah,
follow
that's right,
car.
that's right.
And we just effed off out of there.
Yeah.
I see a couple buildings down there.
"Yes."
Yeah. Anyway, here's some housing real estate
couple
prices.
buildings. There's a couple posters there.
Yeah, I see a couple posters. There's a couple people that were actually right on the poll too. Anyway, what is this?
A couple too few.
Sometimes
Anyway,
naive. Anyway,
let's focus.
Yes, we're focusing.
29% equals DUI cases in the poll.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, I took this particular picture of these posters outside my apartment block probably in about 2015, I'd say, or 16. And if you look at the prices there, it's just insane.
Yeah.
For square meterage or
Yeah.
for apartments there. It's
Yeah.
just, I can't explain it even any more than we really have. It's just a ridiculous bubble, and it's absolutely
I mean, you're talking like that for a 100 square meter apartment down there. You were talking like $800,000 US.
Yes.
In China.
Yes.
In a poor country.
And that was not even a great building. It's
No.
not like amazing. And also,
No.
don't forget, that was, like
was years ago.
2015,
Yeah,
16, probably 2013 or 14, actually,
Yeah.
now that I think about when I filmed that.
Yeah.
And it's just gotten higher and higher and higher and higher.
Yeah.
I was just appalled when I found out how much money people were spending on apartments there.
Remember, the average person the average per person GDP in America is like 80 grand a year. In China, it's like 16, and that's skewed because of all the rich people, right? These apartments are costing $1 million in some of these places for an absolute hole of a concrete
piece
box
of shit.
in the middle of a busy crap area.
Yeah,
You
and
know what I mean?
you don't own it. It's a lease for 70 years. It's insane. So I was thinking, like, did you add 2 zeros to that number? You know, when I asked, like, how much did you pay for this?
Yeah.
And people put themselves in debt. I don't think people realize this. China's got this fantastic culture of saving. Okay, and they're very good at saving. Chinese people in general. But unfortunately, this property marketing has wiped out all of those savings.
Yeah.
Because, like, everybody needs to own a house, right?
Yeah.
If you're a man, you need one if you're going to get married and all that nonsense. So you go out and you borrow money from all of your relatives. Now, all of your relatives, no matter what their job, they're good at saving.
Yeah.
So they'll have a decent amount of savings.
Yeah.
But you'll wipe out like 5 of your relatives' savings or whatever to buy this one apartment just to put down the deposit.
Yes.
And people are in debt to each other. They're in debt to banks. It's a horrible situation. You know, kind of makes me feel really ill.
Somebody said the 80 grand in America is equally skewed. I don't want to take debate here, and maybe you're being legitimate, but you can't say equally skewed because it's not. It's not equally skewed. If you're using the National Bureau of Statistics in China, maybe you could say that.
Yeah.
But remember what we talked about, and I just want to hark back to our last video. The poverty line in America is $12,000 per year. The absolute poverty line in China was $280 per year.
Yeah, $280.
It's not the same. It's not this equivalent. Not the same skew. So I hate when people make those equivalencies. It's like, yes, America has massive income inequality.
Yes, we
China
know that.
has way worse income inequality. You can't ever pair those together.
No, you can't. When you see how people actually do it. Anyway, what's on? Oh yeah, sorry. Before we carry on,
My Wayward Son.
Yeah, pretty good song, I suppose.
Singing it all day or something.
Yeah.
Good
Anyway, yeah. Before we carry on, we'd like to remind you that we have a Monday show, and it was super funny this week. So we wanted to show you what it was all about. Barlun Aisashi Pro Boy Skewrons.
Skewron. Cartello. Abidas.
Pumbaa.
Daidads. Dochi and Gabanov.
Absids, dude. Absids.
Do you
What
like
does
Birkins?
Birkenstick? Birkenstick.
That's an
Ex-boy.
Abercrombie and Titch. Torrance Framers, dude.
Yeah, Robots in Disgrace, dude. Meats by Dr. Dre.
Ballstar.
But it's kind of like an overweight Jordan or
Yeah.
something. Look, it's a little bit different. It's
it
like,
is.
who's, like, why?
Why?
It's like, come on, make up your own stuff for us. Yeah, so we have a VIP show on Mondays. It's called Xiaoban Ho. And we'd love for you to join us there if you have the means. You can go over to patreon.com/ADV podcasts. And you can watch that episode and all the previous episodes that we've ever released. We've got some real funny ones in there. And there's a huge catalog, so you can go binge them if you want or whatever. But it's a very kind of tight-knit thing. It's a good community, and we have a good laugh every Monday.
It's
so
awesome. It's a really fun one.
Yeah, hopefully you can join us.
Meats by Dr. Dre.
I know, Meats by Dr. Dre is probably my favorite out of that lot, to
That
be
was
honest.
very funny. There's a bunch, though. There's like,
Yeah.
probably like 50 of them or something.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Anyway, are we going to continue on? Is this now, this is going to be, what? This isn't Wu-Mao Corner, is it?
It could be either Worldview or Wu-Mao Corner. What do you want it to be?
I guess we can
Mix it
skip
up.
Wu-Mao Corner. I don't think we have a Wu-Mao Corner this week.
We do. It's just at the end, I think.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
we'll just go straight into Worldview, where we talk about everything in the world, specifically with regards to China. I was going to do this whole homeless guy story for Wu-Mao Corner. I'm saving it for next week because it's actually very in-depth.
Yeah, sure.
And I've got like multiple homeless people that are
Yeah.
being used for propaganda by China. It's interesting.
Yeah, we have a proper segment anyway, so
Yeah.
don't worry, you're not getting a distilled.
No.
discount
So
version.
what is this?
So we've been talking about this whole forcing pregnancy thing. We speculated, you know, China went through the one-child policy where they get rid of all the babies, the forced abortions. It's grim. It's horrible, right?
It's disgusting.
Almost a genocide level in 1990, 1991. Remember that massacre?
It's horrible.
Anyway, it's crazy. It doesn't even matter where you stand on the whole abortion issue.
Yeah.
China like forcing women to have them. is
Yeah.
probably
You force
pretty reprehensible.
Yeah, exactly. If you force people to have abortions, then that's not. You can't stand
not
on
an
either
argument.
side.
That's not an
You can't.
argument
It's like you
anymore.
don't get to take people's agency away like that.
And it goes way worse
Oh,
than
it's
even
terrible.
the abortion thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a grim topic for another time.
Yeah, so what we've covered
Yeah.
in depth. The problem is that now China's like, crap, wow, we forced all those people to get rid of their kids, and then the one-child policy, Now we have this huge problem. We have way too many old people, and who's going to take care of them? It's a filial piety society.
And let me just put this out to you, okay? We all had them. Maybe you're one of them, right? But only children. My kid's an only child too, so I got to be careful. But the thing is, when I grew up,
yeah,
the only children were like the worst. They were the most spoiled pieces of crap you ever could come across.
No comment.
I'm just saying.
I'm
like,
not an only child, but I grew up around some, and you're 100%
dude,
correct.
it's like they're the most dysfunctional human beings in their growing up like at a certain
Shout
age.
out to the only children in our audience right now.
Yeah.
You're the different one.
Yeah, of course.
You're not like that.
I'm just saying from my own personal experience.
But I'm talking to you, the person that's watching right now. That's not you.
No, I mean, obviously, it's a certain stage of your life, okay? And when you've got siblings, you have to vie for the attention of your parents. So you have to learn how to actually deal with other people and be diplomatic and negotiate. But if you're an only child, you're like, I want this, and I'm going to stamp my foot if you don't give it to me. You know, that type of thing. So you get spoiled kids. Obviously, I'm generalizing. If you're an only kid, you know, props to you if you didn't turn out to be a horrible, spoiled person. But think about an entire generation of single spoiled kids.
Yes.
Just think about that for a minute. There's no balance.
No.
There's no balance. It's created.
New balance, new Bunren.
New Bunren. But I think you need that balance in society.
Yeah.
And China hasn't had that now.
No. And the problem is it has economic.
For 2 generations.
Yeah, it has economic implications now because you have no social safety net in China, little to no social programs. Despite what any streamer might have told you, China is not a socialist country. It has much. America is a communist socialist paradise compared to China. You get almost nothing from the government in China.
Yeah.
Almost nothing.
Yeah.
So you're in a situation where, well, the state's not. It's not like in Europe or something where the state's going to take care of your mom or dad or your grandma or grandpa.
Yeah.
You got to take care of all those people. And because you can't share the wealth between your siblings because you don't have any.
Yeah.
How are you going to go forward, right?
Yeah.
You have a stagnating economy. You pair that together with that. You have falling wages for people that are coming out of university and the new highest youth unemployment rate to the point where China won't even report on the statistic
they're like,
anymore.
the statistics are so bad, we're not banning anyone reporting on them.
Right. It's
crazy.
bad, right? So what does China do in all its infinite wisdom is they say, I know what we can do is use our state power to say that China should have more babies. You have more babies.
Yes,
right? You do this, all right? And by the way,
start a new trend of family. Family's a new trend.
That's where we are. That's where we're at. So what
Xi Jinping
happened
said
was
that.
there was a leaked number that shows a population dip like no other, and a graph shows it really well. But I want you to go to the next thing to show this quote from Xi Jinping, what he said.
What, this where he urges women to start a new trend family?
No, it's a little more specific.
Okay.
It says, she must start. Oh, yeah, you're right. It was a new trend of family. I want to show this picture. Though.
Okay, yes, yeah.
So, because I have more notes here.
Okay.
They're trying to push a birth-friendly culture, which is in counter to the whole one-child policy, right?
Yes.
And there's an urgent national mission with a government subsidizing or organized matchmaking events and government subsidies for people that have children, right?
Yeah.
But this has been ridiculed. You know why?
Why?
Here's an example. A local government, some local governments have been using incentives to promote marriage because they need more babies to make China great. You know, it's like MAGA for China, make China great again.
Yeah.
Gotta have more babies. You can put more people into the populace. They can raise those old people, and then China won't be stagnant and doomed, right? The Changshan County government in Zhejiang province would reward, get ready for this, guys. Wait till you see what you get. Newlywed brides, 25 years and old and under, with $150.
Okay.
If you get married, you get $150, right? That's gonna, imagine this. You're like, I don't know, this job's really got me down. My boyfriend's unemployed. I don't think we should even get married and have kids because we can never buy a house. We're stuck in this horrible, situation along with 700 other million Chinese people, right, in the same situation. Local government's like, just in, $150 if you get married tomorrow. Call now. And they're like, you know what?
Well, I mean, I've been at points in my life where $150 is a lot of money, and I can
to get
I can
married
tell
and
you,
stay married. They have children.
Well, how long do you have to stay married for?
Let's be honest. They'll probably nail you real bad if you got divorced real quick.
Well, I mean, remember what happened with the whole real estate thing, where people would get divorced on paper just so they could buy the houses?
That's true.
I can see couples getting married and divorced to different people just to like bring in the money. You know what I mean? Make it rain. $150 a shot.
Yes.
Wouldn't take long.
Well, here's the deal. Chinese people disagree with you because the small amount drew swift criticism online. In fact, the majority of people online were ridiculing.
Look, of course, I'm just saying, like, for some people, it would be an attractive proposition because you have to understand the poverty level in China.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So if you understand it better than most people out there. But you got those seriously poor people, and if there's $150 is like half of their yearly income.
Yes.
You know?
Problem is, Changshan County in Zhejiang Province is very wealthy.
Yes, very rich. You're right. We're not talking about some mountain village or something. You're absolutely right. I
withdraw that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I withdraw.
Honorable Matisa.
So go on.
Yeah,
I
I'll
just
go
wanted
back
to play some. By the way, I wanted to play some maternity ward footage in China. If you've been consuming a little too much Chinese propaganda about what the healthcare system looks like, here's a dose of reality.
First this. Okay. First
Look at
this.
This is the population growth and decline.
Okay.
I find this graph shocking in two zones.
Okay, two zones.
Number one is around the 1960 mark, where you can see it just literally dips off the graph there with 10 million and then 20,
Minus.
30, 40, 50
Yeah.
million deaths. Reduce population. Do you know why that is?
Starvation and all the purges and all the crap under Mao Zedong.
Murders.
The murders. It's a horrible time in Chinese history.
Around 70 to 80 million people probably lost their lives.
Just remember this, that the Communist Party of China is responsible for more deaths of local Chinese people than were killed by the Japanese during the horrible raids and, during World War II and all that stuff, and all the terrible things the Japanese did. The Communist Party of China, the people in charge now, they really are responsible for the most amount of deaths of Chinese people in recent history.
Yes.
And it's appalling.
It's called the Great Leap Forward, and then followed by the Cultural Revolution after that. But the Great Leap Forward is where all the people died, and that was Mao's principles. He said, I don't care if I lose millions and millions of Chinese people as long as we get
so
those
many
quotas.
Yeah.
So the shocking thing is, look at the decline. So the one-child policy worked, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, you see it go down.
But you know what's interesting? Is when they relaxed those rules, the population did start to go up a little bit. When they got rid of the one-child policy, when they started to relax some of those rules.
I remember, because obviously I lived in China at that time, and so did you actually. And they had this whole thing where you could have a second child, but you just had to pay for it.
Yes.
So you had to pay a lot of money. It was like 100,000 RMB.
Yeah, it's
What
crazy.
It
was nuts. It was like $15,000.
Yeah, $15,000, then you can have a second kid. But at least it was an option. At least it wasn't a situation where the government would bring an abortion van to your door and drag your wife into the van and forcefully abort her.
They did do that.
Yeah, they used to do that.
Long time.
And so when they started to relax to the point where you could pay for another kid, that's where you see this growth again.
Yeah.
You know?
And also that, there were some periods there where they were relaxing the rule in general, just to try to get the birth rates up. But what's crazy is, look at this. Take us out real quick. This is the leaked figure. It shows that the population actually fell by 3.12 million in 2023, and that's crazy. Look at this graph. I mean, we're looking at basically, all the stuff, the doomsday people that are saying China's demographics are screwed. It's worse than with their own official data.
Yeah, the leaked data.
Predicting. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
So anyway, a Chinese maternity ward. While I read some of these quotes these are from Chinese people.
Yeah, I got to preface this.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, just for those of you who think that China's eradicated poverty, this is kind of a harsh reality of rural lifestyle. Kids have to help out on the farms and whatnot from a very young age. So this, I just have to preface what's going on because I filmed this, right?
Yes.
This is a clinic, all right? I used to train doctors, so I'd be in the clinic sometimes, and this is a clinic, and what's happening here is it's vaccine time for the kids. So you have to get your mandatory vaccines in China, but of course it's one of those things you need to get it so that you can get that stamp, so that your kid can be eligible for going to school and all that. It's kind of similar to other places, but just the chaos that ensues. This was in a tiny little local clinic.
Yeah.
This wasn't a big hospital. It's worse there, but it's like early in the morning. It's opening hours. They're about to open the doors
In
to
a rich city, by the way.
Yeah, this was in Shenzhen, which is like one of the richest, and to be honest, in one of the richest areas of Shenzhen. In fact, very rich areas, richer than the area I used to live in. So this is what's going to happen. They're opening in the morning. Now, in most places, you would expect, okay, you got to go take your child for a vaccination. You're going to line up. You're going to go, go sign up and go do it and whatever. But this is what happens in China. I'll get us out of here. Just take a look quickly here. Yeah, you put it in slow-mo, right?
I did, because I was going to read the reasons that people don't want to have kids.
So
While
you have
you
it in
guys enjoy this.
Okay, go for it.
We don't need to narrate what
No.
happens.
You can see what's going on by yourself.
In October, Chinese president, and I hate when people use that word, Chinese dictator Xi Jinping said it was necessary for women to actively cultivate a new culture of marriage and childbearing and strengthen guidance on young people's views on marriage, childbirth, and family. And what I wanted to say is, I always find this very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's always countries like Russia and China that put on this facade, and it does appeal to a lot of conservative-leaning people, because it's like, well, we're facing some sort of cultural degeneracy and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
In the West, because that's what you see all over the place. You see on the media, whatever.
Yeah,
right?
Stupid like music videos. And
Right.
things.
Whatever. It's like what's in front of you, and if you
Bud
have
Light or whatever.
if you have those opinions, you're going to latch onto that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But then you have counter propaganda from Russia and China that paint this family first image. Hey, at least maybe I don't like them very much, but at least their government's doing something about it, right? They're promoting other family and stuff. And I always find this interesting, is that Russia and China are the countries with some of the lowest birth rates in the world, some of the highest rates of infidelity, some of the highest rates of non-religious people, right? These things that they're trying to show.
Highest rates of abortion.
Highest rates of abortion. All these things that these people look at as like, oh, that's at least they're doing moral things over there. These rates are so much higher than the U.S., right?
Yeah.
But they always put on this weird facade. They're like, we are this socialist communist country right back home, and we are nationalists and we love our country. And then to the rest of the world, like, we are moral, we support family values and stuff. It's a fantasy, right?
Yeah, it's a fantasy.
These countries it's massive projection.
Of course.
It's massive projection. And I always find that kind of ironic, because they're always like, they go to, well, at least they're doing something right. No, they're not. They're doing nothing right.
Yeah, that's right.
The legislature is on the
This quote here. Marriage, childbirth, and loans for houses and cars are all liabilities, which are overdrafts from the future, said 32-year-old Zhang Yu when asked why he's not married. When the economic downturn is obvious, if there's no source of income, we can only reduce expenditures. Yeah, we love this.
Yeah.
Look at this. By the way, you have to go pay for everything. China's a communist country, right? It's a communist party of China.
You have to pay for it.
You have to pay for everything, and you have to pay first.
Yeah. Exactly. If you need to go see the doctor, you first line up, even if you're dead sick.
Yes. Do you know what happens if you can't pay? They can literally kick you out on the street.
Yeah.
You don't get treated.
No, you don't.
I don't know why there's so many people right now, especially young people on like Twitch and stuff, that use China as an example of socialism. You be socialist all day and all night. But stop, for God's sake, stop
using China as an example. It's such a bad example. Anyway, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, look at the sign up there. Instead of pharmacy, it says harmacy, because
we love the
The P
harmacy.
fell off. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, this is again. I filmed this in an incredibly expensive clinic in a first-tier city in China.
Yeah.
All right, just so you know. I love it, harmacy.
It says Zhang lives in northeast China, where he works for an infrastructure company that imposed salary cuts in 2023, and that's something that's been happening across China. I'm also secretly glad that I did not marry and have children. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble, said Zhang. That was a pseudonym. This was on Voice of America. JC Zhang, a single 27-year-old from Beijing who currently lives with her parents, mocking herself in her plight. She calls herself a frustrated loser in society, and that's like a slogan.
Yeah.
Because like people that have to live with their parents, because it's gotten so expensive, salaries are so hard to come by because jobs are so hard to get. She says, without a job, you can't find a spouse. One person has enough to eat, and the whole family is not hungry, she said. She said, given her current situation, it would be easier to be single than to get married.
Yeah, it's tough.
So yeah, I mean, they're trying all kinds of crazy government initiatives. I mean, these are big. Xi Jinping's government's a lot different than Hu Jintao's government, and a lot different than Jiang Zemin's government, a lot different than Deng Xiaoping's government. Xi Jinping's the biggest statist, to use state power to fix all the problems, and it doesn't. We've seen time and time again that it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah.
You can't force people to get married and have kids.
Well, I mean, they can.
I'm saying, in people's minds.
Yes.
It's a basic human right. You cannot do.
If you can force people to kill their children, even when you're like 9 months pregnant, you can force them to have children.
Yes.
So I'm just saying the possibility is always
Oh
there.
yeah, I'm not saying in reality.
They could forcefully inseminate,
Yes.
Women. It could happen.
We are making the claim, and we've said this years ago, we've been calling this because we've watched this progressively get worse. We think that eventually you will be forced to have children.
Yeah, and the incentives are they're already there. It's like if you have a second child, they give you like a subsidy, they give you like a huge cash bonus and stuff. It's already at that point, but it's probably going to get to a point that if you don't have children, your social credit score takes a huge knock.
Or you get fines.
Yes, you get fined, you can't use public transport, all that nonsense that they do to people.
Yes.
It's probably going to go there first before it gets to the point that, like, if you don't have a child by this time and you don't have a legitimate excuse, then you're in trouble.
When I said they can't force people to get married and have children, what I was saying is in the current state, that is not what people don't expect that. But I think it will come.
I think so too, which is an unfortunate situation. We will see. Let's move on, guys, to this whole gaming crash. Remember, we told you about the fact that the Communist Party announced certain rules and regulations, the watchdog for the whole, like, gaming and entertainment, that they were going to stop incentivizing companies to get people to log on in the mornings and things. And they lost $80 billion overnight in, like, stock market crash. And so, you know what the Communist Party did?
What?
They fired the spokesperson who made that announcement.
That's the most CCP thing ever.
So, the CCP says to their announcement guy who says these things, this is your announcement to make. He makes the announcement. It causes this huge crash. What do? They're like, he was wrong and we fired him.
Yeah, Feng Shixing was forced to step down from his role as the publication bureau chief of the CCP's propaganda department, by the way.
Literally, he's just a guy. He's just supposed to read what you tell him. So now you blame him.
Shot the messenger.
I know, they literally shot the messenger.
Poor guy.
It's
Poor
not
guy
fair.
just had a normal state job. It wasn't his idea.
Well, they got to blame someone because it can never be their mistake, right?
I just think that is the stupidest thing you can do because they're so worried.
Yeah.
The CCP goes and makes this grand thing. They're like, number one, by the way, I've been reading into this.
Yeah.
They're really worried that video games are going to be a platform where people speak against the Chinese government. So that's they're trying to promote this huge censorship thing over games as well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this poor guy is just doing his job. He had to go out there and be like, well, our government decided that we're going to put these bans and curb like young players from playing all the time, and you don't have to log in every day to get rewards. We're going to do this. And the government's probably like, yes, that he did his job.
Yeah, they were happy with it.
Then everyone's like, no, take your stocks out.
Yes.
Because what does it look like when a government makes such a grand decision on behalf of private companies? Then that doesn't look like a country you should invest in.
No.
And China's biggest nightmare right now is that they're losing foreign investors, right?
Yeah.
So when they do something like this, the repercussions are massive. So what they do is, oh crap, we just lost $80 billion, but we need these companies, we need foreign investors. I know what people will respond to well is if we remove the spokesman.
Yeah, we removed the guy who said it, and then it looks like it was his fault and he misspoke. We didn't really mean that.
It's clown world.
It's ridiculous.
Comical, right?
Yeah, so it's like, look at the love on the streets level of bullshit.
Seriously. But anyway, shares of NetEase, another China's other major gaming giant, responded positively to the news, and I see people hyping this up. It only jumped 1.5% up, right?
Yeah, don't worry. Like
Tencent was 1.2% up.
They're trying to make it as if that $80 billion that was wiped out suddenly came back. It didn't. Only a small portion of it did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Despite the recovery, however, Tencent stock is still down more than 5% compared to its December peak, with NetEase down more than 11%. It's huge chunk of money was lost, and that's permanent, right?
Yeah.
And that's not like that's after the storm had settled.
Yeah.
Right? But it's so funny. They shoot the messenger. And
Yeah, literally.
Literally.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah. Well, they fire the messenger. Yeah. You have to understand what a big part of lives games in China.
Yeah, so stop. Save that.
Oh, save the other thing. Yeah, we got something else, apparently. I'm gonna take a look at it. It's worth saving. Oh, yes. That's absolutely worth saving. Yeah. We got 3 more little things here, which, don't worry, we'll save it for next week. Yeah.
But I think it's time to relax, guys.
You think so? You think it's time for our Q&A?
I do.
Okay, awesome. It's Yum Chat time, guys. This is our Q&A where we answer your questions, you question our answers. And I get to loosen the tie and chill out. It is Friday after all. Hopefully you all have plans to relax and do whatever it is you like doing best.
Yes.
And those of you who are stuck working, don't worry, we're there with you in spirit.
Yes. Well, we're stuck working too, so.
Yeah, I'm dying over here. And guess what? Even though I'm like dying from the sickness, I have to edit again tonight.
Ooh.
I have to finish it later and the whole of tomorrow probably. Who knows? Lovely weekend coming up. Anyway, I'm gonna relax now.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Stargate 404. Saw the vid where you talked about leaked economy stats. Have you guys seen the leaked birth numbers or something?
Yeah.
He also says, he also says, you guys covered NATO commander, Supreme,
yes,
saying China won't be ready for war for about 2 years. Do you think China's population crisis will have crippled their ability to rival U.S. allied forces militarily by then? Definitely will have an effect.
It'll have an effect.
Yeah.
Their standing army is going to get older. And,
yes.
You know.
I mean, by that point, it'll probably be robots flying from helicopters.
Yeah, like drones.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Harry Tick, thank you very much. Rubiar Agagon says, big fan of the show. Brother and I have been wondering if you've heard about, it was about the cyber kidnapping.
Oh, yeah,
we saw that.
Yeah, we were going to cover it actually. I don't know why we didn't. Yeah, but it is something
everyone
to.
knows about it.
I mean, it is something to talk about.
Yeah, everyone knows. Anyway. Thank you for bringing it.
It is got to do with China.
Yes. Yes, we did hear about the shadow bank that went under as well. That was a big thing. We did. He bought the sweatshirt now equipped to wear it to work.
Cool.
Oh, remember he gets told to take it off.
Yeah, he's gonna have the t-shirt underneath. That's epic.
We love that, Rubiar. Long live Team Pig. You just had to do that. Stay awesome.
Oh yes.
Makes me irritate at the mere mention of pig
I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that to come along.
Mr. Soy Sauce, I've not heard that. I don't know what that podcast is, so I don't know. I'll have to look it up. DJN says, wristwatch check. Today, I have a Citizen Homer Day 1965 with affiliation to something really important.
Yeah,
which is
very
really cool.
Yeah, it's a legitimate 1965.
Certain amazing gift.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of cool. This is a Seiko Arctic, but it's an original 1985 one. So if you've ever seen Predator or Running Man, there's a bunch of like, Arnold Schwarzenegger always wears this watch.
Yes.
I really like it.
Layer on it so you guys can see. It's got the Citizen Homer Day has like a brushed sunburst steel dial.
It's very cool.
It's very cool that it's 50 years old.
Yeah, it's insane.
I mean, 60 years
60 years old, yeah, it's insane. It's really, it looks new. It's contemporary.
Yeah.
And this is just the coolest watch ever.
That's a cool watch.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
You have a lot of movie things.
I do.
Movie affiliated kind of guy.
It's obviously like got sucked into my psyche when I was young.
It's good.
That's why I drive like a Trans Am. And,
yeah.
It's not like I purposefully am like I want to be like that movie.
No, I know.
But it's like I liked something and obviously like it just burned into my psyche.
We're all affected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Paul at 1203. I think. Zig. Why? Pronounced Ziggle. Ziggle, not Why?
Okay.
I still don't know.
Okay.
Ziggle.
Ziggle. Ziggle.
I don't know.
Okay.
Darling, thank you very much. It sounds like I'm calling someone Tar.
Thank you, darling.
That's it. Sounds like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, darling. Magister Generalis says good evening. Good evening. I finally got around to watching the Royal Rumble. It was the best thing I had seen in a while.
Nice.
I can hand on heart actually agree with
You gotta watch it. Go over to Shaman if you can. It's so much.
The model.
Yeah, the Royal Rumble, by the way, doesn't matter if you're the lowest tier, you can still watch it.
Models, the entrance music, the sound effects are perfect. Get a live ball set.
Oh, you certainly can. Oh, that wasn't live. Hang on, this one. Gotcha.
I have Quinn. I have no idea what that says. I'm sorry. I
Peter Daszak, also known as Peter Ballsack. Don't forget him, because he helped muddy the waters when it came to the whole COVID outbreak, you know?
Martin Santiago says opinions on Genshin Impact. I think it's unimaginative. I tried it.
Derivative.
Typical like cash grab feeling type of game. You know those like very, you know, it's obviously like the best one out of that type of game, but I thought it was good.
I haven't played it. I stay away from MMORPGs.
Yeah, no, I fired it up like, I don't know, 2019 to see what the hype was about. Wasn't my thing.
Gotcha.
Final Fantasy 14 on the other hand. Big fan.
Play Baldur's Gate 3.
That's a great game.
Just play that.
One of the best games ever made.
It's all you need.
Santa's Whiskey says, Happy New Year, Winston and Cat Milk. Why am I Cat Milk?
Now, would you like me to be the
That's
cat?
why. Yeah.
Baka. Baka says, any crazy crimes you heard about while living in China? Yes, you want to go to our patreon.com/ADV podcasts because we've covered that. I've never heard about that stuff. Is it true that Chinese families sell their deceased daughters for marriage purposes? Go to youtube.com/ADV China and type
with
in
Ghost Brides or
Ghost Brides. We did
a whole
about
episode
that.
on that, yeah.
Koala 1203.
They usually dig them up, by the way. They
Yeah.
usually don't sell them. And they sometimes kill them in order to,
We covered
sell
that
them.
in that episode. Don't give it all away.
Okay, fine.
Koala 1203. Wonder what would happen if the PRC successfully took over Taiwan in the 50s. Does that mean Taiwan would become the Hawaii of China as an alternate? Yeah, it would be a much better.
Yeah, much better Hawaii of China, I'll tell you that much.
Unless they ruined it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the factory of China. Factory
used to
island.
solo jobs.
Kenton Compton. Hey, fellas. Do you remember the 40,000 Chinese accounts banned in War Thunder a few weeks ago? Well, update. About 2 days ago, the servers for the game were attacked. Not saying it's China, but they might be showing Chinese manners. Could be.
I think you're absolutely right. I'm sure I've got a Chinese manners thing here. Let's see if I can find it for you.
That's what you do best.
It's been a while since I've used that particular one, so... Oh, there it is. There we go. Found it. When is 2 sessions? I can't wait to play that rap again.
Wait. FFA says, for an aid, isn't that a problem of high trust versus no trust? Other nations assume if someone asks for help, they need help. The CCP lives by...
I've been expecting you. Welcome to our enclave. You've caused quite the disruption on our planet. I'm afraid your bloody campaign ends here. The Green Jedi only want Corellia's freedom. Tell Darth Decimus the rebellion can't be killed. Then leave this planet forever.
You're a terrible host, Master Ramos. I just want to chat with your council.
You murdered Master Beddock and stormed our enclave. How foolish do you think I am?
Master Ramos?
There is no emotion. There is peace.
Stop your Jedi nonsense, Ramos.
General Hesker, how good of the Emperor to loosen your leash. To arms, Jedi. Preserve the Republic. Protect Corellia.
It was a pleasure to see your powers in action, my lord. I'm here on strict orders. We're to secure the courtyards and guard your rear.
Good to know the Imperial Guard's watching my back.
Wish we could see you further. Give Master Ramos my regards. Back to it, men. Leave no Jedi alive.
That's correct.
Western governments never learn.
And, you know, they take advantage of the developing nation status. Which, let's be honest, if you do travel around China, it is developing. People are poor. It's not a developed country, but the government doesn't care about the poor people. They care about this flashy image of their, like, skyscrapers and their space race and all that kind of stuff. So it's quite a juxtaposition. It's a difficult situation to really, like, you know what I mean?
TJ Murphy 990 says I do not like pitching. Maybe we should just try this. Yay, what? Any big goals for the Happy New Year, by the way. Is there just something to go to bike?
A long time ago, I thought it would be a good idea, but it's like less and less appealing.
Yeah, it's not really my scene.
But I mean, may as well check it out once.
Yeah.
As far as 2024,
it's just so remote.
You know, guys. Here's the thing. People don't like change, right? Yeah. We don't like change either. but we do have some ideas to make the show better.
Yeah.
And so we'll And we'll consult with you guys. We won't just drop a bomb on you and say like, okay, this is gonna change. But we have some ideas coming up in the
Rodzilla 5. YouTube kept blocking my chat, long take.
Oh,
you got this.
Makes me
Andrew,
more like schlong pig.
Why are you looking there? Why are you looking there?
It's there.
Well, you made it.
I mean,
you sought it out and you looked at it.
No, it
Schlong
just happened.
pig.
It just happened to be, you know, that was the footage that was there, you know. Yeah. Anyway,
Andrew C says, "Thank you guys for educating people about China and providing such good memes. Much love from upstate New York. Can I get to hell with you?"
Oh yes, of course.
Shout out.
You know that you're pretty close to where we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hong, hong, hong. To hell with you.
We get it. Oh, I thought he wanted a hong. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a duel with you. You know.
Bipedal species says AI 5G. I shoot pets and I love worm nests.
Well, I'm gonna give you one.
FX forced to the USA. That's not related to us. Wow. This is really cool. Thank you, Rupert and Doc. Nice.
Well, that's
Super chat.
incredibly generous. Thank you so much.
And Rupert says, starting the new year with my annual subscription. Looking forward to another great year of journalism. True story, I lost 25 pounds in 2023 using HelloFresh. Due to portion control, can recommend it. And that was in my notes that I put in for a personal thing. Portion control is so key and that was so useful.
Yep.
Does China have a, did you hear that? Don't forget to go check out hellofresh.com/ADV free.
ADV free.
Does China have a board game scene or culture? I see it a lot online. You do have a little bit, yeah.
Absolutely, they play the Chinese chess.
Yeah, but the board game thing is, their commercial board games are huge.
Like actual board games?
I lived right next to a board game shop, and young, I would say people in their early 20s would go meet up there and play Settlers of Catan and all those kind of things.
Well, maybe I didn't see it much.
Yep.
I didn't see it much.
Very popular too.
Maybe in your little area.
No. It was even when I lived in Inner Mongolia, there was a board game shop near where I lived.
Interesting.
Very popular.
Yeah, that's just not something I picked up on. But when it comes to actual like outdoor, the old people are always playing Chinese chess. You know.
Seen Master Ramos after you stomped his ambush. His face went bright red, then he smashed the comm station.
Master Ramos needs to brush up on his Jedi teachings.
Well, he calmed down quick and started rallying his best defenses. He isn't about to make your break-in easy. He's got a small army of green Jedi waiting for you on the other side of that door. I could stir up a distraction. I'd blow my cover, but I'll do it if you really want me to.
The longer you go undetected, the better. I'll dispatch these Jedi myself.
Good. But I was willing. That's what counts, right? Now, let's get these doors open. Just enter the 2 access codes, and there. Good luck. I'll see you in no time.
Master Ramos, the Council's concerned.
All due respect, Counselor, but now is not the time. Ah, come in. I'd introduce you around, but I think we're past small talk. I don't know how you slipped past security. We'll repair the flaw after you're dispatched.
Let's not be hasty, Ramos. We've had a good run. Surrender sounds good right about now.
Have faith, Counselor. Corellia's citizens look to the Green Jedi for guidance. We won't abandon them now.
Stand back, Darwin. This is going to get messy.
He's a monster, Ramos. Whole armies run from his dark powers in terror. Facing him, suicide.
Calm down, Counselor. No one can face the entire Green Jedi Council and live.
Well, I tried. They're all yours.
Strong, but not strong enough. Treachery won't save you. There is no death, only the Force.
Blasted Jedi. They've interfered with Corellian politics for the last time. It's done, Darth Decimus. The Green Jedi Council's finished.
Excellent. Without that Jedi, the rebellion will crumble. Nothing will stop this miserable planet from joining the Empire. And we have you to thank.
Just doing my part.
That said, I won't let you escape without due reward.
Don't forget me, Darth Decimus. I played a big role. Big enough for Corellia's new Prime Minister.
That was our agreement, wasn't it? I can see it now. Corellia rebuilding under the glorious leadership of Darbin Sul. But freedom allows rebellion, and we've had enough of that. Perhaps we erase Corellia's would-be leader and rule with an iron fist.
Establish direct control over this planet. Its citizens will obey or face punishment. And Darbin, people think you betrayed us. Letting you live would be a sign of weakness.
We could issue a press release, clear up the whole thing. Please. I'm supposed to be Prime Minister.
Good. We've worked too hard to let Corellia slip through our fingers. This is a historic day, and it must be properly commemorated. Report to me at once, so the Empire can give you the recognition you deserve.
I can't wait until you see this.
That was nothing.
People of Corellia, citizens of the Empire. Today marks a new beginning. The Green Jedi have repented. The battle for Corellia is over. Our champion stands before us, fresh from battle. He deserves our deepest respect. No existing award fits your triumph, so I bestow you, for the first time in galactic history, our newest and highest honor, the Medal of Imperial Glory.
Thank you, Darth Decimus. I'm proud to have freed Corellia from the Republic's tyranny.
As you should be. Your actions have altered the course of the galaxy, and you deserve recognition. Though our victory was great, it didn't come without sacrifice.
Councillor Darbin Sull tried to negotiate for Corellia's peace. The Green Jedi executed him, repaying his patriotism with death.
As we mourn the loss of Darbin Sull, and all the dearly departed Corellians, we must look to the future. Effective immediately, the Empire will exercise direct control over Corellia. Together, we'll repair the damage wrought by the rebellion.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
And honorable. The entire galaxy will take note.
Get off Corellia!
Councillor Jolter, who sent you?
No one. Everyone. The people of Corellia won't stand for the Empire's rule. Blasted Sith. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Normally, an assassin wouldn't leave this room alive. But Corellia's soaked in enough rebel blood. Get the Councillor some medical attention. He'll come around.
I approve your occupation. I'm a traitor to my planet. My people.
Silence, Councillor. You're tired, just like this planet. The Empire will help you both. Councillor Jolter isn't alone. Corellia still crawls with the confused, the angry, the violent. Let us clear up their misunderstanding.
Citizens of Corellia, kneel to Darth Decimus.
Today, the Dark Council and the Emperor himself look upon you. It is my honor to proclaim Corellia an official member of the Empire. Perhaps you'll share a few words to mark this historic occasion. Something to inspire the galaxy.
There are two ways to serve the Empire. I know them both. Prove your worth and make the galaxy take note of your power. Or work as slaves, chained to cruel masters. You don't want that. Follow the Empire and escape torment. Don't make us take you by force.
Well spoken. Now let us close these proceedings. Corellia has finally claimed its rightful place with the Empire. The rest of the galaxy will follow. Nothing will stop us from winning this war. Long live the Empire! Long live the conqueror of Corellia!
Please. It's all really too much. A gigantic statue of my partner will be sufficient enough. Have fun. Jack's gotta get back. Jack's gotta get back. I know.
And
no, board games are
that kind
huge.
of thing.
Like it's
Mahjong
on live streaming too. People are always
sure.
streaming that
I
stuff.
mean, I'm sure there's a niche for it. China's got a huge population.
Yeah. But it's something I saw a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's cool.
Yeah,
I saw it once. I saw it once in like a Burger King. They'd set up one of those board games.
The Chinese Communist Party could invade Taiwan as early as this spring. They're already trying to mess with Taiwan's election, and foreign investors are starting to get out of China. Then more on this week's China News headlines. Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. This episode is sponsored by Surfshark. Whenever you go online, you should be using a VPN like Surfshark to cover your tracks and protect your identity. I'll tell you more at the end. Welcome to 2024 and Happy New Year. It's the message Chinese leader Xi Jinping has given everyone at his annual greeting. And he just wants you to know reunification with Taiwan is inevitable. Well, I guess we know what his New Year's resolution is. Why couldn't he pick something normal like quit smoking, quit drinking, or quit being an authoritarian maniac bent on global domination? You know who agrees with Xi? Eric Prince, the American military contractor who founded Blackwater. He told a news outlet that China is likely to attack Taiwan in spring of 2024. Why? Because in his view, the Biden administration has lost international credibility, especially after the bungled military pullout of Afghanistan. And also the U.S. is too busy dealing with wars in Ukraine and Israel. And China would be a fool to not take advantage of that kind of strategic opportunity. Prince said it must feel like the door is wide open for them to do whatever it is they want to do. So, figuratively, it's high time for the Biden administration to close that door, and literally, since strong gusts of wind are dangerous for old Joe. Now, I'm not saying Eric Prince is necessarily right about the invasion timeline, but the Chinese regime's threats to Taiwan have definitely increased over the last several years, and it's reaching a fever pitch. Taiwan has a presidential election coming up on January 13th. The DPP, the Democratic Progressive Party, has led Taiwan's government for the last 8 years. They want to win again, and a big part of their campaign is standing up to the Chinese Communist Party. And as you can imagine, the CCP is totally cool with that. They actively encourage anyone not happy with them to go ahead and step inside their suggestion room. Here's a picture of it. Yeah. No. Obviously, the Chinese regime does not like the DPP or its new candidate, William Lai. They want one of the candidates from the other two major parties to win. which is why a top Chinese official is urging/threatening Taiwan's people to make the correct choice in the upcoming election. Though really, when it comes right down to it, everything China urges is technically a threat. Anyone who disagrees with them can always speak out in the suggestion room. So what happens if the Taiwanese people make the wrong choice? Well, the CCP wants everyone to fear that if Taiwan stands up to the CCP, that will trigger an invasion. That's why over the past 8 years, the CCP has increased its threats, for example, with more military incursions near Taiwan. But the CCP has not actually invaded, and it's entirely possible they haven't invaded because Taiwan keeps standing up to them. Of course, regardless of who wins the election next week, it's anyone's guess when or whether the CCP will actually launch the invasion they've been rehearsing. But one thing I will predict, whatever the CCP wants you to do, it's best to do the opposite of that. Even if the CCP just told me to eat more broccoli, I'd be like, what did you do to the broccoli? And after the break, the CCP also has its design set on America in the new year. Welcome back. I don't know about you, but here in New York, I celebrated New Year's Eve by watching the ball drop in Times Square, big crowds, live music, B-list celebrities, all on the television from the comfort of my living room. Of course, such a great event wouldn't be possible without lots and lots of funding each year.
We'd also like to thank our partners, Carnival Cruise Line, Fountain Blue Las Vegas, Kay Jewelers, Kia, and the Sino-American Friendship Association.
Wait, what? The Sino-American Friendship Association? That's a CCP front group. This would be like if during the Cold War in the 1970s, you saw New York's New Year's Eve sponsored by fuzzy Soviet hats and Moscow mules. Although, to be fair, those would be good options to stay warm in Times Square in the winter. It turns out the Sino-American Friendship Association sponsors lots of events in New York City, not just the New Year's Eve event in Times Square, but also the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and the Evening of Chinese Culture at a Mets game. 2 of those 3 have a large audience. The Sino-American Friendship Association has real influence. For example, they organize trips for mayors of U.S. cities to visit China, where they meet with the United Front Work Department. That's the CCP's main organ to influence politics overseas. The United Front Work Department is such a front for shady dealings, they put front right in the name. They make it so obvious people think, no way they would be that upfront with it, would they? Yeah, that's why the front is in front, right up front. A decade ago, the Sino-American Friendship Association paid for Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams to visit China. 8 years later, he was elected mayor of New York City. Now, I'm not saying Mayor Eric Adams is bought and paid for by the Chinese Communist Party, but one of his top aides who helped him win the Chinese vote also gets Chinese Communist cash through her other consulting work. And that same aide also attended a New Year's Eve event hosted by the office of a Chinese official who has repeatedly praised the Chinese government and denied the Uyghur genocide. So, not a great look for the mayor. But it could be the start of a great year for the Chinese Communist Party. It might also be a great year for the Chinese electric vehicle maker BYD. As of last quarter, they're selling more electric cars than Tesla. In 2023, BYD sold over 1.5 million electric vehicles, mostly overseas, sent to places like Europe and Australia. Now, whatever you think of Elon Musk, I'd rather drive a Tesla than a BYD car made in China. I'd even rather be on a social media platform run by Elon Musk than one run in China. The problem is, Chinese electric cars can be used to spy on you on behalf of the Chinese regime. Did you just publicly criticize the CCP? I wonder why your Chinese electric car suddenly won't start. Well, I guess it's better that it won't start than it won't stop. Despite BYD's success, the Chinese economy as a whole is not doing well. Chinese workers suffered the biggest drop in hiring salaries on record last quarter. That shows you just how bad unemployment is. Too many people are desperately competing for not enough jobs. That means employers can make salaries lower and lower. That may sound like it's good for Chinese companies, but it's not. It's a reflection of much deeper problems in the Chinese economy. It will soon translate to lower sales, and therefore less profit for everyone. It's a race to the bottom, and everyone has high-speed BYD cars that think they just criticized the CCP. Meanwhile, foreign investors are slowly starting to realize just how bad things are for the Chinese economy. Last month, they accelerated their China equity sell-off. In other words, they sold off tons of stocks in Chinese companies. That headline refers to long-only investments. What that means is the faith foreign investors had that Chinese companies were going to do well long-term has gone straight out the window. Foreign investors pulled out $3.8 billion in December, making it the third largest monthly outflow on record. We could be seeing the beginning of a much larger foreign decoupling from China. They used to look at China like marriage material. Now they see them as a fling at best. Pretty soon they'll be downgraded to tryst, and eventually ghosted altogether, which will only make China's economy worse and worse. And after the break, no one can win with Chinese video games. Welcome back. As I mentioned in a previous episode, the trial of Hong Kong media executive Jimmy Lai began just before Christmas. He ran a pro-democracy newspaper until authorities shut it down. Because of course they did. Running a pro-democracy newspaper in China is like running a pro-Jedi blog on the Death Star. Lai is now accused of crimes that harm China's so-called national security. This week he officially pled not guilty to the charges, which is exactly what a guilty person would do. Case closed. Specifically, those charges include collusion with foreign forces, conspiracy to collude with foreign forces, and sedition. Among other things, they're accusing him of meeting with U.S. officials back in 2019, people like Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi, which, okay, he did, but the accusation is that he tried to convince them to sanction China. I don't know if that part is true, but even if it is, that was still perfectly legal in 2019. Is it unjust to charge him with something that was legal at the time? Doesn't really matter since Jimmy Lai has been denied trial by jury. His case will be decided only by government-appointed judges. And with national security cases in Hong Kong, there's a 100% conviction rate. If you want to learn more about how national security cases are prosecuted in Hong Kong, you can't. Because this week the Hong Kong Department of Justice deleted the entire National Security Case Index from its website. What's crazy is they had only published that case index last week. At the time, they made a big stink to the press about their efforts to be open and transparent. When questioned by Hong Kong Free Press, the Justice Department did not respond when asked why the content was removed and whether it would be restored. The Hong Kong government is a complete farce. The Chinese Communist Party doesn't just censor sensitive court cases, though. They also censor video games. Over the last few years, they've put in lots of rules to increase their control over gaming. For example, in 2020, they blocked the game Animal Crossing because players were using its customization features to promote Hong Kong democracy. They also put on time limits, banning kids from playing online games for more than 3 hours a week, which, by the way, is not about protecting kids from too much screen time. It's about protecting kids from too many foreign ideas. Also, the Communist Party thinks games are a waste of time when the worker bees should really be out maximizing production. Come on, people, put down Minecraft and go to work in the actual mines. Anyway, this week, China removed the top Communist Party official in charge of video games. He was the head of the publishing unit of the Communist Party's publicity department, which oversees publishing and propaganda. That includes video games, apparently. He was sacked after his department proposed new rules for games, which included capping how much money people could donate to video game streamers. The rule was certainly in line with the CCP's main tenet, not giving too much power to the people. But here's the problem. After the rules were proposed, it wiped nearly $80 billion off the market value of China's two biggest gaming companies. So really, there was no winning for that guy, only bad choices. Which is basically the story of how things are everywhere in China right now. Specifically, Xi's New Year's resolution. And if you like gaming, I suggest you check out this episode about why you like to be bad according to Warhammer Darktide. It's on my new channel, Gamers Unbeaten, where every week I publish a new episode of Deep Thoughts while gaming. And this episode is sponsored by Surfshark. When you go online, everything you do is potentially compromised, unless you're taking active steps to protect yourself. No matter where you live, no matter what you do online, you should always be keeping your internet activity private with a VPN like Surfshark. Here's just one of many reasons. When websites track you, they collect your browsing history and personal information, and a lot of them use that info to charge you higher prices. This is called price discrimination. That's technically legal, but so is fighting back. It works like this. Let's say you're shopping for airline tickets. You see a price, but close your browser before buying because you need time to decide. But that website remembers that you're interested, so their algorithm predicts that if you come back, you'd be willing to pay higher prices. So they might jack up the price, just because they can. It's the same thing with hotels and rental cars. It can even depend on where the website thinks you're from. You might be charged more if it thinks you're from a rich country like Austria, and much less if it thinks you're from the Czech Republic. But when you use Surfshark to change your IP address and begin your search in a private browser tab, you're much more likely to get the lowest prices. So it's worth it to check out Surfshark. With just one account, you can connect as many devices as you want. Try it out because right now you can get the Surfshark winter deal. Go to surfshark.com/uncensored and get up to 6 additional months for free. That's surfshark.com/uncensored and use the code uncensored. The link is in the description. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. Thanks for watching China Uncensored. The Chinese Communist Party could invade Taiwan as early as this spring. The pressure is building on Xi Jinping. Could this be the year everything falls apart? Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. It's 2024. We've made it past the movie sci-fi years and into the movie apocalypse years. And this year could be a major turning point for China. The massive economic rebound that was supposed to happen after China lifted its zero-COVID policy last year did not happen. Instead, China's real estate sector continued its death spiral. Youth unemployment skyrocketed, while foreign investment and exports plummeted. On top of that, political pressure is mounting on Chinese leader Xi Jinping as rumors of purges and assassinations mar his credibility. 2024 could be the year China faces a black swan event, a term that describes a rare and unpredictable event that have a major impact. Think Tiananmen Square massacre. Or there could be a gray rhino. Those are highly probable catastrophes that are ignored until they become a immediate threat. That's essentially the real estate crisis. People saw that coming a mile away. And black swan and gray rhino events should tell you political scientists are really just kids deep down that wanted to go to the zoo but were forced to stay at home and study by their parents.
Thank you.
Now, keep watching to the end because I'm going to get into some wild predictions about what might happen in China in 2024. But first, there are 3 trends to keep an eye on. Pay attention so you know what's going on when these start to happen this year. As a variety of crises come to a head, the CCP will exert even greater control over society. But this will ultimately serve to undermine the party's and Xi's legitimacy. Foreign investors will continue to leave China in droves as they see increasing regulatory crackdowns presenting a worse and worse return on investment. And finally, communism and socialism globally will go into decline as traditionalism and nationalism become ascendant, sparking a variety of social unrest around the world. That's one reason why I'm worried about China Uncensored in 2024. I suspect YouTube could begin a major crackdown that could see mass demonetization, or even deleting our videos or channel. That's why I need your support. Join what I call the China Uncensored 50 Cent Army on Patreon, over at patreon.com/China Uncensored. Link is in the description below. All it takes is $1 an episode. You can set a monthly limit, and not only will you be giving us the funding we need to pay our staff and keep the lights on, but I directly embed episodes on Patreon. So even if YouTube takes it down, you can still watch on Patreon. Again, China Uncensored would not exist without your support. So now, on to my predictions for China in 2024. Right after this hopefully undemonetized commercial break. Welcome back. So what does 2024 hold for China? Let's get into it. Starting with politics. I'm expecting to see a lot more attacks on Xi Jinping, both from opponents within China and abroad.
Guess I'll work
this will
on the
most
ship
likely
a
take the
while.
form of rumors revolving around Xi being unstable, invading Taiwan, assassinations, and purges. These rumors will even make their way into Western media coverage of China, like this Politico article from 2023 about Xi going full Stalin. I covered that article in this episode. I'll put a link to that.
Don't make me go
By the way,
against
that
my
episode was
teachings.
demonetized by YouTube. Xi Jinping will respond to this by continuing what he calls self-revolution, which is very much like Mao's continuous revolution. Basically, expect to see a lot more purges. Xi going after the financial sector and taking greater personal control over it. Which brings me to the economy. The CCP will attempt to rein in the ongoing economic crisis, but deflation will be hard to stop. The real estate crisis will continue to get worse and affect other economic sectors.
Leave everything to me,
The problems
Master. I will
of
not
$23
disappoint you.
trillion of debt in local government will come to the front. Already there's not enough money to pay workers. That's only going to get worse. And as the economy gets worse, foreign investors will continue to pull out of China, making China's economic woes even worse. Now onto the military front. There's a lot of concern that the CCP will launch an invasion of Taiwan as a distraction from all its other problems. While not impossible, I think it's highly unlikely. The CCP is looking to avoid a war and is working on increasing military-to-military communication with the US. To put on a show of strength, though, the CCP will continue small-scale aggression, like flying jets near Taiwan, and harassing neighbors, particularly the Philippines and the South China Sea. We might also see more border skirmishes with India. As for Taiwan, likely William Lai will be elected president of Taiwan and take a tougher approach to China, in both words and actions. We'll probably also see greater calls in the US from politicians, academics, commentators, etc., to formally recognize Taiwan as an independent nation. The CCP won't like any of this and will continue to use its military to intimidate Taiwan, but an invasion is highly unlikely. What will be really interesting to watch is how all this will affect Chinese society. Keep in mind, we have no idea what the true death toll of COVID was in China. And now a new disease is spreading rapidly throughout China. The CCP won't go back to a zero-COVID style policy, though. That was too damaging to the economy. But dissatisfaction with the CCP and a resentment about the party's inability to deliver on promises of prosperity will further destabilize and delegitimize the party's rule. The CCP will respond with more authoritarian measures in an attempt to control dissent, which will only make things worse. What would be really interesting is if this inspires some local governments or even some local military garrisons to start acting independently. We could start to see the seeds of what might be a post-CCP China taking shape. Now there's a video I want to show you, but first, it's time to show love to the people who make this show possible. The China Uncensored 50 Cent Army. Fans who support the show on patreon.com/China Uncensored. As my way of thanks, I answer their questions at the end of these episodes. Today's question comes from Martin Sebisek. It seems like a good idea. What's wrong with protecting children by limiting their gaming addiction? Well, that's a bit awkward of a question since I have a new gaming channel, Gamers Unbeaten. But Martin is responding to this recent episode about China's latest video game ban. And now, personally, I do think gaming addiction is a very real, very serious problem. It's so much easier to check out of life and all its problems and escape into a world of games. And especially for young people, video games can be a lot more fun than schoolwork or the awkward social interactions of high school. But those are the things you actually need to go somewhere in life. So is it good the CCP is limiting kids' access to games to just 3 hours a week? No. And here's why. First, I suspect the CCP doesn't actually have the good of the children in mind. It's most likely they're trying to prevent Chinese gamers from having interactions with people overseas, who might say things like Tiananmen Square 1989 or Taiwan is a country. But more importantly, it's not the government's job to raise kids, it's the parents' job. Even if you agree video games are bad for kids, that's a decision for parents to make, not the state. This is just part of the CCP trying to control every aspect of people's lives. Thanks for your question and your support, Martin. And now, push for my gaming channel. In my ongoing attempts to talk about controversial topics YouTube would otherwise censor by hiding them in game content, click on this video about Warhammer and why people who think they're the good guys are often the bad guys. Click on that orange button to support us on Patreon. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. See you next time.
Videos, your blog, and your MySpace page. Yes. That is just boring as hell. But then once you kill a bunch of people and yourself, it becomes a video multimedia manifesto.
Yeah, he felt invisible. And, well, he's still in now. He's really invisible.
Yes.
He's dead.
No, you won't be seeing him no more.
He sent a
Oh,
press
won't be
kit.
seeing him no more.
Headshot.
Yeah, he sent out a press
All
kit.
well put together.
That's what they said.
Quotes about him.
Yeah.
It's a press kit.
Well, you want to get into it? This is how it all went down last night, on NBC.
Ah, yes.
No, but and then there's all these roadside bombs in Iraq. People die there by the thousands, and there's no loving testimony about each victim in Iraq with piano playing behind it.
Yeah, with the nice music
bad
playing
American
in the
mother crying about it.
No, it's not even nice music. It's like that morbid, like creepy, over the top. Yeah.
Good evening. We now know what the Virginia Tech gunman was doing during that 2-hour period between shootings on campus. He was compiling before going to the post office and mailing via overnight mail what can only be described as a multimedia manifesto containing video, and a lengthy document to NBC headquarters. Building here in New York.
He actually said that on the air.
Yeah.
Yes.
It can only be as a.
What can only be described.
Oh, excuse me. There's a few other ways to describe that.
The ramblings of a weirdo loser.
How about a bunch of videos and pics?
Yeah.
And
it's not like it's like 1970 where it's like, wow, this guy's got video. What is that stuff? Video of himself? What is video? Anyone could take their phone now and make a manifesto.
Yes.
It's not like this, wow, he got video.
We got Paltalk cameras on right now.
Yeah,
I guess we're doing a manifesto as we speak.
This is the Opie and Anthony Manifest Show. That's what we're calling it, the Manifest Show.
Nice.
What is a manifesto? Can we look that up direct? Because they always credit some ass like Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, he had a manifesto.
Another rambling douche.
Can you imagine though he goes to the post office?
Yeah.
In between? Maybe he was just going to only kill those two people, and then he got so frustrated at the post office to decide, oh my God.
I like that.
I got to lose my mind now.
Yeah, he had to go to the post office to mail the thing in between.
I like that he had to be at the post office and have polite discourse with some. Next. Oh, thank you.
How you doing?
You have to look, make sure you had a 10.
Did I have the right label for express mail?
There's confusion. It's like, oh, I think you were before me.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Do you have do you have the zip code? Actually, no. No problem. I can look it up. Oh, thanks.
I'll look at it. Or we were talking about it during commercials that maybe his intention was to just kill the initial people at the first building, but he got so pissed at the post office,
so frustrated,
like waiting online. There was probably somebody that was online in front of him that just was asking stupid questions, and he's like, "Oh my God."
Come on!
Now I'm really
either that or he killed the first couple of people and then watched the news and was like, this ain't happening.
Yeah,
damn it.
Oh, wow,
I need a manifesto. Multimedia manifesto.
The envelope was sent from Blacksburg, Virginia on Monday morning. And looking at a copy, you can even see the handwriting of the clerk checking it in at 9:01 a.m. But because
we all got his autograph,
had the wrong zip code, and there are 3 different scratched-out attempts at it, along with Rockefeller Avenue and not Rockefeller Plaza in New York. The zip code had to be corrected, and it didn't arrive.
Doesn't he watch Tina Fey's show?
Come on. Yeah, right? Watch Tina Fey's show. Send it there.
Yeah. He can't find it. He's always looking for 30 lock.
Wow.
Oh, God.
They're, anyone else knows they're explaining this way too much?
Yeah.
Like they're trying to cover their ass. Like, look, a lot of people think we might have had this package the day before, but look, it got the address wrong and the zip wrong.
Yeah.
It's like a guy trying to explain why there's a gun in his bag. It was put right in my bag. I had nothing.
Look.
I had no choice. That was not my marijuana.
Here's your manifesto definition: a public declaration of intentions, opinions, objectives, or motives as one issued by a government, sovereign, or organization.
The manifesto. A lot of countries put out a manifesto.
We have to get our motives and our intentions. Okay. When I am done with this show today, I am going to go home and try to receive treats from my girlfriend orally.
That is a manifesto.
Why? Because I want them.
You got something festering in your
manhood. Manifesto.
Code had to be corrected, and it didn't arrive here until today. An alert New York City Postal Service employee spotted the return address, and he spotted the return address name Ishmael and brought it to our attention
That was
by
good.
hand.
Yeah. That postal guy was pretty good. You know, actually looking at the return address, realizing, yeah, you know, this is from the same place, but it's Ishmael. Oh, I kind of remember them saying something about that.
Ishmael.
He's well read.
Hey, do you need a password for the pre-sale? Ryan, Long Island, go.
Hey, how you doing, Owen? You guys didn't mention any sort of password, and you need one for the pre-sale when it starts.
Manifesto.
Hold on.
That's just
That's
wonderful.
his manifesto.
It's not on.
I do say so.
That's why he's
myself.
going to go kill somebody.
Yeah,
they did not issue any sort of a password.
Password.
All right, keep listening to the radio. Pre-sale starts at
He
9.
might have told me what it was.
If we need a password, we'll find it out immediately.
You who did not issue a password.
Here we go. Williams says the first thing they did was call authorities, then they were sensitive. What? I then made copies. I don't know.
When the package arrived on the desk of our news division president today, the first thing we did was call federal authorities.
They're coming
Tonight
their
they
ass,
have the original envelope. This one we've been showing you is a color copy. We have been poring over a copy of the contents we made. It has taken hours, and we are still going through it. We are sensitive to how all of this will be seen by those affected, and we know we are, in effect, airing the words of a murderer here tonight.
But you can't just say, we are sensitive,
Yeah, we're
and
sensitive
then go
to
do
it.
it.
Then do it.
Airing it.
Yeah, you
That's
can't.
like a guy raping. He's raping a girl and giving domestic violence stats.
How amazing would it have been if the guy we're listening to said, we are sensitive to how this will affect, so we're not going to show it to you.
Yeah, so
anyway, we just want to let you know we have it. It's amazing.
We made a decision. Yeah. It'll end up. It's going to be on YouTube anyway. So if you want to see it, just search
That's
it
the
on
same
YouTube.
crap like when you do wrong and you go, I take full responsibility.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
No, it's like a John Rocker style of apology. Like, if you were offended because you're stupid, even though you're wrong, I'm sorry. Because my lawyer made me be sorry. It's pointless.
Exactly.
How great would it be if he sent it to NBC and he kept citing the reasons for these murders as how awful NBC television sitcoms had become, and there's not a laugh to be had. I had to kill people. NBC is so bad. It's so unfun. Do you think they still would have aired it?
They'd have played it. Yeah, sure. All the other networks would have.
They might have paraphrased it.
Yeah.
When the time came, I did it.
Oh, yeah, now we get to listen.
I have not heard his voice yet.
Now we get Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, now we get to listen to Napoleon Dynamite. Oh, you idiot!
When the time came, I did it.
Nerd.
I had to.
In a separate written document, he includes 29 photos he apparently took of himself. He looks like a normal, smiling college student
With
in
a
only the
greasy
first
head.
2. In the rest, he presents the stern face and strikes the pose that was very likely what his victim saw later on.
No, it wasn't!
In 11 of the
Oh, you
pictures,
dink.
he aims handguns at the camera, likely the very ones he bought in the past 2 months.
They're making it like this is like a cowboy comic book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's what they're doing. Just like Jesse James was probably a fat nerd who awkwardly quit when he pulled the trigger, he cringed and made all sorts of gay faces.
Probably had really bad BO.
Yeah.
Swamp ass.
But they show him with a chiseled face on the cover of some comic book, and then kids end up being cowboys. It's the same thing here.
Yeah.
The grimace and the pointing. No,
Yeah, look
when he
at
was
him.
shooting the kids, he was probably blinking a lot and probably peed in his own pants.
Made a stupid face like a guitarist doing a real hard guitar lead.
You know, when I was a kid, I idolized Jesse James, and but then someone told me that his grandfather had been shot by Jesse James.
Jesse James shot my grandfather. And then I had I had the same thing happen. I had a nightmare that I was on a train with my family, and Jesse James came in, and I was all psyched to see him, but then he started shooting my family.
Yeah, and wasn't the weird part about the dream that the set looked like it was probably right next to the house? Like it was
it was.
It was lit
weird
the same,
like that.
even though it was the old
lit
West,
the same, and the
as a
music
suburban
was
house.
kind of written by the same guy that wrote some, I don't know, poppy kind of song.
And then I wasn't sure what was happening, but for some reason, my father had fallen with his face on the pillow, and Jesse James was behind him, grabbing his hips and trying to help him up.
Weird.
Holstering the old pistol.
Yes, and he fired bullets at my father all over his back.
Oh, my goodness.
And then, I don't know why, but Jesse James was afraid to get Dad's blood on him.
All right, hey, listen. Well, the actions could have been avoided. Here's more of Napoleon Dynamite.
You had 100 billion chances and ways to have avoided today, but you decided to spill my blood. You forced me into a corner and gave me only one option.
Took my tots.
Was yours. Now you have blood on your hands that will never wash off.
Much of it is incoherent, laced with profanity. He rails against hedonism and Christianity.
You just loved crucifying me. You loved inducing cancer in my head, terrorizing my heart, and raping my soul all this time.
That's not railing against
He could have the worst voice I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It's the worst voice I've ever heard.
Yeah.
He should do voiceovers for diarrhea.
You mean like commercials that are like for diarrhea? Like that, not to stop diarrhea, but...
Yeah.
Diarrhea.
It's a pro-diarrhea commercial, Louis. That's what he's getting.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to have diarrhea. What's better than diarrhea?
Give me cancer in my brain. Pain in my heart.
Ugh. What did he say? You had, right in the beginning of that, he says, you had hundreds of millions of chances of ways.
100 trillion gazillion ways.
Stop is, but...
I blame the Ligers.
You guys are dicks.
Sounds like Tara Reid.
Oh my God, guys. I'm so angry with you.
Yeah.
100 billion gazillion ways.
But that's not a real number, Tara.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
But this is news. That's the thing is the serious, what makes it offensive is the dude talking over it and...
Oh, yeah.
We had to show you this.
Yes.
We couldn't just tell you what was in it.
I just hope we're getting smarter out there. You know, they're obviously lying to us. You know, I hope we're becoming more media savvy. They did it for the ratings and for the money that it will generate, and they should admit that openly.
It's true. The problem is that nobody watches something less because they think it's reprehensible. You know what I mean?
No, we as a people love reprehensible stuff.
Yeah.
Well, why do people think in such a short period of time, you know, relatively speaking, and we've heard this thousands of times, we've been on this planet for a very short period of time. I don't know why humans feel that we can evolve so quickly. You know, it was a nothing. It was such a small amount of time between the gladiators killing each other for amusement in the Colosseum. Yeah, on the whole global timeline, the snap of a finger.
It's not even that.
It's nothing.
It's not even
Why do people think because we learned how to build cool things that in our heads we're not the same people that kind of dig watching atrocities and just horrible things?
Still, every day when I just look at traffic on a highway flowing smoothly, I'm amazed that people aren't just stopping their cars and killing and raping everyone around them.
And the only reason they're not, you're right.
I'm amazed that everyone doesn't do that all the time.
Only reason they're not is because they're late for something.
That's it.
Like they have to be somewhere.
Yes.
If people didn't have jobs, jobs is a way to keep this planet from just ending up with people ripping each other's clothing off, raping, killing.
The entire fabric of society is a distraction because in reality, what do you need a job for? To get money, to get food. You could grow food right outside your door, buy a cow and drink the milk and then eat it later. But we make this, we put it in another place so you have to get, just so that, first of all, so guys can get out of their houses and not listen to their ugly, stupid wives. And also, everybody's wife is stupid and ugly. And so that people won't kill each other.
Do you think deep down we secretly wish for stuff like this to happen?
Yes.
Is there like some kind of like excitement that we feel?
Dude, I've told you of my dream all the time. It is to be around for the complete apocalypse of the world.
Totally.
I want to be around and just watch either the meteor hit or just a complete meltdown of all society where it's complete anarchy, nothing but gunfire and bombs outside.
I want an alien invasion.
Alien invasion would be another great one.
Nuclear bomb, that's just hack. I want like alien.
Oh, you want something like amazing, way out there.
Even though the movie sucked, War of the Worlds all the way.
Oh, totally.
Where you just realize, wow, we have no chance against this whatsoever.
Great.
You can't make phone calls and make some crazy last minute deal with a country. No, you don't even know how. You don't even know their language.
No, when they started making warnings about Katrina, I gotta say there was at least 4% of me that was going, come on,
Levy,
see it.
Yeah,
don't hold.
People are like, you're crazy to say that, but I think secretly we all have that deep inside us. Like,
why do you think people watch the news so much like that? When there's big stories, the ratings go up on the news.
Yeah.
What are they watching it for? Hoping, please solve this and get it off the air so I don't have to see it anymore?
When the guy got that envelope, after he, pulled down his pants and did what he obviously did immediately to relieve himself of the anxiety he was feeling.
Sure.
He gathered people together and they said, okay, what if we release this? What happens? Well, people will be really upset. And then somebody else said, but will they watch us less? And nope. Put it out.
It's
full
on.
speed ahead.
They don't even have that conversation. It's just that's a reflex.
When I got home from doing some errands and I turned on the TV and saw this was going down, in my brain I'm like, cool. Like, wow, there's more to this story.
Yeah.
And then, I'm going to go home today, and I'm going to hope there's going to be another tidbit that comes out.
That's why
I feel, and I hope we don't have to say this, but of course we feel bad for the victims and all their families and all that. But as far as a viewer and living through this, when you hear that there's a new tidbit, you're running right to the TV.
It doesn't even have anything to do with the actual tragedy.
No.
What it is how can we look at things like curse words being offensive and let's not offend people on their race and stuff when we are still so uncivilized mentally and with our own instincts that we enjoy watching suffering and crime and murder.
Yeah, but Janet Jackson's boob.
Yeah,
and,
but that's the stuff that we got.
That's the worst thing that happened in American history in the last decade.
Right.
I mean, that changed the world.
Yeah, the booby slip.
Yeah, that changed the world with a star over the nipple.
We're on a bizarro planet.
Speaking of disaster, enough.
I'm trying to think of when I was 20. Yeah,
screw it.
21.
You get the point. We got to get more of the Napoleon Dynamite dude's audio on.
And don't say when I was 21, Hiroshima. Bastards.
I was going to go with an Abe Lincoln joke.
Really go.
I was just.
You're going to really take the exaggeration further.
I'm a fan of exaggerated humor.
That's good.
Actually, I'm not. I think it's awful.
Why, I said something like when I was a kid, Christ was still an apprentice.
I didn't have to do this. I could have left. I could have fled.
Jesus.
But no, I will no longer run. It's not for me. For my children. For my brothers and sisters that you I did it for them.
Coward.
What is Nicolas Cage talking about?
Yeah, he's just over dramatic.
If you're gonna kill people and then manifesto his eyes, just enunciate.
Yeah.
Just be clear. Don't make people strange.
Find a proofreader, too. It might help you a little bit.
Or be funny. How great would it be if there was no doom
If he was
in it?
hilarious.
And if he was like
the king of comedy.
And if he was like, I hate to do this, but so many shoes do not match pants, and just went on this silly rant.
Oh, my God.
Or you go, girl, and he was high-fiving someone.
That would be...
That could only be described as, I'm sorry, but it is hilarious.
That would be so creepy, man.
It can only be described as a hoot.
Just gives an Opie laugh.
You would have a lot of Beavis and Butthead faces on the news, like...
He did impressions, but it's like really bad impressions of Christopher Walken.
Or Arnold Schwarzenegger, the one every comedian...
I'm the Terminator. Yeah, that would be awful. Then would they air it? If he was being, funny?
How would they? What would the angle be there?
His laugh-a-festo.
Let's get more here.
You sadistic stars, I may be nothing but a piece of You have vandalized my heart, raped my soul, and torched my conscience.
Ew.
You thought it was one pathetic void life you were extinguishing. Thanks to you, I die, like Jesus Christ, to inspire generations of the weak and the defenseless people.
He was probably pissed because his time machine didn't work.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, friggin' idiot. You know, another thing that annoyed the hell out of me when I saw this clip is it's offensive because it's a murderer being given a forum on all the channels to discuss his lunacy after he's killed 32 people. And they bleep out the curse word. Like, that's the part of it.
Hear the brown word.
Again, that's the part of it that they deem unairable. Like, well, all this is... But
Jesus, he said the S word.
Well, it's like when you see Blazing Saddles on TBS.
Yeah.
And they actually take out the fart scene. They take it out. You won't see the fart scene, but they say nigger about 40,000 times.
Yeah.
They leave it in.
They leave it in Blazing Saddles.
The purpose of bleeping is to save people from being offended.
Maybe Reverend Al is onto something. He's basically we basically are telling America that a fart scene is not okay, but saying the N-word is.
That's horrible.
Wow, he might have a point.
Yeah, in that case,
it's just like, how do you play this guy who really just killed so many young people and
actually
bleep out the curse word?
Completely fulfilling what he wanted, making it clear to everybody in the world that this works every time.
Yeah.
If you kill people, whatever drivel.
Yeah, it'll be all over.
Great if somehow it went back to his parents or something with just a form letter. We appreciate your input. NBC has looked over your materials. We find that they're not worthy of broadcast.
We do not accept unsolicited material.
First of all, it's in the wrong format. It's not HD television. It's not up to industry standards. If I shot something like this and tried to get it on the air, forget it. There's no way that I could get... Just based on how he shot it, it's out of focus. It's bleeding, white on.
Yeah, he didn't white balance it.
He didn't white balance it at all.
Terrible.
Hey, Rob Bartlett wants to check in and say hi.
Rob.
We got, here's where he blames it on basically rap videos. I'll make it. I'll make that connection.
Oh, okay.
Because he's talking about the cognac and the Mercedes and the rich people.
Oh, you think that's who he was talking about?
He liked rap videos. Let's get right into it.
Wasn't he talking about the kids?
Yeah, I think so. On your face and has trash shoved down your throat. Do you know what it feels like to dig your own grave? Do you know what it feels like to have your throat slashed from ear to ear? Do you know what it feels like to be torched alive? Do you know what it feels like to be humiliated and be impaled upon on a cross and left to bleed to death for your amusement?
No, and neither do you, you stupid.
Pain your whole life. Did you want to inject as much misery in our lives as you can, just because you can? You had everything you wanted. Your Mercedes wasn't enough, you brats. Your golden necklaces weren't enough, you snobs. Your trust fund wasn't enough. Your vodka and cognac weren't enough. All your debaucheries weren't enough. Those weren't enough to fulfill your hedonistic needs. You've had everything.
Somewhere in his brain he had to go, I think I finally got it.
Yeah,
I think I got my mission statement.
All right, one take. That was good. That was good.
A few other takes, like,
I did it, yeah.
He had to have had some awkward. You didn't. Oh, boy, okay. Again. You torched my soul. That's stupid.
You know what it feels like to cross hang on the beep
with the funny cartoons sticks.
Yeah, it'll be on one of those bloopers shows.
Outtakes.
Yeah, and the cannonball run.
Yeah,
he's like he laughs. Something like that.
With the credits rolling next to him.
Hal Needham comes out and cuts the whole thing off. All right, cut.
Oh, you idiot! Camera wasn't on.
Dom DeLuise laughing in the background.
And finally, Brian Williams. Here's another, mission statement from NBC. Listen to this horse crap.
We should probably say we're working with law enforcement on some of this because we don't want to create any more heroes or martyrs from this.
Too late.
No copycats.
Wait a minute, we're working
heroes or martyrs.
What does that mean? We're working with
You're not the FBI, you dopes. You're not working with anybody. Hand over the material and shut your mouth.
Here's what he said earlier. The whole way he worded it, the president of NBC News Division there, he worded it like, law enforcement told us that airing this wouldn't interfere with their investigation, which doesn't mean law enforcement didn't tell them, don't air it. He said it wouldn't interfere with their investigation. That's when he was asked, did law enforcement, was there concern about airing this material? The question that was asked, was there concern based on copycats? But he answered it, law enforcement said this will not interfere with the investigation.
No, it doesn't matter. Nobody has to tell you.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, it's like when the Hillary Clinton and anybody else running for president talks about the money they've raised. And we we followed the letter of the law. Yeah, but you shouldn't take money from companies.
Right. There are certain people you shouldn't take money from.
Let's get the rest of the law. We're running out of show. We want to get this on, and then we got Steve Kappas trying to defend just a few moments ago the videos and the pictures.
You mean Krampus?
Working with law enforcement on some of this because we don't want to create any more heroes or martyrs from this, so the material has to be combed through. We will, after examining it, air more of these materials tomorrow morning on Today. Again, as we continue to go through and analyze what is in this voluminous multimedia package that arrived here at NBC.
A multimedia voluminous multimedia package. Now available on 3 discs
on
$14.99.
They just used this killer's material to promo their own property.
Yes. No, it's like, Robert Smigel that does the cartoons.
Yeah.
We were watching, back when nobody cares about this anymore, Flight 800, that was a jet that fell off the
TWA.
It fell out of the sky into the water.
Yeah.
And it was awful. All these people died. So then on CNN, they had this big promo. Tonight, Flight 800. What happened and who were the victims, and it was so sensationalized that it was like it's trying to get you to go, oh, I love Flight 800.
Oh,
that's my favorite thing.
That's my favorite show.
Did you see Flight 800 last night?
Awesome. I'm so glad they're doing Flight 800.
And brought that up.
Yeah.
They just make it look like it is a TV show.
Because now they put the music and the big,
No, and every time that you see somebody talking, like whenever somebody dies and one of the people that one of the relatives is on TV talking about how sad it was, that person was picked up by a town car, driven to a studio, they put a thing in their ear, a microphone, they said, can we get a level from you? They signed a thing, they got powder on their face,
little makeup,
little hair, and then, okay, you ready? Oh my God, I'm so sad. It's just all phony.
It's all showbiz.
It's all fake.
Here we go, Steve Kappas, or Krampus. He should be fired. We should demand this guy gets fired for just lying to the public why he is airing this crap, and now everyone else is. That one guy decided. He could have just said, you know what, no way. No effing way, but here's him trying to defend himself.
You turn this material over, but then you've got a different decision to make, and this is also a big part of the news story.
Well, sure. I mean, and we had a very long discussion with a number of people all throughout the organization, and with...
Well, when you were having these long discussions, did you have something in your ears, like...
By the way, is he being interviewed by a guy that works for him?
Of course he is. What's that up to, Louis? On Fox. You got your puppet that is asking the questions that probably he told you.
This is a script. They're working off a script.
He should just be interviewing himself.
Right.
Should I have done this?
Yes.
That's an excellent question.
I'm going to be asking myself the hard questions today.
Right. Yes. Listen to the semantics that are used in this, though.
Organization and with law enforcement about what to do with the material. The Virginia State Police made a reasonable request, which was to not do anything with the material until they had a chance to review it. So we sat on the material for most of the day. I mean,
wow, most of the day.
Most of the day, not even a day.
Oh, God.
Went up on most of the day.
Most of the day.
Okay, all right, now I understand. No, they sat on it because they were waiting for the primetime news to start.
Yes.
You don't want to show while there's just soccer moms at home in front of their TVs.
He makes it sound like it's the timing of like when they release national security documents in the government.
Yeah.
We put this into cold storage for most of the day.
Most of the day.
So that only later generations of today.
How does this guy have a job? How does he run the news department?
We didn't air this for what amounted to the tens of minutes.
You wouldn't believe how many seconds went by.
And most of the day was spent getting as many copies as possible.
Yeah, they were doing other things during that time to get ready to air it.
Yes. Right, we have an atomic clock that was almost worn out.
Yeah, we're just
by the time we aired this.
God.
I mean, as I said, it came into the building at 11 a.m. There was one still picture released after the Virginia State Police had a news conference at which they announced that this material existed.
What time?
And the video didn't air before 6:30 last night.
Of course it did.
So we
7 hours.
material all day long.
All day long. Sat on 7 hours.
Explain these horrible.
Oh, then now he's trying to go. Now, how could he have shot those people?
Yeah.
Like now he's off the.
Let's deflect away from the fact that we're whores.
Look, what we did is totally understandable, but what he did is...
Yeah, I mean, come on. My singing wasn't that bad, Simon.
Just
I mean, it was...
They never give disclaimers.
Just the fact that they are.
Yeah, they're
volume.
They're panicking. I think it's
backlash.
I think the backlash, media frenzy time, because the rest of the media
pile on,
and the rest of the media will have no problem turning this into a frenzy because they're all pissed that they didn't get the tape.
They didn't get it.
Yeah. Horrible events, and this is, I think, as close as we will ever come to being inside the mind of a killer. And I thought that it needed to be released, and I note that pretty much every single news organization all around the world has made the same decision.
But you had it in your hand.
Examine the contents of the manifesto and so forth.
Manifesto.
You had it in your hands. You could have actually stopped all of them from airing it.
They did.
They sent it to you.
It's why does it have to say NBC?
I know. He just must be a fan of NBC. While he was shooting people, he was going dun dun dun.
He's trying to make peacock things. I hope you sleep well at night, Mr. Kappas.
Stealing everything this time.
All right.
At about 1:30 in the morning on April 12th, William Lewis walked down the hall at Texas Women's Hospital. That white bundle in his hands, his 4-day-old baby girl. Several minutes later, a Houston police officer shot Lewis with a taser, and the baby, Carla, crashed to the floor. Officer David Bowling, a sheriff's deputy, claim they thought Lewis was kidnapping his baby. Lewis contends he and his wife just wanted to leave the hospital and simply did not follow hospital rules.
So the guy got tased.
He got tased for leaving the hospital with his baby without a wristband or something.
Yeah, they don't know. I mean, they try to talk to the guy. There's a history with this guy of domestic violence with his woman. So there might
How do they know? What, do they look him up before they fucking
I don't
tase
know.
him?
I don't know. That might just be stuff I found out after. But the guy was being a douche.
They got a baseball card for his wife beating?
But wait.
Look at his stats. Let's tase this
We need more in the story, because it gets to the point where they're tasing him as he's leaving the hospital with
That's crazy.
A 4-day-old?
What happens
Does anyone...
is the babies have little bracelets. It's really genius, so you can't steal babies.
Did they tell him put the baby down or put the baby back?
I think
he kept
they
walking?
did. I don't know. They were trying to talk to him. He wasn't being cooperative. They didn't just go, yes, sir, hit 4, and then
tase
zap him.
somebody who's fucking...
holding a baby? I agree. But he's a big guy.
It doesn't seem right when she says the baby crashed to the floor. It's a baby. It's not a crash to the floor like a bunch of tin cans and a...
Yeah, it's a little baby.
The 22-year veteran officer appears to arrive at the incident holding his taser.
Under this circumstance, when you know you've already got an issue up there, you've already got a large male suspect who's already agitated and already threatening, you'd already come up with your taser.
After a couple of minutes of talking, Lewis Bowling shoots his taser. When the Houston father went down, the baby did as well. Lewis claims the newborn fell on her head and suffered severe injuries. After the fall, officers handed the baby to her stunned mother. She has since spoken out against the officer and defended her husband.
Wow. I've got to wonder what kind of a moron would tase an adult holding a baby, said George Kirkham, a former police officer and criminologist at the University of California, Berkeley. It doesn't take rocket science to realize the baby's going to fall. Yeah, man, you're not going to hold on to the ball. Hold on to the ball. Hold on to the baby. When you get tased.
The guy's dying to use that taser.
The elevators would not move because wristband sensors on each baby shut off the elevators if anyone takes an infant without permission.
You can't get out. How come the father wasn't wearing a wristband?
No, but...
Because they always give the father a wristband.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Ooh, perfect, Jimmy. Perfect.
I still have my wristbands from when my daughters were born, so I can go steal babies.
Why not?
Fuck them and eat them. The thing is, they don't turn it off. I had 2 for lunch.
Wait, here's this guy. Brooklyn Ace knows a little more. Brooklyn Ace, what's up?
Yeah, I have a feeling I have the same article in front of me as you do, Opie, because I sent it in to Steve. The part that I found amusing was Child Protective Services has custody of baby because of a history of domestic violence between Lewis and his wife, Jacqueline Gray. First of all, why does she have a different last name? Sounds like there's a huge issue here. But it's like...
What?
Right. No, you raise a good point.
No, it's not. My wife and I have different names.
No, but he's right. This guy's right, though.
Why would you
All right.
choose a guy with
All right, Brooklyn Ace.
ridiculous? Later, guys.
Nice.
Right. Reverend Al Sharpton, we should do this before break. He wants Isaiah Thomas to apologize. And if Isaiah Thomas, of course, the head coach of the Knicks, doesn't apologize, he wants everyone to stop going to Knicks games. This is insane.
Isn't that happening?
Yeah. Isn't that?
Well, yeah, it's happening.
Sharpton's the black guy, right? He's the black guy?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Just making sure.
Why is he getting involved in everyone's business?
Yeah, I don't know. What does he want him to apologize for?
For saying derogatory things toward women.
Toward black women.
Toward black women? Oh, right, of course, because he
What did he
doesn't
say
care
about
about anyone
black
else. That's true. Called her the B word. Bitch.
He called her that went like...
During the sexual harassment lawsuit that went down?
That she just got awarded $11 million for, $11.5 million.
She's that because of... Like, he said that publicly? Or?
No, during work. During work.
What is he?
And that's
him
worth
$11 million.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's not good enough for Reverend Al. Now Isaiah has to apologize.
Why does this guy think he can tell everybody what to do?
How they should be apologizing and for what?
Or and telling people not to go to the games.
Yeah.
And more importantly is...
dumb way to try to activate socially.
Yep.
What a stupid idiot this guy is.
He's a jerk.
He's the worst guy alive.
And for some reason, and I blame the Democrats for letting him get up there and speak at their convention, he has this credibility that he never had before. He was always the goofy sweatsuit, big hubcap medallion joke that would be a race-baiting, taunting, white interloper. No one took him seriously with the Tawana Brawley debacle. And then he dresses in a suit, and the Democrats let him talk, and all of a sudden he's got this credibility that people seem to think if he says something, they should do it.
No, he's adult.
Well, this is what he's saying today.
Isaiah Thomas speaks to Reverend Al Sharpton, but so far...
And now freaking Isaiah Thomas has to meet with Reverend Al Sharpton.
Why are people meeting with this guy?
Stop!
Let him crawl back to his crap hole that he was in.
It doesn't help if you said something, like every time somebody says that, well, I got to meet with the Reverend Al now.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen in that room, really?
Same thing that happened to Imus. At least they showed that live.
Yeah.
It wasn't a private meeting. It was on the air, and you just saw him crucify Don Imus. Don Imus did apologize. Reverend Al wasn't accepting it.
No apology. Sharpton says he wants Thomas to say he's sorry for statements he made in a videotaped deposition shown in his sexual harassment case. In that video, Thomas said it is worse for a white man to use the B word against a black woman than it is for a black man to use the same word against a black woman. Reverend Sharpton says if Thomas does not apologize, he will launch protests and call for boycotts of upcoming Knicks games.
Stop meeting with Reverend Al!
I know, enough.
Stop! It's good enough. Don't you think it's good enough that this woman got $11 million? Move on.
He's not even
He's the coach of the Knicks.
He's not even intelligent.
No, he's not.
That's the thing.
He's not.
He's stupid. He's a dumbbell.
I told Mr. Thomas that our position has nothing to do with whether the person using the language is black or white. We cannot have different standards for sexism or racism.
Thomas says he has nothing to apologize for since he has already clarified that it is wrong for any man to insult any woman. Tuesday, Isaiah Thomas and Madison Square Garden were found guilty of sexually harassing former Knicks executive Anuka Brown Sanders. Thomas and MSG both say they will appeal.
You know what? It's not wrong for any man to insult any woman. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's not wrong to insult a person. It's insulting to them, but it doesn't mean you can't do it. You can call people names. Name calling is okay.
Yeah.
Because people get mad at each other and they call each other names.
That's what happens at work.
This people think that that there's something in the Constitution that protects them from being offended. like there's something wrong with offending people. Like they actually think it's in the Bill of Rights, freedom from being offended or feeling icky about something someone said. You're not protected. People get to offend you, and you get to sit there and go, "Oh, that didn't bother me," and then shut up. There's nothing that
no right.
People have a right to be gross and insulting, and people have a right to say bad things all they want.
Yeah. And
not according to Reverend Al.
Yeah, no, that's why he has to die in a pool of his own blood and secretions.
And you can't tell anybody to apologize. It doesn't work.
No.
You can't say apologize because it will not be a sincere apology.
No,
it really has to come from yourself.
It's okay if he's not sorry.
Yeah, who cares?
Yes.
He's not sorry.
He's not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
He doesn't have to be.
No.
Hey, it's also Feel Good Story Monday.
It's Feel Good Story Monday. On the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yeah.
Aw. Do we have a feel-good story?
Yeah.
I don't know. When I was looking through the paper this morning, I didn't see one feel-good story.
I got it. It's right here.
In Orlando, Florida, a Walt Disney World worker faces felony charges after authorities said he'd made plans to have sex with a minor he met online. This man, Michael Bott Jr., was arrested because, as it turns out, the minor he allegedly planned to have sex with was a police detective posing as a 14-year-old girl. Authorities say Bott repeatedly told his chatting buddy that what they were planning was technically rape. Police say Bott confessed to the charge when confronted. He's being held on $20,000 bond.
There you go. Your feel-good story for this Monday.
Wow.
Well, the creep's not going to be doing anything.
All right.
So you can spin anything into a feel-good story.
A feel-good story? I thought feel-good stories were all feel-good. This one was potentially tragic.
Excuse me. It's making a lot of parents feel good today that this creep's not around anymore. See? That's the brilliance of us.
In Orlando.
You can make anything into a feel-good story.
They definitely arrested the only child molester in Disneyland.
Oh, yeah.
It was an isolated incident.
You never, ever see pedos just wandering through there.
With an erection.
No.
With 2 4-year-olds. You know what his face is doing behind that mask? Just, if you could take the head off, you'd run away.
You don't think that's a feel-good story for people out there?
No, I consider feel-good stories like a dog comes back to the owner after being lost for 2 years because he got dumped out of a car in Arizona. Yeah, even that is depressing.
All right, give me another shot at it.
I'm trying to think of any feel-good story, to tell you the truth.
I got it.
Because they're all based in tragedy, because in order to feel good, there has to be something bad there that someone overcame.
How about this as your feel-good story?
Okay.
Let me see your shaker pie. What did you say?
What can I get
It's
for you?
true that in some situations, disabled children are held back from the normal activities which others...
So far, so good, or...?
Sounds like they're having fun. And
yeah.
Come back
sounds
anytime.
like you've had some disabled children being given a chance to have some fun.
Okay.
Yeah, this could be good.
from the normal activities which others may get to enjoy. But for Friendship special ed teacher and cheerleading sponsor Casey Ketcher said that simply wasn't an option. If any
Books and gig bumsel gagen Kai. What say quick say hoop gimakte gedai tunes gane. Kai aksawaski exakrans. Ginnen nana akstali aksun in kapos o. Get guys like X tonight by X. X gag. That's good gag. Getan. Dollar the duckers. What say quick say Ōω𝐘 𝐌єⴷΒ G'day tunas kane. Books and gig bumsel gagen kai. What say quick say Ōω𝐘 𝐌єⴷΒ G'day tunas kane. Get guys lang X tonight X. X-tag, that's good getan, Dollar-Dackers. Ginnen, nana axtali, axun, en kapras o. Ginnen, nana axtali, axun, en kapras o. Books and gig bumsel gagen X-kai. What say quick say Ōω𝐘 𝐌єⴷΒ G'day tunas kane. Books and gig bumsel gagen X-kai. X-tag, that's good getan, Dollar-Dackers. Dann see. What still Johnson? What say quick say Ōω𝐘 𝐌єdΒ G'day tunas kane. X-tag, that's good getan, Dollar-Dackers. Books and gig bumsel gagen X-kai. What say quick say Ōω𝐘 𝐌єdΒ G'day tunas kane.
You're not gonna believe this.
Anybody in the school deserves a chance, I feel. It's these girls. She decided that for 7 disabled students at the middle school, it was time to shine.
Well, I had one of them the other day tell us that this was her dream her whole life.
I always prayed that I always want to be a cheerleader.
Oh no.
Yeah, look at me.
Oh boy, they're making them cheerleaders.
This is what Feel Good Story Monday's all about, Anthony.
Pads are currently open for business.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Samantha Hudson has a special honor. Leading the squad, a dream come true.
I'm a team captain, and also I take care of my team and make sure they have fun. I feel like I can go out there and...
I also like to eat pennies.
They have fun. I feel like I can go out there and just be myself.
They don't think that they're different, and That's what I love about them, is they're ready to go out there and cheer for the Tigers, and they don't
Okay,
even think
wait
they
a
have
second.
disability.
What?
Here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with these kids. These kids have slurred speech.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
having a good time cheerleading, and they're not bothering anybody. But this woman, this young woman,
yeah,
I hate her. Because actually, the kids doing their cheerleading, that's great. That is actually great. But she's like, they don't think that they're different, and that's what I love about them.
Yeah, they don't think that they're different. We all know they are.
They're not different.
Right. You're making them different.
The fact that they don't see how hideous they are is so cute.
And R E T A R D retard, yay, woo!
Cheer for the Tigers, and they don't even think that they have disabilities. And
They don't even
It's a chance not only to achieve,
We're trying to really tell them.
be a part of that Tiger spirit.
Stop your hands and
retarded. Be retarded. Be retarded.
I want to see the black retarded cheerleaders. You know we retarded. Yeah. We are retarded.
Double
time. Yeah. Retarded. I show my ass. I am retarded. Yeah.
Stomp your hands and clap your feet. Retardation can't be beat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smokezilla, Kentucky.
I think the whole school as a whole is starting to see these girls as being, you know, part of the heart of Friendship Middle School.
Ketcherson says it's amazing to know that something so simple could provide the girls with the experience
Oh,
of a
they're
life.
talking about the kids.
It's just so heartwarming
So simple.
to know that these girls may not ever have this opportunity again. So it's really important to all of us.
Oh, you self-serving.
Why is George Steinbrenner talking about the Yankees? Like that.
They are the best retarded cheerleaders in the world. And Joe Torre is the best manager. Yeah.
All right,
We got an extra chromosome. How about you? No?
So is that your feel-good story today?
It is a feel-good story.
Well, what's up, then?
Yeah, are they hot?
Yeah, the point of
Cheerleaders are kind of like, yeah, you gotta be hot.
a little Nazi organization of hot women.
Yeah.
And so to try to make the retarded girls
Y'all ready for this?
Just fall all over each other. Yeah, they don't do the pyramid. They just call it the human pile.
They just make like an Abu Ghraib-like pile of retarded girls.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, we get to meet the cheerleader, some of the cheerleaders here in this next clip.
My name is William, and I like to wear dresses.
That's William.
Oh.
What else does he like besides dresses?
My name is William, and I like fingernail polish.
Fingernail polish.
And this is why he cheerleads.
I would be happy looking like a woman.
Yeah,
of course.
I would get rid of all my male clothes and get only girl clothes.
Girl clothes.
I like to make werewolf movies.
That guy's just... He's my favorite.
He's the best one.
Oh, well.
These retarded girls are cheerleading, and it's, just something for them to do before they go work in a box factory.
Oh, my God.
And live in a room where nobody likes them for the rest of their lives.
Oh, my God.
The thing is that only anybody cares about is young retarded people.
Yeah, true.
Retarded kids go to the Olympics, but when you're a 48-year-old retarded man...
What are you doing?
Getting any more medals?
You're at no medals coming your way for separating the green glass from the brown glass at the recycling plant.
That's it.
Speaking of glass, we got something. Yes, Danny ran in because we forgot about this. Louis not that far off. And actually, you say that it could mean that's what happens to the star quarterback on half these high school teams. Right. It's all downhill after high school.
Yeah,
no matter what you do.
And
yes.
for the retarded kids, it's really
What's up? What's up, Danny?
Just a side note about the that news story about the slow cheerleading squad.
Yeah.
One of the girls on the squad is actually in a wheelchair, and they showed her sitting in her cheerleading uniform with pom-poms in her wheelchair. I just thought that was funny.
Well,
are any of them hot?
I'm not
You're not going to comment on a hot retarded girl. Okay.
I don't have the sweeper, but I'm going to attempt the feel-good story again. for today. We need one good feel-good story, so let's try this one.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
You gotta reach
What?
to the seat.
This is the McDonald's at 7th and Broadway, where Monday, a 20-year-old described as an employee here had a baby in the bathroom.
All I see was everybody running to the bathroom and stuff, and
So far, so good, right? For a feel-good story
Somebody
Monday?
had a baby in a bathroom, yeah.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
You know, that's
it's
good,
like,
right?
Hey, it was baby, like a Christmas story.
Yeah. The circle of life.
Yeah, circle of life.
Playing out at that McDonald's in the bathroom. There you go. There's your feel-good story for
That's
Monday.
where you want it
If we
happening.
stop here.
I seem to have outdone myself, Master.
Time for death, Twi'lek.
Kava dupa stumpa, makingsa. Quiet, both of you. You know your trial. Now go. My lord, you just missed the latest trial. As you can see, we have a wild group. All except the human. He was surprisingly quick to die.
The trials are meant to separate the weak from the strong.
You have come a long way, my lord. My credits are on the three-eyed one, personally. Uglier than my twisted Sith grandmother, but he has a vicious streak uncommon in slaves.
I'll take that bet. My credits are on the Kalish.
I didn't know you were the gambling type, my lord. While you're here, is there anything particular you want to accomplish with these trials? Many Sith Lords use the Acolytes to gather things from the tombs for them.
Anything that will help me in my struggle with Thanaton would be appreciated.
I think I know something. I'll contact you when they are on their last trial so that you can arrive in time for the results.
Okay, we stop here, but something tells me it's going to go
That
horribly
baby's
awry.
going to be drinking ammonia in a second.
I just kept walking. I don't want to be involved in none of that, but I didn't know somebody was in there having a baby.
Turns out, I gave the man UPS.
UPS. Out, this customer knows the employee that, according to this police report, told paramedics she then tried to flush 3 times.
Wow, that's bad.
Masked workers are credited for taking the baby boy.
That's all I could get as a comment from somebody. Man, that's bad. I think it's a little more than bad.
Out of the toilet and doing CPR. They say he was not breathing and had no pulse. All this happening at the end of the busy lunch hour here.
Yeah. So every year that kid is going to have a almost flushed down the toilet day instead of a birthday.
The mother was taken from the restaurant to Truman Med Center.
I was laughing and stuff. That's basically.
What? Did she ever talk about being pregnant?
No.
This police report also has paramedics saying she told them she didn't know that she was pregnant, but investigators looking into what happened here say they have information indicating the McDonald's employee told others about her pregnancy. Now, we reached that woman today. She's still at TMC. She did not want to talk. No one at the restaurant, none of the employees is talking. Either the baby born at 32 weeks is here, is expected to survive in child services. Now,
Droid Master.
Zash and I have been looking over the information you recovered from Thanaton's library.
Any truth to the rumors there's a big old Republic prison on Belsavis?
I heard something of that from Master Ryan, but I didn't want to believe it.
Unfortunately, Belsavis looks like the most promising lead. Darth Eratus went there seeking a cure for the deterioration of his body. It sounds like precisely the thing you need.
I hope you can tell me more than that. I don't like going in blind.
My knowledge is limited, but I'll brief you once we dock with the Belsavis space station.
We've arrived at the Belsavis spaceport.
Good. We'll have to work quickly if we're to find a cure for your strange ailment. We know that a Sith called Darth Heratus suffered a similar problem. His power became too much for him, and he began to deteriorate. We also know that he went to Belsavis in search of a Rakata device that he believed could fix him, whatever that means.
Who were these Rakata?
Little is known of them. They were highly advanced and ruled the galaxy. Then they just disappeared. I've looked into Belsavis. There is indeed evidence that the Rakata were here, and that they built some kind of monumental prison. The Republic have arrived since, however, and built their own prison. Whatever this device is, we'll have to navigate 2 prisons to get to it.
We have to find the device first.
That could pose an interesting challenge. The Empire recently discovered the Republic's prison and staged a massive prison break.
Saves us the trouble of breaking in, I guess.
It also means the planet is in chaos, and any trail Darth Heratus left will have been obliterated.
I don't need Darth Heratus' trail. Give me the information and I'll find the device.
Without a trail to follow? Or any field experts in ancient alien technology? You're good, but I don't know if you're that good. But while perusing the Republic prison logs, I discovered a familiar name. The Circle, a group of criminal technologist Nikto I once employed. They never met a system they couldn't slice, or a machine they couldn't reverse engineer. Perhaps they can interpret Darth Heratus' diagrams on Belsavis.
Do you know where they were being held?
Unfortunately, no.
I bet one of the guardhouses has a record of where they were kept. I've seen my share of prisons.
We must be careful. Belsavis is a place of unknown danger. But be quick. The dates on Darth Heratus' records show his condition worsening rapidly.
Now has custody of that baby boy.
She didn't know. She thought that she was taking a baby-shaped shit out of her cunt. That's what she thought it was. So she was trying to flush it like a good employee.
3 times.
She was trying to flush and then wash her hands and go back to work.
3 fucking times and couldn't get it down?
She thought she took a fleshy shit out of her vagina.
All right, well, is that the feel-good
She
story?
had a fucking look at that. She's probably
That is
eats
a feel-good
McDonald's
story.
every day.
Yeah.
If you eat that shit every day,
you never know what you're going to shit
a baby out of your twat. That's how bad that food is for you.
All right, that's not a good
It's
feel-good
very
story.
binding.
I don't think it's feel good.
All right,
I think
trying.
it's funny.
All right, I'll try here. Let's keep trying. We need one good feel-good story for this
Something
Monday.
that's got to warm the cockles.
The cockles.
What is a cockle?
A cockle. Where is the cockle?
It's part of the heart. You got it. It's a.
But isn't it warm all the time then?
I think so.
All right.
He had his gun out.
How about
I ain't never
this?
been in that situation before, so I took off.
15-year-old Mark Atkins is now facing several charges after taking a joyride in a stolen car and getting into a short pursuit with police in southwest Oklahoma City. But along with the charges, he's now facing an uphill battle with his health after being captured by a canine officer that tore away flesh along with his scrotum.
Oh!
Now that's a feel-good story.
Along with his scrotum.
Oh, we almost
Flesh.
there?
And oh, by the way,
Oh, yeah.
His ball bag. Some of that flesh was his scrotum.
Wow.
Yeah, I gotta hear that again. He just casually throws in, and oh yeah, the dog ripped off his scrotum and started chewing it like
they
bubble
didn't need
gum.
to tell us. That's not newsworthy.
Right.
The fact that it was his balls was not newsworthy.
Right.
Leather chew toy.
That was just a little throw-in.
Yeah.
Battle with his health after being captured by a canine officer that tore away flesh along with his scrotum.
Along with his scrotum. Joey, give us another read on along with his scrotum. A little more dramatic.
Along with his scrotum.
Now, make it a little more dark.
Along with his scrotum.
That's perfect. Circle that take. That was good.
How many along with his scrotum takes do you think he has?
I want to hear that take.
Along with his scrotum. No. You're not getting the essence of along with his scrotum.
No, because the first one was tore away his flesh along with his scrotum. Wait. Slow down.
You can't just glance
We
over
have
that,
a
baby.
ball.
You gotta slow down a little bit.
Slow down on the
There's a yield here. You gotta slow a little bit.
How many stories have you read with along with his scrotum this week?
Right.
Don't you fucking know when to pause?
It's drama, motherfucker.
Try again. Let's go. Tape's rolling.
Along with his scrotum.
It sounds like it's like the weather or something.
Along with,
feel a little,
scrotum.
Someone is pointing out love his fake voice. Yeah. If you can't get up for a scrotum ripping story, then you don't belong in the business.
Yeah.
All right, more to the story.
The doctors told me they didn't think they were going to be able to stitch me back together.
He was in the trauma for 7 to 9 days, and I just never seen anything like.
Wouldn't you be in trauma for the rest of your life,
more or less?
I mean, 9 days.
For 9 days, I felt amazing.
Right, 9 days. I'm like, fuck it.
Scrotum,
we need the scrotum anyway.
Fucking dog bit my ball bag off, but yeah, it's 9 days
you
ago.
move on.
Who gives a shit? It looks like a deflated balloon now.
Yeah. Who cares?
Who gives a shit? I don't need that.
It's done to a minor.
Obviously, they're not trained to bite in this particular area of the body.
Officers say Mark was not handcuffed when the dog attacked and claim the animal was just doing what it was trained to do.
They had the officer on top of the individual. They're on the ground. The guy's resisting. The dog is trying to assist his handler with this aggressive behavior as best he can.
I can't explain how painful it was, but it's like being tied up and eaten alive.
Mark says he was no longer resisting. His mother now hopes legal action will help the police admit they were wrong.
There's some good officers out there, and there's some bad ones, But I think in order to clean it up, they need to let these officers take responsibility for what they do to the public.
I got something to add to that statement. There's some good kids out there, and there's some bad kids.
That's right.
They deserve a dog ripping their scrotum.
The good ones get to walk away with their balls.
Right.
Sometimes the bad ones don't.
That's all she's got. There's bad cops, good cops.
Nope.
How about there's bad
That kid was
good kids?
Bagging groceries, saving money for his college fund. A dog would never in his life bit off his scrotum.
Right.
All right, I'm on a mission. We got to find just one good feel-good story for today, Monday.
Gotta find.
This is
that one was great.
Is that a good feel-good story, you think?
Made me feel good.
I feel pretty good.
I laughed. Do you guys feel good? No? Is there mic off?
They're in a soundproof booth.
What happened?
I feel better than I
mic's
did
on.
before the story.
All right, let me try another
I
one.
can't believe also, while you're looking,
Yeah.
the one Pal Talk camera I have control of is the worst camera in the whole place. All I can get is a black leather chair. It's in there, so I can't even get the audience because it hits the TVs. It doesn't go down low enough. It's too close to the TVs.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't get us. I can only get a chair or the Opie and Anthony or the Ron and Fez carpet.
Do the Ron and Fez carpet. They
right.
can use the promotion.
Sure.
There you go. That's what
There
you
it
get
is.
today. Well, we'll have to figure that out. No, we need one of these feel-good stories to bring everyone together. Like, you feel good, but the crowd out there, they're shaking their head. They're like, nah, I don't feel good after that story. So let's try another one here. Feel-good story Monday. You ready yet?
Ready.
All right, here's the next one. Let's see if this is the one that brings everyone together.
Police are looking for a driver in a deadly hit and run.
Yeah, but they're also looking for some thieves who ripped off the victim as he lay bleeding and dying on the sidewalk. It's an unbelievable story. Here's some video.
Oh.
That's awesome.
That's fucking.
Oh, look at that. What happened to that guy? Take his wallet. Oh, my God. That guy just got hit by a car 10 seconds ago. Take his watch. I wish it was that, because he would almost understand if it was his wallet, his whatever, his,
All right.
you know,
What did they take?
money.
His scrotum?
thieves who ripped off the victim as he lay bleeding and dying on the sidewalk. It's an unbelievable story. Here's some video from the scene near Main and Horn in Mesa. Police tell us the man happened to be waiting for a bus with his groceries in hand when an out-of-control truck hit him and killed him. Instead of helping the man, people nearby started stealing his groceries. They made off with them.
God. Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
He got organic eggs. Right. He's got blueberries.
It's a perfectly good cantaloupe.
Yeah, blueberries. Yeah, it's not his wallet with his money and his credit cards. It's stupid groceries.
Oh, my God.
Him. Instead of helping the man, people nearby started stealing his groceries. They made off with them, and the truck driver now faces felony charges if caught. He also took off. The people who stole those groceries could also face theft charges as well.
Oh, boy, that's a biggie. That theft charge is a biggie, man.
Grand Theft Lemon.
Is that a good feel-good story?
Oh, God.
What were they saying out there?
Nothing. I'm zooming in on.
You got the camera working.
There we go. Well, I got one more camera working. There we go. It's like Apollo 13 in here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Gotta keep just holding shit together with duct tape.
Not smart on XM's part, by the way, because you're dealing with guys that have ADD to begin with. So what do? You throw a bunch of shiny new toys in front of us.
New things.
Joysticks and cameras. It's like, oh yeah, we're supposed to do a radio show.
I forgot about the radio show for a second.
Right. Is that your feel-good story?
I don't feel good about that. That is
no. That's not a good one. Yeah, the poor bastard.
All right, how about all right, I'm gonna try two more, maybe one more. We'll try this for your feel-good story for this Monday.
I put Cromwell on the camera.
Stupid Cromwell.
Cromwell's on cam.
A name I like to say.
He's the only one I could get on camera through the, slot in the door.
Cromwell.
Cromwell.
He walks into FH, I go, hello, Cromwell. Stupid Cromwell.
I think it's some abuse.
Pick a worse name. In the
Cromwell.
In the O&A community than Cromwell. Even Flea is, whatever, Flea. But Cromwell.
That's his first name?
Flea?
No, Cromwell.
He's right there.
I guess that's his first name?
That's his handle.
That's his handle.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cromwell.
All right, here's another feel-good story. Let's try another one here. Wow, there's quite a delay in that fucking thing, huh?
Yes.
Police describe it as bottom of the barrel. Surveillance tape rolls as a toddler is forced to steal at a boardwalk arcade in Seaside Heights. The real-life case has a lot of parallels to Oliver Twist. Watch as the woman sets down a little girl at Lucky Leo's arcade and kicks her under a swing gate below a glass counter. The child then grabs an employee's purse.
The purse had approximately $165 in cash. It was a Coach purse and had numerous credit cards in there. If this woman can do this to this child now, to use the innocence of a child to commit a crime, it's much easier for that woman to purvey this child to do more crimes.
Police right now are working on leads. They say an arrest is imminent.
That was very poorly stated.
Worded.
Yes. If it was easy for her to use the child's innocence to do this, then it will be easy for her. Oh, never mind.
In the future to make.
Forget it. It's bad.
All right, this is the last attempt at the feel-good story for this Monday, all right?
It is a medical mistake that is hard to imagine. A woman goes through a painful double mastectomy believing she had cancer.
But that diagnosis was entirely wrong, and now that woman is suing.
I thought they were saying, but now that woman is flat-chested.
Suing, she better get more than $11.5 million for that, right? That, to me, is a lot worse than someone calling you a bitch at work.
I would say so, yeah.
Wrong, and now that woman is suing.
I just broke down and cried, and I really didn't know what happened in the room from that point on.
News Dairy Easton says she couldn't even believe. The doctor told her she didn't have breast cancer, but it was too late, weeks after she had a double mastectomy.
The good news is your breasts are not cancerous. The bad news is that they're in a bucket in the hospital waste dump. And is too late. They're mixed in with other people's uncancerous breasts.
Yeah, we really can't reattach them at this point.
Yeah.
Seems like
that's not going to work.
Seems like you get these stories from time to time where they take the wrong leg off, the wrong arm.
Some patients have taken to writing on their own legs.
Yeah.
Like on their own leg.
This is the bad one.
Yeah, bad leg. This one's got to go.
She should have had written, please make sure they have cancer before you fucking scoop them out.
Double check.
By the way, now Cromwell's getting some advice. Smokezilla writes, sweep the leg, Cromwell, sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg, Cromwell.
And someone else saying that you do sound like a Cromwell. Here's more to the story.
It just hit me that all the things that I had gone through, my family, my child, that it was unnecessary.
Her life was changed forever. She says it happened after the lab made a horrible mistake. They mixed up her report with someone else's. Now she's suing the medical lab in Rybrook, CVL Path.
In spite of the best efforts, these things happen. But I don't understand that.
A state report blames the mix-up on a technician at the lab. He admitted to cutting corners when labeling the specimens.
Oh, boy.
He just wrote corners.
He wrote lady. He wrote some lady's tits. And they got mixed up with some other lady's tits was what the other label said some other lady's tits.
Well, yeah, it's just cutting some corners.
Yeah.
And you're getting to the obvious. There is a second victim.
Oh.
Well, because there's a mix-up. So now
there's a lady whose fucking breasts are... some lady's got black breasts.
Right, and she
Korean.
thinks she's fine.
Oh, she got some great news, and then...
And some other lady's got cauliflower on her nipples.
Here's the
she was told that she's fine a week ago.
Here's the second victim to the story.
There's a second victim.
Yeah.
The woman whose information got switched with Derry's. That woman was apparently told she didn't have cancer, but found out much later that, in fact, she did.
I hope no one ever has to go through that. I hope nobody ever has to deal with that, because you can't explain it to a person and have them understand unless they've been through it, and I hope no one ever has to go through this.
Now, the attorney isn't saying how much money they're asking for, and the technician, by the way, who made that mistake in the first place, well, they no longer work for the company.
Well, really? I thought he got a promotion.
Oh, I guess everything's fine then.
Sounded like a great employee.
Yeah. What is that?
The old squeaky mic.
I thought it was a dog barking in the background. All right, we have a lot of stuff that we haven't got to in a long time, so
yeah, it's time to clean house.
This isn't a bad idea.
In search of your feel-good story. Yeah. I don't think that was it either.
No.
Both people lost. It wasn't like the other woman, learned that she didn't have cancer and saved her boobs.
Right.
At the last minute. Right when they were ready to slice.
Why did he tell her is the thing? Why did the doctor tell her?
Yeah.
Because he must have been like, I can't wait to see the look on her fucking face. I tell her that it was unnecessary.
At that point, why would you tell her?
Why bother telling her? Just go, hey, looks like the operation went perfectly.
Wow, it's looking good.
And now your perfectly healthy breasts are gone, and you're looking great.
I'd say your chance of any
remission?
type of cancer reoccurring is 0.
Right.
Yeah. We beat it back.
All right,
you're welcome.
Here's something crazy that happened to a senior citizen.
It was just basically a misdemeanor shoplifting call.
$25 worth of candy from a Safeway. Officers came to the Governor's Park retirement community to question a man in his late 60s. Police say the man met them at the door with a handgun.
Fired 4 to 5 shots.
Three shots hit a Windsor police officer in his protective vest. Another round hit his lower body.
I like a pop, but not like a boom.
We did have one officer who did return shots. That's when we brought everybody inside the house. And then within 5 minutes, everybody showed up.
And they all were cocking their guns. And they ran by and said, get in your houses, get in your houses.
He just started firing.
He stole $25 lousy of candy. And they go to the retirement home to question him, and he
shot a cop.
He's a cop killer.
over stealing candy.
Flashback.
Listen what happens, though.
For 3 hours, SWAT teams maneuvered around the neighborhood.
They have attempted negotiations, but at this point, there's been no response.
So he's like SWAT team robot with a camera told them why. The suspect lay dead inside his home, perhaps injured in the initial exchange of fire.
He was my neighbor. Yeah.
Joe Harris knew his eccentric neighbor as Ed.
Right.
Eccentric.
Name was Ed.
Harris says his neighbor was a loner.
Different.
Liked to brag about his gun collection. In fact, Harris says his neighbor came by his apartment early in the afternoon, wanted to talk about some issues he was having. Harris says Ed stormed out when another neighbor interrupted their conversation.
I didn't get a chance to find out what was troubling him.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know. It's just one of those crazy old guys that decided.
The guy at the end should say, and none of the people in this story matter.
Here, Brian Neil Rouzemow pulled from a house and hauled off to jail. He's charged with more than 100 counts of child pornography in a shocking and disgusting crime. 1 week ago, Rouzemow entered this Walmart in West Melbourne, and police say used a self-help photo kiosk to print 140 photos depicting child pornography and molestation of a child under the age of 12. After the final photo was done, police say Rouzemow left, unaware that the printer had simply run out of paper. When an employee restocked the paper, more lewd photos fell out, and that's when Walmart called police.
Oh my God. He goes to Walmart to print out freaking kitty porn.
They got great prices. They got great prices. Walmart is awesome. Even if you're printing children with your dick in their ass.
Don't these people
it's
realize...
very good prices.
Don't they realize that's a crime?
Well,
like, do they...
How could it be a crime when it feels so good?
You might as well just print up some prototype money and go there and go, could you just keep printing these and I'll be back? And so there's a big pile of counterfeit hundreds.
Yeah, no, it's a crime. Child molesters are so flagrant, like they're so bad.
Yeah, they're horrible.
It really, the only truth could be that that fucking kids is awesome. Because people risk their freedom, they risk
livelihood,
everything.
Their family, friends, freedom.
All the guys that go on that, whatever that show is, the Predator show.
Predator.
All the guys that show up and they kind of know, and they even say to the guy, I kind of knew this was probably you.
I knew you were going to
But it was worth the risk because fucking children is just kicks ass. Yeah.
His logic is brilliant.
Yeah,
your logic is brilliant, man.
It must be just...
All right, moving on with the feel-good story here. We'll try this one.
There was a dead raccoon kind of right where this line is, and it was dead. Then when they were striping the road here on Archer, they just striped right over it.
The raccoon was gone today, but in this picture, you can clearly see the dead animal with the telltale yellow paint right across its body.
No, it was very real, and it was, pretty explicit. You could see it. The kids were kind of grossed out by it, and I as well. It's a dead animal in the street that they just striped right over.
The animal was first spotted on Archer Avenue in Lamont by residents on Saturday.
I just thought it was ridiculous. They were that lazy they didn't pick it up.
That's terrible. It is terrible. How they do that job.
That's terrible.
How is it terrible? It's a dead fucking animal in the road that they painted over.
What, you want them
to
push it off to the side of the road?
Such a non-story. They're probably laughing, having fun. Dude, put the stripe over the foot. It's funny. Let the guys have a laugh during work.
You might be onto something because as this continues, it's not the first time.
And Yolanta Wilt says what's worse is that it's not the first time.
Another animal painted right over.
The same thing.
We followed her directions on Archer and came up with this roadkill. A close-up reveals what appears to be the critter's tail, protruding from a line of paint.
We contacted the Illinois Department of Transportation, and they confirmed that this stretch of Archer Avenue is in their jurisdiction. But they declined our request for an on-camera interview, saying they need to wait until they can confirm that the allegations are true.
Just look at the animal with the line painted on it. Why can't people just be honest?
An animal had a line painted on it and then was chased around by a French skunk. Isn't that how that started?
Tried to rape it. Pepe Le Pew was a cartoon rapist.
Yeah.
Grabbing her, she's trying to get away, clawing.
Now we're kind of fading into something that needs to be brought up on this show.
Uh-oh.
Danny finds the most horrific things for this radio show.
Yeah, God bless.
And then they just pile up. Because we're in... Whoa, what are you doing? Oh, there's an actual picture of the raccoon?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious. Dude, look at... Pop that picture up on the big screen.
Put it up on a screen somewhere?
Yeah, it's just a
I don't know how that
huge
works.
dead raccoon, and the line was painted right over it. Like the truck had to go boom, boom, as it rolled over this thing. Look at this thing.
Good for him.
Can we get that up on our website?
Stupid
somewhere?
Well, that'll happen. You're fucking painting lines on the street.
Yeah.
What else are you gonna do for entertainment?
What? Get out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, the best part is though,
It should be a person.
Go die
Be a
somewhere
baby.
else, you faggot raccoon.
The road crew probably saw it ahead and were just praying that their paint was gonna, they're like, oh, dude, I think we might just go over it.
Yeah.
Like if we keep
It's
this,
right in the
it's
middle of
right
the
in the
road.
middle. This is gonna happen. I think they probably, they probably saw it coming. We're hoping and having fun on that truck, just waiting to paint over that shit.
Even better, I bet it was probably a little too far to the right or the left, and one got out and kicked it over a little. Kick it a little left.
Of course,
That's what you do when you're fucking working.
That's it. That made his day.
Have some fun, and they laugh.
All right, well, Danny also picked out this fine animal story. This is just some of the stuff he collects for our show.
Robstown police arrested this man, 26-year-old Eduardo Ramos of Victoria, on September 12th after they found him naked inside his pickup truck. Now they are accusing him of sexually assaulting this dog.
The dog rolled up in the back like he was scared.
Yeah.
I stopped to talk to the driver and found that he was completely nude, covering his genitals with his clothing, sweaty and nervous.
Sweaty and nervous. You too would be nervous if you knew the thing had claws.
Oh,
What a
man.
weird description.
Yeah.
Can I hear that again?
Covering his genitals.
Just the description that guy gave of the, just the story narrated by that individual.
This dog.
There was a dog rolled up in the back like he was scared. I stopped to talk to the driver and found that he was completely nude, covering his genitals with his clothing, sweaty and nervous.
Covering his genitals. It's a strange way of talking.
Yeah. Let's see if there's more.
Completely nude.
When they opened his truck, the female dog ran off into this field. When officers found her, they say she seemed frightened.
She was in a shower. The dog was.
While, and
The dog was taking a shower. A rape kit.
Found her, they say she seemed frightened.
we inspected the dog after a while, and the condition of the dog led us to believe that he committed some type of sexual act with the dog.
Ramos later told detectives he picked up the stray dog near a gas station. He denied having sex with the dog, but it was obvious to them the dog had been sexually assaulted.
I couldn't believe it, I searched for some other explanation, but everything led to that.
Ramos was charged with public lewdness and disorderly conduct, both misdemeanors, but police say he could face felony charges of animal cruelty. The district attorney is waiting for DNA results to determine if Ramos had sexual contact with the dog.
There you go.
They found a human load in the dog's van.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
I searched for another explanation.
That's pretty much it. You find that load in there and do a little DNA testing and go, yeah.
Yeah, why couldn't he was just jerking off and the dog just happened to be in the car?
Dog fucker.
Oh, you're onto something. Again.
That's what happened.
For real, here is your feel-good story for today, Monday.
This is a story about ageless love. In Argentina, this 82-year-old woman just got married to this 24-year-old man. Love blossomed between these two when the groom went to live with the bride, a family friend, after his mother died. After being engaged for several years, the civil service sealed the relationship. This newlywed says his wife is a very special person with amazing energy. When asked if the marriage would be purely spiritual, the bride says there will be more. Response greeted with laughter. The couple is off to a honeymoon in Rio de Janeiro, proving with a kiss that old saying, love knows no boundaries.
everyone laughed when they said
Okay,
they're
terrific.
gonna be fucking, because that's pretty much it. Is it spiritual or anything else? We'll be fucking. Sure you will.
Of course you will.
In Rio de Janeiro.
She's 82, he's 24.
That'll work out well. That's good. Fucking. I hope they don't bring the KY in their carry-on, because there are limitations to fluids you can bring on the aircraft these days.
He's got to burst the scabs on her pussy to get any lubrication.
Yeah. Eating her out. He looks like Colonel Sanders.
Oh, God. All flakes on his... Dandruff flakes on his beard after eating her out. We wanted to do this story on the other side. Another person got kicked off a plane for wearing something inappropriate. Now, the first two were like, hot girls with hot outfits.
But the one that I saw in Southwest, it was not a big deal.
No, it wasn't ridiculous. She was wearing a skirt, but it wasn't ridiculously short.
No.
And then she was covered up top.
And up top, it was a sexy top, but she had a bra and everything.
Who's taking some...
I don't know. If it was the case on every airline, it
has to be an
Marissa
ugly...
there would be on a no-fly list with terrorists. She wouldn't be allowed to fly. She's always showing cleavage.
That was a compliment.
Yeah, it was a compliment, by the way.
Because she's not really
It must be ugly flight attendants who are like, you whore. Get off this plane, you whore.
Yeah, that's what it is. And I think it was, in one case, I think it was a guy flight attendant, because here's what I think. Guy came in, this guy's like, the flight attendant's like, I'm going to give him all the attention this whole fucking flight, blah, blah, blah. And then this big monster comes in and sits down, and the guy takes interest in her.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, she's got to go.
Get out of here.
She was cock blocking him.
Ugly bitch.
Yeah.
Flat. Well, we have another one of those. Let's take a listen to this.
Southwest Airlines says it will apologize to a passenger told to change his sexually suggestive shirt or get off the plane. Joe Winnicky says he was sitting in the last row of a Columbus to Tampa flight when an employee gave him the ultimatum. Winnicky says that
Columbus to
What a
Tampa.
what a hell flight anyway. Both cities we could lose. If Iran hit Columbus and Tampa, we would even go, dude, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Just say it was an accident.
I thought it was a nonstop flight from New York to London or something.
Two worst cities ever.
Columbus to
Jesus, from shit to fuck.
Let him fly naked. Who gives a shit?
Worried about his shirt?
From the country's asshole to its pussy. This is the worst two cities.
Yeah, but pussy's nice.
I know, but not the country's pussy. It's 200 years old.
So it's an old pussy.
Yeah, it's a smelly old pussy.
was sitting in the last row of a Columbus to Tampa flight when an employee gave him the ultimatum. Winnicky says the airline violated his free speech rights. Back in July, Southwest created a public uproar by telling a woman on a flight that her outfit was too revealing for her to fly.
Now, the guy had a T-shirt that had some kind of masturbation joke on it. Like masturbator.
Fishing. It looked like a fishing bait supply store thing, and it was like
masturbator.
Masturbator.
That's all.
You know, that old
I wonder where it was, because I have a T-shirt from a place in Connecticut called Masturbate and Tackle.
Yeah,
I wear it all the time.
That's pretty much the shirt.
They would kick you off the plane.
They only showed Master on TV, and
they wouldn't even show the other half of the shirt.
Same place.
So we're like, well, Master.
It's a very old place. It's not like, you know, they're not trying to be jackoffs.
Oh, it's a real place.
Yeah, Masturbate and Tackle. It's kind of a popular shirt because it's funny.
Yeah, but even,
and then on the back it says I get my crabs at Masturbate and Tackle.
But even old people had.
Could they make any more fucking genital jokes?
Yeah, I jack off my cock at the fish store.
It's not even trying to be subtle or clever anymore.
Exactly.
Fuck a cunt here.
Fuck a cunt fish store.
Hey, Louis,
Pendulum.
would you ever use a cattle prod on your kid?
No.
I don't know if we play this. I'm going to get this out of the way.
Cattle prods are usually used on cows.
Wow.
According to authorities in Kansas.
News? You dumb
They did not
fucking
just say cattle prods.
Cattle prods
Are usually
blow-dried cunt.
Wait till you hear this, kids, but they're usually
used on. That made more sense.
Cattle prods are usually used on cows. But according to authorities in Kansas, a mother is accused of using the electric shocking device to discipline her 15-year-old daughter.
The girl told us that the cattle prod was used on her twice on the arm, twice on the thigh, and twice in her chest area. It's my understanding that she may have came home late, or mom thought she was later, and used that as a form of discipline.
Saline County authorities found the girl while searching for 2 other runaways, though she had not been reported missing. She told deputies that she ran away because of the abuse.
If you want to get a child's attention, there's other ways to do it than that.
Officials say that the abuse started in February and ended last week. The teen's mother, 52-year-old Connie Thompson Dupes, was arrested. Dupes is out on bail, and the teen is now in foster care.
Oh, Christ. Does it feel good Mondays already? I don't know. I like that the abuse started in February. It's like Woody Allen's thing. My parents only beat me once. They began beating me in 1943 and finished in 1952 or whatever. Jesus Christ. Fucking dirty Kansas horror.
A cattle prod. Maybe the daughter was a little out of hand.
Maybe she was really fat.
Yeah, she was fat. Maybe she thought it was a cow.
Yeah, maybe there was some confusion there.
Maybe the cow. She thought the cow came home late.
His name was Elsie. Her fucking fat retard tits really drinking milk.
We should have stopped wearing that blue ribbon, you fat cunt.
She didn't know.
Why are you fucking throwing grass up in your mouth and chewing it?
Exactly.
Disgusting pig.
Cud chewing bitch.
Exactly. You're eating the shag rug, stupid. She had 4 little hooves. Fucking. They were just brown fucking shoes, but they looked like hooves. And fat Elsie, the ribbon wearing leaky-titted twat.
Leaky-titted twat.
So the mother didn't know. She was like, go out in the yard. Parents thought it was a miracle because it was a talking cow.
Well, it's finally time for the feel-good story of the day. It's Feel-Good Story Monday before we do Line of the Day. And we got it. It's an easy one today. It's this fine little story. Your feel-good story.
Tonight's top story, the truth about what really happened the night a tiny baby was bitten by a puppy. It's a story you'll only see right here on Eyewitness.
What really happened the night
Oh, God,
That's so weird because he just explained what really happened when a tiny baby was bitten by a puppy.
By a puppy.
Actually, the puppy fucked the baby in the mouth and shit in its eye.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, the whole story's pretty much done.
Yeah.
And then it's a story you'll only hear here on CB.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, so?
Because you
am I
dug
tuning
deeper
in
than
for?
the other news channels. That's the only reason we're hearing it there.
We actually visited the house inappropriately. And long after everyone had left them alone, we squeezed one more detail out of their retarded brother. He told us that the puppy is gay.
Well, I want to know now what happened.
Here's your feel-good story of the day.
A puppy. It's a story you'll only see right here on Eyewitness News everywhere. A 5-month-old boy's genitals were mutilated, and there is outrage about what happened. First of all, let's ask about the baby, Joyce. How's
a feel-good story?
Yeah, it's a feel-good story.
There's outrage about what happened.
Why is there outrage?
As genitals.
Let's ask about the baby, Joyce. How's he doing tonight?
Cameron, tonight the
Dude,
baby's
his
doing a
genitals
little
are
bit
chewed.
better.
Well,
his genitals are gone.
Apartment complex where the attack happened, people are still talking about it 9 days later.
Nah, man.
It's crazy.
I'm pretty
I can't
far
believe
from
a puppy
fucking
could
Oω𝐘.
chew the private part, everything off a baby. I don't think that's possible.
Oh, no.
I don't believe that a puppy could chew the private parts off of a baby.
Off a baby.
But I'm glad he did, because otherwise I didn't have much to do today. And now I'm on the news. You know, she was at home.
Oh, honey, come in here. I'm on the news talking about the dog eating that baby's balls.
Attack happened, people are still talking about it 9 days later.
Of course they are.
It's crazy. I can't believe a puppy could chew the private part, everything off a baby. I don't think that's possible.
I think it's possible.
I don't think that's possible.
What do you think dicks are made out of? Tinfoil and metal? You fucking idiot. They're made of flesh. Puppies have teeth.
Probably comes off
Easier from a baby than like an old dude.
And I'm sure a puppy would that's kind of like a play toy thing for a puppy.
Yeah, and a baby doesn't have much defense.
No. It goes and it hits its own head.
Just sit there.
Cock is being mangled. Fucking stupid baby.
And now they got to grow up together, the baby and the puppy.
The puppy, accused of mutilating the infant's genitals, is at the Memphis Animal Shelter. And neighbors aren't the only ones who say there's no way a dog could do such a thing to a child.
Wow.
This email, circulating around Memphis newsrooms right now, claims the puppy didn't do it. The writer of this email says that the baby's genitals are completely gone. Scooped out, says this person, with a straight-edge knife or razor by someone who cops say may have done it as possible gang retaliation against the baby's mother or someone related to her.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Come on now.
She's stepping on my fucking... She was stepping in our neighborhood.
Yeah, you're on my turf.
You wore a blue fucking kerchief on my street. I'm gonna scoop out your baby's balls and blame it on your puppy.
We're gonna have a 5-iron and take a divot out of your kid.
What do you fucking do to a gang where the punishment is to take your baby's dick?
Oh, well, you disrespected them.
Yeah,
you made your fingers do a funny sign near their house.
Right.
And all you want to do is pick your nose. You didn't know.
If you bump into one of them and maybe look like perhaps the guy shouldn't have walked into you, that deserves your kid getting his dick cut off.
Fucking worthless assholes.
Oh, jackasses.
You should firebomb the entire apartment complex if that's the truth.
Awful.
Yeah.
Related to her. But tonight, Memphis police tell me everything in that email is fiction, completely untrue.
It's been ruled an animal injury. The injury was caused by an animal.
It's amazing how we all jump on that immediately.
Yeah,
it's just nonsense.
It's all fiction. No, it's not.
Well, that's what everybody in the Memphis living rooms did when it came out.
Yeah.
You see what those fucking people do? I told you about those people. You called me rape. Oh, okay, it wasn't true.
Not true. Well, never got it.
Right.
Stupid dogs.
Still, though.
Tonight,
it does
the
happen.
purpose remains unclear. As for the baby boy, hospital sources say he faces a very long and difficult road to recovery.
Where was the mom at all this time? Because I know it just didn't happen in no split second. It had to go on for a while, and I know that baby was crying. Where was she at?
It's a baby dick. I could bite it off in one shot. How long do you think it takes? This is not the finger off a fucking statue in Columbus Circle.
Where was the mom at? Well, the answer to that will have to come from the MPD's Child Advocacy Group and the Department of Children's Services. Both agencies still investigating this case, working very closely with the family to get some answers.
That's what on peanut butter.
Mother was tiptoeing the Jif quietly back into the fridge.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
But I don't want to know where the mom was when all this happened.
Here's more from the crazy Polish guy.
Despite 2 clear warnings that he does not speak English, the RCMP speak to Zakansky in English for about 29 seconds before they taser him. At one point just before this, Zakansky can be seen putting his hands up and walking away, seemingly in frustration. You can hear someone yell, "Hit him again, hit him again."
Harder, harder.
Hit the Pollock, hit the Pollock.
Harder, harder.
Hit the Pollock, hit the Pollock.
I thought that was going to be funny. It really was just a man dying.
Yeah. There's really no humor there.
Well, he didn't die like Jerry Lewis or something.
No! I don't. The power.
And he clearly said twice that he doesn't speak English. How exactly would he do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Just heard a guy die.
Dude, I don't speak English.
Yeah. Stop. Here's the last.
Don't tase me, bro.
Don't tase me, bro.
I love that.
Two
Don't
more
tase me,
join in.
bro.
One officer appearing to place his knee on the victim's neck, but appears to remain there even after Zakansky stops breathing.
Oh, boy.
About here, Zakansky seems to stop breathing, and the officer with his back to the camera still has his right knee on the victim's neck.
I heard him say code red.
On the right of your screen, someone in a suit appears to check for a pulse. An autopsy would later reveal Zackansky had no drugs or alcohol in his body at the time of death.
Damn. But he had a lot of volts of electricity.
It was glowing.
Might have something to do with it.
It seemed like the knee to the neck might have caused some complications there.
Yeah.
That's the thing that has kept me from doing anything where I would be arrested in that fashion.
Yeah.
Like if I ever get arrested, I will be very cooperative gentleman. I'll put my hands behind my back, whatever it takes. But the resisting thing, that knee to the neck.
There's a whole bunch of standard procedures that can kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
and they're fine with it. Like
totally.
you will just be dead, and they'll go on working.
Yep.
Oh, the cops love killing people.
Yeah, well, you know, it's we have a case here in New York.
Sweeping statement, I know.
Case here in New York where a guy was shot 20 times. He came out of his house. A 911 call came in. Mother said that her son is acting all weird and violent. Could you send the police? And in the background, the son, all you hear him saying is, I got a gun. Come on, bring it. So that's what the 911 operator then conveyed to the police.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand that when you call 911, it doesn't go to the cop car as he's answering. The cop just hears, we have a call, violent man with a weapon.
Yeah. It's a very dangerous version of telephone.
Right. So they go there. Now a second 911 call comes in. And apparently this one, which just turned up today, the mother again calls and somehow says, kind of vaguely, that her son doesn't have a gun. But the son keeps saying he's got a gun.
How do you vaguely say you don't have a gun?
Yeah.
Because she was kind of like...
my son doesn't have a gun.
Yeah, he doesn't have a gun. Well, the 911 operator asked, is he armed? Does he have a gun? And she went, he said something. It wasn't like, no, he does not have a gun. Don't shoot him.
It was a bit vague.
Yeah, it was a little vague. And that message doesn't get to the cops. They're already, they're flying. They could be there already.
Yeah, it's yes or no.
Right. So he comes out of the window finally, and the cops tell him to stop. He grabs into his pants and under his shirt and pulls something out. They open fire on him. It turns out to be a brush. Yeah. It's a brush.
I agree with the cops on that. I reckon he killed him.
Yeah. The cops were well within their right. They felt the cop doesn't. There doesn't have to be a gun. They just have to feel that their life is being threatened to use deadly force.
And if he was pulling a brush out, he was just being cheeky, wasn't he? At that moment, he didn't want to...
Cheeky. That's one word for it.
He was just being a bit cheeky there.
Yes, he was. I think you're right.
And implying that he had a gun, so kill the bastard.
But I heard Earl on Ron and Fez yesterday commenting on this, and of course Earl was all against the police on this one, saying they shot at him even after he dropped the brush. And all I could think of, I wanted to call him, but all I could think of is the cops going, he dropped a brush, which means he's still got a gun. And just opened up on him.
He reached into his pants and pulled out a black hand. So it needed to be shot.
Pretty much. Some people are saying that.
They look like guns. Their hands look like guns.
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Phil, we're going to try to get this on before we get out of here. Dr. Phil talks about racist Xbox and cyberbullying.
Racist Xbox?
Yes. Well, this was something we were talking about yesterday.
I bought an Xbox, and I don't see any racism going on the...
I would have to deny that, too.
Oh, Jesus.
They're all playing Call of Duty 4. And, you get the trash talk, but it gets a little ugly in those rooms. And now Dr. Phil kind of wants to maybe put a stop to this.
Well, how is he going to put a stop
so this isn't something that's in the Xbox. It's stuff that kids are saying to each other while they're
kids,
playing.
Adults.
Well, say me and Anthony were in a room.
Right.
If me and Anthony were in a room, and then the other team comes in after.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then the guy from the other team, the first thing out of his mouth is, "Yo, we're gonna kick your ass," and then some stuff. Sometimes some people say some stuff after that.
Yeah, it gets really, it can get racist and homophobic.
Yeah,
also, even though we're not.
But that's like saying a guy goes up to a guy on the street.
Yeah.
And calls him a Jew or whatever.
Yeah.
And then so they go, we got to take that street down. Right?
Right.
Isn't that basically what it is? It's just
pretty much that's what he's
another
saying.
meeting place for people to act awful towards each other.
Yeah, while they're playing a game.
Yeah, but it's got nothing to do
together.
with Xbox.
No,
people are.
No, it's just another communication vehicle.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
It's just that white people will call black people those words if they can do it from a safe distance.
Yeah, of course. I'll tell you what happened.
Living room.
I'll tell you what happens. We play Call of Duty 4, which is one of the best games ever. And Bobby Kelly here came up with, General Bobby Kelly, came up with the clan name. They call them clans, by the way.
That doesn't help.
No offense. But it's like a team. And ours is GAAY. So it's, Team Gay with 2 gays. And so in front of your name, in little brackets, it says GAAY, and that way you know that we're all on one team. Right. So the second we get in a room with another team, they just instantly start, and it's just nothing but homophobic.
But it's because you're the guys, you guys are owning it. Like you're going and calling yourselves
We're calling
gay,
ourselves the gay.
And they're acting like you didn't notice that it's spelled
that it's spelled gay.
It doesn't help that we're like, hey guys.
Yeah, we kind of we greet them when they come into the rooms that way.
Must make them so mad.
And they get very angry, and people don't want to play us. And if there are a team, because there are teams then of specifically Jewish guys, there's the Jews. Their name of the team is Jews.
Right.
And they'll play, and there's certain black teams that'll play.
Right.
And
so it turns into all of that.
It just turns into gay bashing and racial bashing back and forth.
And so Dr. Phil wants to punish the
I don't know.
game,
Well, let's
the
find. And he's
Xbox.
right. Dr. Phil is right. Let's find out.
And the greatest part about it is the fact that you're saying these things, which is fine, but you're playing a game that is probably the most violent game I've ever played in my life. It's fantastically violent. I love it. And it shouldn't be any other way, but you are blowing people up.
Yeah, but don't call him a faggot.
Yeah, don't say that. Perish the thought.
Really?
Yeah, they probably would have a problem with that.
I shouldn't be on this show.
The thing that stinks about the game is so politically correct that we're actually still fighting Russians.
Right?
It's
the only acceptable enemy.
It just went to Russians, too. We actually were still fighting Germans up until last year.
Oh, my
God. Now, we're actually fighting Russians.
Germans are always the bad guys.
With laser scopes, which we didn't even fight them with
Even though we fought Korea between those two, you can't do Koreans.
And you can't do the people.
But wait a minute. What about...
Because Germans and Russians are the only white enemies we've had in the last 100 years.
No, there are
Arabs in there.
I played a few games. Arabs are the hardest board. Arabs and Asians are the hardest boards on video games now.
Yeah,
Russians are very easy to beat now.
That's because they have Chinese stars.
Yeah.
And nunchucks.
When are people going to learn, though, that it's not about Xbox. It's not. Nothing's going to. You can't change racism through. Nothing's going to change until
2 tin cans and a string. It's strung between a black guy and a white guy.
Nothing's going to help.
You're just going to get trapped.
Black people got to stop stealing, and gay people have to stop hurting God, and Jews have to stop manipulating the media. And then you got to get to the root of the problem.
As soon as anybody but black people admit that there's racism, something.
No, it's going to stop when we're all the same color.
It's like we think racism is the boogeyman or the Loch Ness monster. Nobody white ever says it unless it's a joking manner.
Exactly. No, I remember when Venus and Serena Williams complained that they get racist attitudes thrown at them on tour.
Right.
Like people yell stuff at them during matches and stuff. And so they asked Martina Hingis, the Swiss player. That's as white as it gets. It's Swiss,
of course.
And she said, "I'm on the same tour, and I don't see the racism." Yeah, they don't really. They reserve it for the Williams sisters.
She's too busy doing drugs.
Those Williams sisters. Just because they call you Niglet doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see what Dr. Phil has to say on this subject. So he did a whole show on this yesterday with the Xbox.
I love playing video games as much as I like eating food. I've been a loyal customer of Xbox Live and Xbox 360. Now it's gotten worse with the racial slurs, the name calling, and the bullying online. I've been calling you monkey, or your hands greasy from eating all that chicken. I'm gonna put a lynch on your door, or is that your kids in the background? So I had to stop my children from playing the online games. My 10-year-old daughter, my 13-year-old son, and even my 5-year-old son. And he asked me, "Daddy, why I can't play online with you? I want to play that." I go, "No," but he goes, "Why?" They're going to call me names, and I think that's sad for a 5-year-old to even know that.
Oh, Oh boy, here we go. You have your kids playing video games, you crappy parent.
Have they
Me and
played
Anthony are looking at each other like, whoops.
Have they played against Team Gay?
Sorry.
I didn't mean it.
I think they're talking about you guys.
Oh, Jesus. You're like, oh, that was mine.
Yeah, oh boy.
But that greasy chicken there, I didn't know he was black. I thought he was just cooking chicken.
I just thought he played poorly.
Yeah, the control is slipping out of your hand, obviously.
No.
Oh my God.
It was Erd Lee. I was calling him cheap. Wow. Well, you know what? The internet, that type of thing is just basically a CB radio.
Yeah.
I mean, it's you talking to a bunch of guys. You don't know where they are, and
you can't see them either, so you don't know what color they are or religion or anything like that.
You can't tell by a voice.
Sometimes you can.
When their clan name is
the last
DMX.
bastion of racism. Boy, y'all are trying to find any way to do it.
I know.
You can't do it out in the open no more.
It's the two. Every time there's a new technology, porn and racism is the biggest thing to come out of it.
Thank God.
White people just trying to find different ways to be racist. It's just bothering.
And you take this away from
Think
us,
all the
we'll figure out
technology
another
we
one.
have to invent to be more racist.
Right. We're not that good at anything else. We're amazing at that.
What do you mean we're?
I don't understand why you keep grouping yourself in, Spick. You're a red-headed plumber. You're a farmer.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing.
Don't
that's
pick
how
my
great.
spinach. Stop with the weed. You're an albino Mexican.
But that's how powerful. That's how powerful whiteness is, that it transcends Mexicanness.
It does purify everything.
It does.
Just good.
You can be born in Africa of African black parents and be named Mumbamba. If you're white, come on, but join the health club. Join the club.
Oh, man.
Get to the front of the bus, my friend. I don't care where you're from.
Black president? No way in hell.
You know how many
It
arguments
won't
I've had with my girlfriend over racist remarks I make? She can't
Really?
believe I make them. She's like, would you say that in front of Patrice?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
in front of me.
Of course.
But not most.
By the way,
Gavin? No.
By the
She
way,
must hate me then.
by the way, what
She must
Patrice
hate me.
called Louis got dumped. You just can't.
What? Did it really?
Yeah, it got dumped.
But I was calling Louis that, and he said okay.
It's just ridiculous.
That's a bad one.
On
That's a
behalf
bad
of all
one.
Mexicans,
All right,
I accept the phrase and
Yeah, whatever. Let's play
no
more
problem.
Dr. Phil audio here.
Only if you put N-SPAN.
I do
behind
though
it.
feel for anybody.
Oh
on
my
that-
God! You should be hit with a brick, but that was funny.
At least now everyone knows what the hell we were talking about.
All right, listen, here we go. Gamer's wife tells
my
Dr.
God.
Phil why she is concerned about this racist stuff going on online.
So you're worried that he's going to maybe draw these people into the real world?
I just, Dr. Phil, I just feel like in the internet, in this situation, anything is possible. I don't know who these people are. They're claiming to be the KKK, and I have a real big problem with that. They're calling my children monkeys, that they're going to hang them, they're going to kill them, they're going to kill me. It's crazy, and it's out of control, and nobody is trying to do anything about this.
But it's
my
not like-
husband has contacted Microsoft for many years, and I don't understand why the FBI is not all over this.
FBI. Maybe they should look for, people that want to fly planes into buildings. Leave the FBI alone. They shouldn't be after Xbox. You're talking about the same thing that you get on the computer. Internet cowards, they're called. They just get on there, bash people. They're nameless and faceless and have no courage to confront anybody. And that's all you're getting. I understand how offensive it is to this woman and her kids and her husband and everything. That's completely understandable. But as far as it actually being a threat, it's not.
I think it is. But they shouldn't have their kids playing the game. I mean, they're exposing their kids to a lot of bad things.
So you think the game shouldn't be?
No, it's got nothing to do with the game.
Mm-hmm.
Make no mistake. It's awful and disgusting that people go on Xbox and call
And play other races. We should stick with our own. Try to.
and call and that they call and they go there. They're awful people. But this woman shouldn't have her kid playing it, and it's got nothing to do with Xbox. Again, Xbox is just the street that they met on. It's not. It's absurd. It's misused energy to fight in that direction. Like, we got to go after Xbox. It's got nothing to do with Xbox.
There's so many options on Xbox. You can complain about somebody. You can actually send something directly to Microsoft about a particular person.
You can block so you can't hear them anymore.
You can mute anybody you want, and you can run your own room and kick anybody you want out of the room. So you know, and there's certain times kids shouldn't play. When we're on,
no kids should play.
They shouldn't be around.
They shouldn't be on. Children, and you're letting them play. If you have children and you're letting your kids play Xbox, you should have your children taken away.
Xbox Online.
Your kids should be taken away from
racism on Wii bowling. Anything like that on the Wiimote? No. When you use the Wiimote to play Wii bowling with those wobble-headed bobble doll characters, or Wii baseball?
No. Can you make your own bowling ball to look like somebody's face?
All right, listen. Dr. Phil makes the brilliant observation that technology is good and it's bad.
Wow, Dr. Phil.
Technology, there's good and bad. I mean, you enjoy playing this game, right? You couldn't do that before the technology existed, but it comes with a downside.
I'm spending thousands of dollars for Microsoft. So I think it's coming inside of my house.
Yeah, and so you think they owe you some protection?
What? All right, you're crazy.
Thousands of
dollars. You're crazy.
I don't play online. I love artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I love playing the game. I don't like getting online.
Online is great.
MySpace people
Real
always say,
people.
"What's your gamer tag?" I don't want to play with you.
No, it's great playing real people.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Because you know you're when you shoot
that.
someone in the face, you know they're sitting in their house just going. You know, they're so frustrated because that's usually me.
You're playing against somebody else's like psychology. Like if the computer runs around the thing like 8 times. I may run around, stop, and come back and shoot you in the face.
Call of Duty 4, just playing it on hard is not hard enough.
You're just pissing away
like
your brain on that stuff.
Yeah,
it's just the worst thing for a human being.
Actually,
I love it.
I think, look, for you're how old are you now?
In my
38.
40s.
You're just coasting to your death. Nobody, it's
Yeah,
fine.
it's true.
There's
Might
nothing
as well
being
just have
wasted.
fun.
You've got your career. You make money. You go ahead.
You've learned everything you want to learn.
Yeah, but for Bob Kelly, you can look 2 bad months and you're homeless. So you're putting your life in danger.
Wow, he just went right out of pockets.
He actually gave you an extra month.
Somebody with Spanish doubloons in their pocket just told you you're broke.
All right, listen. We got 2 more clips we want to squeeze in here. Gamer afraid that the people threatening him will find out who he is by Googling him, but he's not worried that he's on national TV talking about this. So let's listen to this clip.
And your fear is they've said, I'm going to Google you. I'm going to find. You got a tag that you use when you're playing.
Yeah.
That somehow they can trace that back through, get to your account, find out where you live, and get to you. And that's a possible. That's a possible thing. I mean, that's a real
it is, Dr. Phil.
My fear is my kids, targeting my kids, and who knows? I don't know. I mean, if people write, I think my rights are violated, especially if you're writing KKK and you're actually taking the time to do all this stuff and
3 letters.
Out stuff and it's just horrible.
Doesn't take much time. It's one key.
I should be able to.
Ding, ding, there it is.
Don't forget caps lock.
I should be able to swim in the Pacific Ocean without sharks attacking me. I need someone to protect me against these sharks when I get in that water. How about not getting in the water, my friend?
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
I should have it's my God-given right.
No,
it isn't.
To get on the internet and play. Shut up.
Game is rated M also, so the kids shouldn't be playing it. No. Well, it said rated M.
Let me say this to black people, please. Intellectual black people, stop messing around with dumb white people. That's what I'm really getting tired of.
Yeah.
It's always a retarded white guy, and then black people.
Kiperam, Chin Nampa Al Adam, Neknik Kam, Laporam Amka, Mamni Nikag, Nagnaya Mamni Kamgam.
I'll have a little chat with him then.
Kanang Nimu, Kemgam Kara Yangma.
Approach. You have garnered the attention of my master, the Emperor. He foresees you performing great deeds on Belsavis, and he sends this message. Do not disappoint him.
People call me Lord. You should as well.
The Imperial Guards speak with the Emperor's command. We bow to no other. That said, welcome to Belsavis. This planet holds the Republic's dirtiest secret, a maximum security prison home to the galaxy's most depraved convicts. We've come to free them, specifically the Dread Masters, Elder Sith who could change the course of the war.
Such important prisoners will be under tight security.
Excellent. But you won't be alone. We've deployed a heavy Imperial presence, led by 5 special operations groups. They freed prisoners and sparked riots. But during the chaos, we lost contact with all 5 teams. You will need to re-establish contact, and, if necessary, relaunch the operation to free the Dread Masters.
I like the idea of Sith Lords owing their freedom to me.
The shuttle will drop you at the last known location of Operations Group 5. Find Lord Medishus. Help him fan the flames of the riot. Minimum resources, maximum results. That's how we avoid disappointing the Emperor.
Getting ready to go, well, and then he gets on it, and it's a travesty.
Yeah.
It's like it's these Yahoo white boys
Right.
calling you a monkey, and you're bothered by that.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go to Kevin in Connecticut. Kevin.
Sounds like you guys need the Malcolm Xbox.
Let's go to Travis from the Bronx. Travis.
Yeah, I play plenty of Call of Duty all the time. I'm black, and all this racism is just nothing. This guy who's complaining about he's a damn wimp. He's a grown man. Come on now. I mean, if people are going to talk trash to you, it's all in good fun. They don't really mean to hurt your feelings. If they do, then
You know what they're, yo, dude, you know what they're doing all here? Making a monkey face, all of them.
Oh, shut up.
They're all putting their tongue up into their top lip, and they're going,
Jimmy's up on the counter.
Except
Jimmy's swinging from a chandelier.
Old-timer like me got a lot of people. We were actually trying to make the face.
Come back, you might learn something.
All right.
I thought it, didn't say it. Glad I didn't.
I use the American History Xbox. That's the one I...
It's a relief to see you here, my lord. Don't mind the troops sulking. Being reduced to cannon fodder isn't sitting well with them. This prison is far more dangerous than we originally thought, and far older. Many of these vaults were constructed thousands of years before the Republic came. Imagine the secrets inside.
I doubt whoever built those vaults just filled them with loot.
Yes, the contents of these vaults tend to be more dangerous than valuable, as we've discovered. We've been blasting open the older vaults in hopes that whatever horrors were locked away might turn on the Republic guards. In one vault, we discovered ancient war droids. Ungrateful wretches that vaporized my men on the spot. Now they're on the warpath.
What were a bunch of old battle droids doing locked up?
Perhaps for exhibiting the same genocidal tendencies they've been demonstrating all week. Still, they may have their uses. Those droids properly controlled would be invaluable. However, our reprogramming spikes need to be inserted manually. I've lost 30 men trying to dominate the ancient droids. Validating in a way, but these massacres are crippling us. I need your help uploading those spikes.
If we don't harness their power, the Republic will.
Once installed, the spikes are designed to make the droids target only people wearing Republic Guard uniforms. Until then, though, those droids will be extremely hostile. If they get you in their sights, they won't let up. And they don't miss.
Let's go to Mike
Excuse me.
in Dallas. Or is this Max? Mike?
Yes, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
I'm a truck driver, and they do the same thing on the CB. They do all the talking noise. We call them CB Rambos. You know, you can't see who they are, but all they do is talk.
Yeah, they did that. I did that coming back from Monterey. My friend had a CB. He goes, watch this. And he goes, is there anywhere a black guy can get breakfast around here? And just
no.
I mean, nonstop for an hour and a half. The best jokes, some of the best jokes I've ever heard. I mean, really good jokes.
No, the
like
thing
knock jokes and everything.
I love the fact that he knew. He goes, watch this. Done it a few.
Welcome, my lord. I assumed Commander Callum sent you to help. I'm Lord Medicius, leader of Operations Group 5. We started this riot by arming prisoners and pointing them at their Republic captors. But our primary goal is to extract certain inmates held deep within the prison.
Commander Callum said they were Sith Lords.
Correct. The Dread Masters. They can reach out through the Force and pierce their enemies with terror. Whole armadas surrender to them without firing a shot. The Republic claimed the Dread Masters were killed in the last war. Returning them to the field would be a crowning achievement.
Do you have a fix on the Dread Master's location?
The Republic moved them into the deep prison. We've heard nothing since. Meanwhile, the Warden brought in a hard-headed off-world enforcer, Ellis Ruger. He's here to close our exit corridor. If the Republic isn't stopped, they'll retake this landing zone. Without an exit, our prison break will fail.
Don't give an inch of ground to the Republic.
We're trying, but the prison guards aren't helping matters. They're hiding behind force fields, and they've just deployed mechanical peacekeepers. These Warden droids have enough firepower to incapacitate a small army. The rioters are losing hope, but we can reignite their rage. Destroy enough droids and the convicts will smell blood. They'll practically defend our landing zone for us.
If a few broken droids will spark the convicts' fury, I'll set this riot ablaze.
Impress the rioters with your power and the droids' weakness. Then they'll fight our enemy for us.
Next. Name, please. Good to you. Let's see.
Please use all products only as intended.
The thing is, if you go out to like real America, where real people are, all humor is racist.
Yeah.
Every single. That's all people talk about. It's that bad.
Right.
Like we have a house upstate in Columbia County, which is a very rural part of New York, and my neighbor, who's a farmer, invited me to watch the Tyson Lennox Lewis fight in his barn. He stole satellite.
Wow.
And so all of my neighbors were all these really nice people. We all went and watched it. And a couple of minutes into the fight, some guy's like, "Look at them monkeys up there," and they just start. And I'm sitting there like, I just feel horrible.
And in front of you, and you're like the new guy there.
Yeah, I'm like the New Yorker.
Yeah.
And they're, but they're all. I realize that's all they sharpen their humor on racism. Is the only thing they have to make fun of. Like that's all they do.
All right, we got the final clip here from Dr. Phil.
And it's a site on there, a game called Uno. Everybody knows what Uno is. It's actually a live feed. It's 4 people. Actually, it's 4 people have a camera, and we can see each other as we play the game Uno. Now you have people on there taking off their clothes and perverted things, running around naked.
Nice.
And it's all about the money now. It's so easy to get online now. You can go to your local 7-Eleven, your liquor store, and buy this a month on
the liquor store, the gun store, the KFC. What the? Come on, dude.
Put out a local check.
Everybody always says library.
Yeah.
Everybody goes,
there's a library. I know.
Buy one up
You go to
on the corner.
The coffee shop or the library.
Kennedy Fried Chicken.
This guy's no reverend hell. He's really trying to get something going.
This guy's burying himself.
And boy, he stayed on that Uno game long enough to notice that they're getting naked.
They're getting naked.
He should have turned his computer off immediately. I'm getting Uno. Here's the second half of the clip.
Go to your local 7-Eleven, your liquor store, and buy this a year subscription for $49. You can buy one for $7.
This is an ad.
Come home, actually type in the code, and you're online. So who's to say my
knows
son,
exactly how to
my
do it.
daughter, gets online, plays Uno, and it's a pervert online, luring her to go do something. So who's at fault?
Did he say
You as the parent,
Or is it
stupid.
Microsoft if something happens to my kid?
Oh my God! Shut up.
Blame Microsoft.
Yeah, go ahead.
God.
How about this? People to get
Before you-
online and stuff like that, you got to use your real name and identity. How about that?
No.
No, why not?
That ain't gonna
Because you'd
happen.
be arrested, I'd be in jail.
No, but I'm saying, like, where else?
There are other places.
You know what
but
is-
where else can you interact without any real facial recognition? The internet's a weird place. Like any other time.
It's not just as Patrice deftly put it, retarded white folk. It's also supposedly smart. Like with the writer's strike, there's like this online sort of forum of people talking about it, and they're all like writers and like millionaires.
Yeah.
Arguing about it, and like I went on once and questioned something the Writers Guild was doing.
Boy.
And they're just like, you piece of... Like, I mean, I never gotten sworn at so much in my life.
Yeah.
And just say, you should have your this and that torn open and just... And these are like guys with jobs in mansions.
All of a sudden they come out.
With anonymous names.
Yeah.
It just says Writer 02, and
That's
they're
what it
just
is.
like, you're a piece of...
There's zero accountability.
That's all it is.
Online, and everyone knows that, so you could say whatever you want,
Yeah.
and there's no responsibility.
I was in a chat room one time and someone said something I didn't like, and I'm like, oh, jump in a lake.
Hey,
watch
out.
easy.
Listen to this.
It was sitting on that cement right there.
For about a year, Jean Mansell has cherished her cement Jesus statue, an heirloom from her late uncle.
There was footprints behind it and footprints in front of it.
But Thursday morning, Jean walked outside only to find that Jesus was gone.
My husband got a phone call. And it's
Come on. Do you really have to put it that way? That newscaster.
Find that Jesus was gone.
He didn't say Jesus statue.
No. Jesus was
gift
gone.
was gone.
To find that Jesus was
gone.
Was gone. That Jesus was gone.
my husband got a phone call in a real graspy voice over the phone saying, check your mailbox.
In the mailbox, a ransom note.
The note basically said they were holding Jesus for ransom.
The note reads, we are holding Jesus ransom until you clean up the poopy from your wieners, and trust us, we see you take your wieners for long walks without picking up their poopy in our yards. This has upset us daily, so please clean up all the wiener poopy if you want to see Jesus unharmed.
I hate our country.
Yo, drop a bomb. Drop bombs on us now, somebody.
It is the worst.
Is that the whole story? What happened? Did Christ escape?
We'll tell you Monday.
Oh, look at you with the tease.
He got arrested and he's lost in Weehawken somewhere.
Yeah.
It has to be a young person because they put these little lines next to the word Jesus. No adult's going to waste their time doing that. And referring to wiener poopy, my gosh.
My gosh.
My gosh.
Put lines next to the word what? I didn't understand that.
Yeah,
Jesus?
next to the word Jesus. I don't know what they
What
mean by
lines? Man, unless they underlined it.
Or they put it in quotes.
quotation marks, maybe.
No grown-up's gonna waste their time doing that.
Like, it's not Jesus, it's Jesus, you know.
Well,
it's your
actually,
Jesus. It makes sense, yeah.
It's appropriate
It's
to put
actually-
Jesus in quotes.
It's actually good punctuation they were
Yeah.
using there.
This could be the greatest news story because it has Jesus, wiener, and poopy in it.
That's pretty
All in one.
Pretty
All in one.
Hee hee hee.
Jean has 4 wiener dogs and admits there was a complaint last year about their leavings, but says she's cleaned up every pile since.
Why can't this guy talk like a human being?
They're leaving?
They're leaving.
leaving. He already said poopy like 4 times.
Yes, a poopy. Wiener poopy.
I think he was like, probably were going over the copy when he was doing the voiceover.
Yeah.
Should I say poopy or, it doesn't seem dignified. I was saying poopy and quoting the letter.
Right.
I think now that it's me speaking, I should say
feces, like an adult.
Should I say feces? No,
no, that doesn't. How about leaving?
Waste? No.
Leaving.
Leavings. Because I could say it with that inflection. Leaving. Oh.
Start Googling wiener poopy. Let's go, guys.
There it is.
Let's go. Wiener poopy.
We want that as top Google search for the day.
Yeah, this is today's Google search. Wiener poopy.
Can we hear the end of that again where he says leavings, please?
Leaving.
It has to be a young person because they put these little lines next to the word Jesus. No adult's going to waste their time doing that. And referring to wiener poopy, my gosh.
My
Jean
gosh.
has 4 wiener dogs and admits there was a complaint last year about their leavings, but says she's cleaned up every pile
Boy,
since.
we really built that up.
Yeah, he just goes, complains about their leavings. We're like, leaving.
Come on, cough it up. Every name, every date, every blasted key.
I don't have I don't know what you're talking about.
The cattle are in the slaughterhouse now, partner. Don't play dumb.
Oh, that prisoner list. Of course. Right here.
I'll be taking that list.
Right, sorry, Sith. You want the list, it's yours. We'll just be going.
Yeah, we'll be getting out of your way. Don't hurt us, please.
Don't know why you bothered. You're just gonna kill me like all the others, aren't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last I checked, it was your empire that opened all the cages. Let freaks like them out. I just hope my family made it out of here alive. But you don't care, do you? What is it you want, anyway?
There's a group of Nikto with an inordinate love of technology.
Yeah, I remember them. Ran off into one of those big vaults a few days ago to do whatever it is they do. Don't know if they're still alive, though.
Do yourself a favor and leave this planet.
You don't have to tell me. I'm getting the first shuttle out of here if I have to steal it.
Yeah, I liked our version better.
She's cleaned up every pile since.
I take my dogs for a walk. I carry a plastic bag with me, and I pick up anything that they do.
Now, Jean just wants her statue back and says she won't press charges.
I hate this guy.
That one's really bad.
I
She
hate
wants
this
the statue
guy.
back and says, and she won't press charges. Let me do another one. Take two. Let me do it. She says, and says she won't press charges. How was that? Can I hear that back?
Is there a school for that? Is there some place we don't know about, like broadcasting school where they tell you to do this?
It sound like someone's
You have to use your
doing you.
have to
from
use your your diaphragm.
Someone's entering you, and you're needing to
Believing.
And she said, "Oh, that's good." Yes.
How long?
Why?
How long is broadcasting school?
It could be 4 years, yes, or it could be a quick weekend course.
For this guy, it's
You
like,
learn
it's
the
like a
same.
2 years, like the same as being a sous chef for the Olive Garden.
The American.
The droids appear to have lost interest in us. No doubt they're hunting down their new prey. Now the Republic can enjoy being slaughtered by these antiquated tools of destruction. I'm in your debt.
You're most welcome.
Now that those droids aren't shooting us anymore, we may be able to deactivate a few and study them more closely. In time, we may even be able to replicate their technology. Belsavis is more intriguing than I feared.
The Warden droids are no more. I hope the rioters took note.
Have no fear. Thousands of prisoners already move against the droids. More devotees follow your footsteps every minute. Many have died in the process, but that's normal.
It was actually quite simple.
Then I have a powerful ally indeed. The Warden droids were meant to be the equal of 20 prisoners. Still, we need more convicts on our side. Turn this mob into an army, and the Republic will be permanently occupied. An army begins with generals. We must provide the prisoners with the leadership they require.
There must be plenty of leadership material locked up here. Break them out and put them to work.
Exactly. There's a carbonite storage facility in the intake yards, full of frozen convicts. Some were rebellion leaders, others simply murdered every guard they found. We need both persuasions.
Releasing them into the general population should prove entertaining.
Splendid. Though the unfreezing process won't be simple. Prisoner, What of your mission into the carbon gallery?
The crisis response unit ambushed us. I got away. Only me.
Excellent. Ruger took the bait. Now you can free the frozen prisoners and wipe out the crisis response unit all at once.
I'll be there in but a moment.
Destroy the guards and defrost the prisoners. They'll turn this riot into an organized army. Then we'll have safe passage to extract the Dread Masters.
Culinary
Can we just hear that? Can we just hear that last part again with the and says she wants her Jesus statue back.
Bag with me, and I pick up anything that they do.
Now, Jean just wants her statue back and says she won't.
All right, that was worth it.
And says. Jean just wants her statue back and says she won't press charges if Jesus isn't harmed.
And I thought, my gosh, something like that's going to be safe in your yard.
Why?
It wasn't.
Why would you think that? It's outside.
It wasn't.
It's safe in your house, in your locked garage, in your yard. It's not safe.
No,
it's sitting outside, dummy.
Yeah.
Did we take your daughter's leavings to the doctor's office yet?
Where are her leavings?
Oh, you still got her leavings in your hand.
Louis C.K. still has them and says he needs somebody to bring them down to the pediatrician. And says the poopy from the
What
wiener
is that
child.
voice? What is that?
I don't understand what that is.
Who told these people that that's how we like to hear things?
We want to hear the news delivered in a phony, singy voice. And says,
he sounds like a American version of the BBC guys. BBC News.
Oh, they are really weird.
And genocide. Like every story somehow has.
Yes.
And HIV/AIDS.
There was a problem in Baghdad. Another bombing which claimed the lives of hundreds. What kind of inflection is that? Hundreds. Another tragedy that could have been averted.
Let's go to Dan in Boston. Dan.
Hey, good morning. Today I learned that Louis C.K. is actually a Mexican, and the whistles go woo-woo!
Yeah, we did learn that today. Very nice. Go, Pats, go. All right. I think we can squeeze one more of these weird stories in. They've been piling up around here lately.
It's lunchtime in one of Haiti's most desperate slums. But because of rising food prices...
Haiti.
That sounded like an ad. It's lunchtime in one of Haiti's most desperate slums.
Sunny D time.
Think they're going to be eating leavings?
Leavings.
Sunny D in Haiti, they open the refrigerator and it's just 5 people with bloody machetes looking at a rump roast or something.
Let's say hi to Mike in Arkansas. Mike?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Jimmy, how much do hooker leavings cost?
Leavings.
Depends on the gal.
Depends on the freshness.
It's lunchtime in one of Haiti's most desperate slums. But because of rising food prices, some of the poorest can't even afford a daily plate of rice.
They're going to eat that baby?
Instead, they're taking desperate measures to fill their bellies. This mother and her toddler now rely on a traditional Haitian remedy for hunger pangs, cookies made of dried yellow dirt. Mud has long been used by pregnant
Oh, my God. The crowd loved that.
By the way, I'm not getting in trouble for playing that boring clip over...
Why would you?
All right.
Because God wanted that played.
There's a commercial here. I think it's a commercial that we're playing here in New York where Mike from Mike and the Mad Dog is talking about the Super Bowl. I guess he's doing little Super Bowl like tidbits or something. I don't even know. But his delivery is like, I don't want to do this. I'm being forced to do this. So here it is.
He's got pizzazz, that guy.
So I've been playing like the boring clip under his commercial read.
What happened with the dirt cookies? They sound lovely.
Yeah, let's get
Yellow cookies made from dirt?
Yeah.
Remedy for hunger pangs, cookies made of dried yellow dirt. The mud has long been used by pregnant women and children as an antacid and source of calcium. But now cookies made of dirt, salt, and vegetable shortening have become a regular meal for some. Food prices are up as much as 40% on some Caribbean islands after floods from last year's hurricane season damaged crops. Because of that, Caribbean leaders held an emergency summit to discuss cutting food taxes and coming up with ways to reduce the island's dependence on imports. Patient doctors say those who rely on the cookies are at risk from malnutrition. And officials warn the dirt can contain deadly parasites or toxins.
This story reminds me. That's why I had to jump in. I was out for sushi the other night, and the rice wasn't as gummy as I like it to be, so my sushi fell apart.
That's really Did you send it back and have it thrown into a garbage pail?
I certainly did. I said, throw this away. No one will want this.
No.
That story reminded me of.
It's worthless.
Have a dirt cookie.
They're eating dirt cookies.
Dirt cookies.
How awful. Don't call them cookies.
No, they're not cookies.
No,
it's dirt.
And it reminds me of when, and this is true, I took my daughter to dinner the other night, and I ordered her a plate of spaghetti and a cheeseburger.
Wow.
Because she's fickle.
She doesn't know which one she wants. I understand that.
A bite of each.
If we're going to talk about food, can we play We Are the World or something? I need some music behind this.
She took a bite of burger, a bite of the pasta, and the rest we just chucked in the gutter.
Throw it away.
For the rats. The rats eat better than
exactly
than the Haitians in the city. I bet you the dirt cookies have some leavings, chips in them.
Sure they do.
Leavings.
I gave my dog... I fed my dog fresh beef and vegetables for breakfast this morning. That's true. Fresh beef from a supermarket.
I went to an Italian restaurant here in Manhattan, and it's served what they call family style.
Yeah.
And it's a giant. You get a giant platter of food, and it's just me and my girl, and she doesn't like what I have.
Sure.
And I don't like what she has. Right. So we each had to get a giant portion, of which you couldn't even tell we had eaten anything out of it, and I was stuffed.
Right.
And then they take it away and throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, no, and you throw it in like hazmat garbage, so it's certain that no other people will eat it.
Right.
It's like a shredder for food.
Yeah, because it's illegal to give that food to anybody.
And the beauty, because we are Americans, that all that beautiful food that's in the dumpsters, we don't let the homeless eat it, so we poison it. They dump actual poison on this delicious food that the homeless would have grabbed and had a nice meal.
Exactly.
We do that because we're Americans.
That's what we've always done.
Jimmy, you got a food story, maybe?
Well, I started with the sushi one. I normally, I don't know. I mean, I like to take a couple of bites out of things and throw it on the floor. And they just say, look, this fell. I'm not paying for it. And then I go home.
What about the gluttony Super Bowl Sunday? You know, big game on Sunday. The gluttony that's going to be...
chicken wings?
Yep, I'll order a pizza.
About a week ago, I was driving from Louisville, Kentucky to Knoxville, Tennessee. And I stopped at a Kroger's.
Right.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was open. Totally lit up and air conditioned and perfectly, controlled. And there was just about an acre of meat out on the shelf.
Yeah.
And no one was going to ever buy it that night. And the next day it would all be thrown away.
Yeah, of course.
And that Kroger's represents literally millions of supermarkets that just have, in case one guy wants meat at 3 o'clock and wants a square inch of meat, they put an acre out there.
Yeah, it really sucks they got to eat dirt cookies.
And then it all throws... those people have dirt cookies?
I forgot about the dirt cookies.
Why are they eating dirt cookies? There's meat at Kroger's.
And if you want to
stupid?
Go back a ways, I remember...
how far is Haiti from Louisville, really?
Yeah.
How hard would that be?
Come on. Just make the swim.
Yeah.
When I was probably a little older than these children that they're talking about that are making dirt cookies, I remember going to Jack in the Box with all my friends at the end of a night of drinking. And we would get a breakfast jacks, they were called.
Right.
But we would get extra ones.
Yeah.
Just so after we eat our fill, we could drive by
the Jack in the Box, and throw them at the big windows in
Throwing
front,
food
and
is
just
a
watch
prank.
them slide down the window.
Yeah.
And would we laugh as that food, that sustenance, was just oozing down the windows?
We have enough food here in this country to do funny things with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know
We have to be told not to play with our food.
Exactly.
That dirt cookie story reminded me. I had a Toll House freshly baked. I had about 8 of them, and I was only going to eat 3. And a couple of them actually had more chips on one side of the cookie than the other.
Oh,
that's awful.
What
That's
a
not
disgrace.
infuriating.
That's awful.
Hold on, I want to make more room so I could eat.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, how do they deal with the anorexia problem over there? Like, do they have to maybe force them to eat the dirt cookies?
so.
And the bulimia? Like, does that hurt when after you binge on dirt cookies, you have to purge and there's the pebbles that scrape your throat?
Look at the positive side. They don't have those diseases in Haiti.
That's right.
That was...
I went shopping the other night for my kids, and I got a chicken and some lamb chops and beef. And then I ended up not feeling like cooking.
Yeah.
I got takeout every night this week, and all of that food went rotten in my fridge.
Yep. You just got to clean it out, throw it away.
I
or
know,
else
it's a
the
real
fridge
drag
stinks.
for me. It's a
molds.
Yeah.
Everyone understands the message. What we're really trying to say with this bit, and like don't misinterpret it,
Yes.
is that this Black History Month, we want to acknowledge that in Haiti they are spoiled.
They're what?
Spoiled.
They're
You don't have
excuse
any
me.
food. How about dirt cookie?
I'd love to have cookies for every meal of the day.
Listen, it's not just dirt, too. What did she said? They had vegetable shortening and salt in there?
something in there.
It's delicious.
Sounds great.
Have a dirt cookie, son. You've been good.
In some countries, that's a delicacy. You know when they say that?
Exactly.
In some countries, that's a delicacy. Yeah, because they don't have any actual food.
Because they don't have beef.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Poor countries.
Spit is a delicacy.
Yeah, that's why slugs are a delicacy.
They spit in each other's mouths for food because they got nothing else.
How about, I remember being a small child and my parents getting into a big fight, and my father taking a full plate, a big platter of spaghetti, and just throwing it against the wall and calling my mother an F and a C, and watching the spaghetti ooze down the wall, and it brought tears to my eyes. Not, the waste of food. It was the fact that my parents were probably getting a divorce, and I was devastated.
Well, the people in Haiti would probably happily drink those tears for nourishment now.
Well, add it to these dirt cookies. That's where the salt comes from. Their own
Wonderful,
tears.
wonderful snack. Wonderful.
Oh, look, an infected toe. Let me suck on that. I'm thirsty.
I have probably personally poured about 4 million gallons of milk down the drain. Just poured it down the drain.
To feed a nation.
Bought a gallon of milk. This has been repeated 50,000 times in my life. Bought a gallon of milk. Didn't even drink a glass of it. Made a cappuccino with an eighth of a cup of it. And then let the rest rot. Come back home from the road and pour it out.
Right.
How about lunch meat?
Lunch meat? Oh, yeah.
We all get like a pound of ham or turkey or something.
Give me a pound. You know what? Give me a pound, buddy.
You make one sandwich and forget that it's in the fridge, and then right into the garbage.
That's it.
Like
Swiss cheese becomes cardboard. Stiffens up on it.
Exactly.
Teach a man to buy cookies. Boy, I screwed up. I've never actually read the Bible, but I just heard it's good.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we were doing great.
No, that's the thing. Give a nation grain and food and rice, and they'll eat for 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Teach them that the dirt beneath their feet can be cookies, and the whole country will be dead in a week.
Guess the singer or Willie Nelson talking about 9/11?
How about Willie Nelson?
A douche.
Does he say anything surprising? Does he say anything you wouldn't have expected him to say?
Yeah, actually, it is a little odd, even though I know he smokes a lot of pot.
He's one of those dudes, Louis.
One of those.
We're learning that he's one of those dudes.
That it was a planted detonation and
Fucking Willie Nelson. We've had him on the show.
One of those.
What's your take on 9/11? Do you question the official story?
Certainly.
Is this man cow audio?
No, it's not that guy.
Who's the guy?
Well, there's a lot of man cow sounding douches out there.
What's your take on 9/11? Do you question the official story?
I certainly do, and I saw those towers fall, and I've seen an implosion in Las Vegas. There was too much similarities between the two.
Right, buildings
and
fell.
I saw the building fall that didn't get hit by nothing. So, how naive are we? Or, what do they think we'll go for?
What, it did get hit by nothing?
Are you saying you started having...
It also takes like 6 months to prepare that building to fall like that. It's not like they just go in that day, hook up some dynamite, and then
It's
it falls
amazing.
perfectly.
It's the most witnessed crime in the history of the of existence.
Of existence.
And people are still like...
There's still...
I don't know, though. I mean...
No, man.
Could have been something,
Look, you see sparks coming out the window as it's... Well, yeah, because it's a building falling. It's made of metal and concrete. You're going to see sparks, dummy.
I was talking to Anthony yesterday because this came up and we're finally bringing it on the show. Right now, I got some douche above me just tapping in nails, and I want to go up there and strangle them. And I go, I can't even concentrate with a lousy hammer, and they're small nails, you can tell, but they're nailing everything up there. And they were supposed to sneak around a fucking building and
jackhammers drilling holes in supporting
no one's gonna
concrete
notice.
and steel.
No.
They're not going to notice
cables.
the dust everywhere, even if they quote did it in the middle of the night when no one was there. They're going to sweep up everything.
Cables that would come out in a snake that would have to be a foot in
It's
diameter.
just funny because I remember watching it and thinking, engineering-wise, what was happening made sense to me, which is that the top half started wobbling, and that's not supposed to happen to a building, and that once the top half started to fall
weight of it
on
is
itself. It's like they dropped the upper part of the World Trade Center on the rest of the World Trade Center, and it
then
crumbled down.
Gravity dictates it will go in a straight line.
Yeah, it's
down.
straight down. It's not going to go over for any reason. There's no force pushing it on the side.
No.
It's pushing down.
A lot of people really thought it was going to just tumble over that way. It's impossible.
It would be great if Al Qaeda, somebody like if Bin Laden just came on TV to say, no, we totally did do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they must
there
be
was
pissed.
no. Yeah, they're like,
It's
give us the credit.
motherfucker, we did that.
It was so much work, and they're
You know what we went through?
Maybe if Cloverfield, tilted, pushed the tower
Yeah,
over.
if Cloverfield Monster pushes a building, it'll fall over.
But that's what they wanted too. The terrorists wanted it to fall over
Bin Laden said that.
onto other buildings, and they were probably bummed out that it didn't.
Yeah, a little bit, sure.
Willie Nelson is a fucking dummy.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Here's Willie Nelson.
Didn't get hit by nothing. So, how naive are we? Or, what do they think we'll go for?
So are you saying you started having questions or that little voice in your head? Did you have a bad feeling the day it happened? Is that what you're saying?
The day it happened, I saw one fall, and it was just so symmetrical. And I said, wait a minute, I just saw that last week at the,
Autopilot mode
casino over in Las Vegas. And you see these implosions all the time, and then the next one fell, and I said, hell, there's another one. And they're trying to tell me that an airplane did it. And that's, I can't go along with that.
And then you find out that mainstream news reported, but it never got any attention, that the supposed hijackers were given national security clearance and were trained at U.S. bases, and the dean of the Defense Language School, Colonel Butler, goes public and says, we train these people, the government's involved, and they start court-martialing him until he agreed to shut up.
Shut up. Shut up.
What?
This asshole?
You know what's funny
It's
about
gotta
who
be
is this
Mancow.
asshole?
No? Sounds just like Mancow.
Everyone online is on his feedback is telling us who this asshole is. Mancow, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Is it Neil Bortz?
No, but they're mentioning that Humphrey dude, Rusty Humphreys, Mancow. Like, it's the same voice. Alex Jones.
That's
I guess
what
they all,
hacks these guys are. They all
that's
sound
what
like
I'm saying.
the
They
same
all
guy,
sound
yeah.
like the same, and everyone thinks they know who this guy is.
I talk like this when I'm home.
He sounds like he's about to say, Willie, that's not funny.
Stupid Willie.
How well is it? Well, when was that audio from, though? In fairness to him, was that like right after 9/11?
When was it?
Yesterday.
No.
No.
If you came out right
Well, I know
after
he's
9/11 and said shit like this, you'd be fucking exiled.
Yeah.
You know what happened to the Chixie Dicks, remember? They fucking said something.
Chixie Dicks?
I said that on purpose. Thank you for noticing. They fucking, criticized Bush a little too close to 9/11. They were crucified. No, this is all new shit. Stupid Willie. Go smoke fucking joint
Yeah, he
and
says,
not pay your taxes.
I'm sorry, I'm not buying it.
Asshole.
I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. Well, it's a good thing it doesn't matter whether you buy it or not.
Holy shit, Willie Nelson's on to us. It's time. All right, we're going to make a major announcement this evening on the news.
Here's the thing that the other guy's saying, I have no idea if any of that's true, but maybe the government did 9/11. It's possible, but at least admit that they did it by throwing planes at the buildings.
Yeah.
Like, why do you need
The
to
planes
make
are
it
a nice touch.
At least
What are they, stupid?
Why would they do that and then not,
Yeah.
Why don't you just? It's so easy to just say the hijackers were working for the government. That's all. That's fine. I'll go. Oh, I don't know. Maybe that did happen.
Not a controlled
But we all
explosion.
watched the planes hit the buildings and the buildings come down. Why do you have to say no? They actually. Some people go like there was no planes.
Yeah, what?
There's people that say that there were no planes.
Is there really an eyewitness?
There
to
never
this?
was a World Trade Center.
Did anyone see the planes?
Yeah.
Yes. Millions of people saw it.
Yes.
Well, they say the one that hit the Pentagon, that they actually blew the Pentagon up themselves because there's no footage of the plane.
Yes, there is. Shut
Actually,
up.
no,
There is.
I know,
There is.
I know there is.
There is.
But
Security cam.
They
caught
say
it.
that it isn't. So relax.
There is.
All right, Tony, relax.
I told you there was, Bob. Bob's always arguing that point.
And there's light poles that are sheared off, and there's a big fenced-in generator that one of the tail hit. They know exactly where it came in, exactly how it hit.
The reason why they're like, because they didn't find pieces of it like on Lost, that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're a gatekeeper. You remember that jerk off?
Oh, yeah.
Little boy didn't like his point of view not being. And
then he got all
Stop
violent
the
and
angry young
yelling.
man thing, sweetie.
That's what
Stop.
it is. It's usually some
This is why I
douchebags.
don't, this is how people argue. That's why I don't like argue on the internet with people anymore. Because whatever you tell people, it's like, well, it was on national TV and we all watched. It might have not. I can believe what I want to believe. All right, go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Believe it.
Well, doesn't it
Believe
bother
your parents
you
raised
that?
a douche.
No, it doesn't, because I've read.
Yeah.
The explanation for that. so
And
it
they
doesn't
didn't
bother
find any aircraft parts at the Pentagon.
Yes, they did.
Yes,
Yeah.
they did. Yeah. What are you going to say to that? Yes, they did. Here's the pictures of it. Here's a firefighter standing next to a turbine that matches this plane. No. I mean, what the fuck?
exactly-
How do you argue that?
That's exactly what they say. No.
No, years ago, this is where I really learned about people and how useless they are. I was in, years ago. I was in Boston. I was in a bar, and there's a story on the news on the TV at the bar about the stealth bomber. Remember the stealth bomber?
Yep.
The invisible bomber. And this guy at the end of this Boston retard at the end of the bar goes, it doesn't work. I'm like, what? Stealth bomb doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Why do you say? Because the Russians got infrared. Doesn't work.
Infrared.
Like, this is like a $3 billion airplane.
Infrared.
And they worked on it forever, and they used some of Hitler's science.
Yeah.
And there's dudes whose brains are bizarrely amazing that made this thing.
The technology from a clicker can find it.
This fucking
your remote control.
fucking Irish cunt in Boston. All they had to do was ask him. He's sitting at the end of the bar with the real.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't?
Fucking asshole. People think they know anything.
Dude, the problem with infrared is that they can use it. Oh, Bob, what about? Don't talk to me, dude. I rehearsed this alone. No.
Hey, we got an update on the Jane Fonda thing, too.
When
Remember
she
this?
dropped the
Apparently she
C-bomb.
never said it.
Well, I know you're... Well...
Amazing. And I know when it started, there were some A-list celebrities who came out to help you, but Jane, you at first were not a big fan of the play, so what turned you around?
Well, it wasn't that I wasn't a big fan. I hadn't seen the play. I live in Georgia, okay? I was asked to do a monologue called Cunt. And I said, I don't think so. I got enough problems.
But then you were invited to go see it.
Fucking love Jane Fonda
Is it
right
a monologue
now.
called cunt?
First
I
of
got
all,
enough problems. I
That's
love
television.
also, she said cunt like you're supposed to say it. She said cunt. Like it came from underneath.
but you know what? That's
a
not even her
monologue called
line.
cunt.
Brett Butler, there's a female comic, I don't know if it was Brett or Caroline Ray, one of them said that in their act.
Really?
Yes. It's not even her fucking line.
So she stole it?
Yes.
Wow.
And then you hear Meredith Vieira laughing at her, right?
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
she's denying she didn't even really hear it.
I didn't hear it. She was turned away from me. I wasn't even in the room.
What a
I fucking
fucking
didn't
lie.
care. I was with my
Come
kids.
on.
That's the update right there. Yeah, she claims she never heard Jane Fonda say cunt.
She's laughing at it.
And then Meredith had this to say.
Before we go to break, in our last half hour, we were talking about the vagina monologues, and Jane Fonda inadvertently said a word from the play that you don't say on television. It was a slip, and obviously she apologizes, and so do we. We would do nothing to offend the audience. Please accept that apology, and when we come up,
I'm not accepting
we're going to be talking about the secrets to making your love last. A nice story.
Nice fight, cunt.
God damn it.
That's the secret right there. Get a 12-year-old cunt.
Get your fucking
get a
12-year-old's cunt transplanted into your old body. That'll make your love last. You
Cut
fucking,
out that
you
40-year-old
shit viewer.
box and you replace it.
Fucking switch it out.
Oh my God. Pussy was rock. So there's something for him to run
Buy
against.
6 pounds of chicken livers and sew it in there.
Switch out your old pussy for your daughters, you fucking useless whore.
Switch it out. It's a fucking filleting
Get the
knife.
pit crew to put a new one in.
The Penske team surrounding it.
10 seconds. Done. Fuck her again.
Oh,
shit.
my belly hurts.
She just was, denying everything now.
Well, now she's saying she never
was
even
laughing.
heard it. Never heard it.
She
So.
apologized.
Can imagine.
Wonderful.
Can you imagine? She laughed at it. She fucking gave it a nice fat laugh, like that guy in
Jane
Ohio.
Fonda.
Hello. Who's it?
We want the guys to tell all the truth
We want-
about sex and relationships.
Hello. How do I change this?
Gay guys tell all about straight guys.
Yeah, that's who they speaks for us.
Yeah. A bunch of gay-looking gentlemen.
Seemingly,
I just need this changed really fast. We want to listen to that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like
suggests that Democrats really have some doubts about a.
Nope, that's still up top.
There you go.
Andy, many years. You got many years chopped up.
15 years married.
So many years. Tell me. What do you do?
Well, you know,
What's his name?
spark is spark. You know,
comes
when
the
you're
funny.
hot, you're hot.
Yeah, swallow another
When you're
load.
not, you're not. You know, but it's all about communication.
Shut up.
It is not.
You know,
It's all
I'm
about
not the same guy I was
communication.
when I married my wife.
I'm
and neither
gay
is she
with
the
sperm
same
in my
woman
mouth.
that,
Yeah, go home
she
and
was.
diddle
Kind of
your
like
fucking
routine,
clit.
like, oh, it's Wednesday.
That's
that's
why-
our
Isn't a guy
day,
saying
or-
that?
Wednesday is good. Wednesday is very, very good. Today is Tuesday, which means
It is
tomorrow.
about communication.
Forward
I
to
got a hard
Wednesday.
dick. Now
You
suck
have
it
to
real
realize that the person that you are married to is still that beautiful woman, or for women,
she's
it's
And
still
even
that-
though you're a gay man, you have to remember.
you're a woman as much as you do, or as much as you wanted to back in the day. So now you have to keep doing the things.
They go,
or
we're not talking about
doing the
rape.
things that
Yeah.
you used to do to get them.
Now be real. Are you still romancing them like you like
Yes,
you
I
You know,
do.
I try to be creative. You know, I
Yeah.
try to
There we
do
go.
stuff like
Yeah.
Sometimes I
take
suck
off all
a
my
man's
clothes when I'm
penis.
at the house.
Is that a turn on?
Trying to mix it up a little.
Pretend it's like, if no one else enjoys it, I had a good time, and she's had a laugh.
When we were at the back talking just before we came on air, and we were talking
no.
about
Thank
how
you,
you
Rod
keep
Stewart,
that
son.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about the wigs and the lingerie.
Like the one you're wearing.
You guys, are you guys romantics? I mean, when you show up, I don't know whether it's a date or whether it's to your girlfriend. Do you come with the flowers and the chocolates, or are you into the romance part?
I mean, I'm a chef, so I've got to be.
Oh, yeah,
don't I?
that's good.
It's got to be about food. It's got to be about nice wines, candlelight. You know, a bit of. I sort of think romance comes from a situation. So
It really does.
if
Comes
you
from a
put
date
yourself
rape
into a
drug,
nice
you
situation,
faggot.
fucking
roofie.
Fire, you know, that's
I give her a
Creative, though, right? Yeah.
Romance is definitely a big piece of it. I just had this conversation with my girlfriend.
They're all
And that
gay!
I
they
know.
still
They're
like
all
to have a
gay. That's
little
who
thing
speaks
that
for us
you do
today.
just
That's
to
why I'm a
make them-
fucking hateful
It's not about the sex
heterosexual.
all that much. It's
Yeah.
about how they feel. So
Well,
our
the
biggest
sex
thing.
does
It's the little love notes.
The
It's
biggest
the
thing is
flowers.
once we understand
love
what's
notes.
important to them, what their goals, what their
I
dreams
left
are,
my
what
wife a
things
love
that they
note.
like. Make them important to
Take
us.
out the
So
trash,
also take a
Nepe.
little longer to warm up. So guys, we're always ready. Because see, we don't know. It's like, so we need to be ready at a moment's notice. We
Yeah.
like,
To what?
Like, hey,
Bust into a condo?
realize that women aren't always ready. So you got foreplay.
Take it slow.
Foreplay is whatever is leading up to sex. It might be in the morning when you leave the house.
What do you know,
become a
wrinkleneck?
regular, and then you go out and you call it during the day. You
This
send
should
a
be
little
called
sexy
Guys
text
Tell
message.
Nothing.
I like that.
So you work it all
They
day
tell
long
all.
then.
This is what passes, seriously.
You know, after 16 years, you know,
Ask
there's
the
a
guy in
lot
the back
of
of a
just
sanitation
life that's
truck.
intruding all the time. you know.
Yeah.
So,
Get Eddie Brill from
yeah,
Britain.
sex is easy. The romance can be hard.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun. And
Dick
We weren't even going there.
that, you know, we can
not even going there.
You know, find ways all the time to reinvent ourselves to keep things fresh.
Is the
And we
glasses the
don't-
latest one?
All
You
right, let's
dink?
take a look at our next question. This is from Whitney from New York.
Oh.
She asks, what happens after you hook up on the first date? Let's take a look at her question.
Now the cops come to my house and go, where's the head?
My question is, if you hook up with a guy on the first date, is there potential for it to go somewhere, or was it just a one-night stand?
How do men feel about the woman the next day, the day after?
Single guy.
Is there a difference, Curtis?
I kind of felt like this was coming my way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, look, I personally wouldn't judge somebody whether they hooked up with you on the first date or not. I think that every situation's different. You know, it depends on how it came about. Did you meet them in a nightclub and then end up back at your
How about if she wiped her ass on your towels before she left? Now, when you judge her, you fucking fag.
Introduced to someone that way.
Brett, you have a little bit of a different point of view on that, right?
No. Yeah, I believe that it can turn into something. You know, I'm just into the very natural, innocent sort of flow of a relationship.
Are you,
so
you fucking fagola?
Looks
like your brother, that
and then go into
white
I
gay
think
douche.
maybe she did that yesterday. I mean, isn't that kind of cropping up in your
I think it has a lot to do with the self-esteem and maturity of the man.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, the situation. If,
Go warm up
it's
my
the
car.
type of situation where you're out on a date and things are going very well, and it just naturally progresses to the point where you wind up going further than you expected on the first date. That's a different story than if you're at a frat party back in, down in alcoholic beverages, and then you wake up the next morning and you don't remember how you got there.
We had an interesting segment on yesterday. We were talking about sexless.
Stolen car.
About a relationship that doesn't lead to sex right away.
It's disgusting. It should never happen.
Wild.
Sometimes the longer you wait, the better it is.
Oh, is that right?
Like forever.
You must wait a long time, you fat tart.
Stay away from that dirty vagina.
That there truly is a sexual compatibility. Now, if you're expecting a guy to just be totally cold turkey and go into a serious relationship with you,
met all your girls through a DNA database.
Any kind of sexual contact with you, the risk that you could wind up in a situation.
He never has sex before he gets their PIN number.
I'm married to someone who I have no
ways to connect on. Like for women, for us, we connect on so many different levels. I mean, sex is just one of those levels.
Complex.
For guys, it seems like
split your head with
one note Charlie. You know, that's how you connect.
That's a measure of a relationship.
We connect on so many levels. The fucking wallet and the cunts.
Yeah, you're a real enigma. Credit card with a dick. That's what you want, you stupid.
And there's so much more.
We're so complicated.
So many layers of complexity, you fucking.
We want your cum and your money, both. So try to figure that out.
When somebody cooks for you, you go around to their house, and the first thing you do is you smell what they've cooked, and you get a bit excited.
Yeah.
The anticipation of the meal is really exciting.
Nothing gets me harder than fucking eggs over easy.
Sex. I don't think it's just an act. I think it's something more than that. It's something really special, and it's something to share with
in my fucking ass.
Of course, it's different.
All day.
There's also, but when you're having sex in a committed
I'm with you because we're both men and we're gay.
It's much more intense.
Listen to this fucking. This guy.
Did
he just say that? No heterosexual guy would ever say that.
Ever. You're dealing with
in a million fucking years.
In relationships that where sex came later on.
Let's not bring the fucking police into this.
If I knew that we were sexually compatible.
Yeah, but we're talking about consensual sex.
Sex in a committed relationship is so much more.
And there's so many ways to communicate.
That guy, he's a phony. He's never seen a snatch in his life.
No, he hasn't.
Never.
But it's just that most guys aren't going to really go for that.
Again, we're talking about consensual sex.
Even if he is waiting for you, he may not be waiting. He's like, well, I won't have sex with you, but I will have some sex.
Okay, well, moving on.
Very feminine.
To another great.
Respect your wishes.
You know that guy knows when his date's over and somebody blows a rape
Anita
whistle.
from New York asks about how she can tell the guy is lying to her about having sex with other women. To your point, let's take a look.
I'm wondering, how do you tell if a man is lying about sleeping with other women if he says they're just friends?
If his crotch smells like a blimpie.
How can you go ahead, Brett?
Women have a very strong.
Why would it matter to you, you ugly whore?
And they know when something's up. And it's very simple. If you can see sort of the inconsistency.
No, they don't. I've cheated my whole life.
You're
fucking dumb as a bag of hammers. Wrench your dick, go home and go, hey, I'm going to watch a ball game. Fucking stop it.
If you suck his dick and there's shit on the tip, chances are he's been with someone else who he tripped.
Yeah, let's ask Bo Jackson's younger brother.
Stupid. That if she
how do you guys hide being gay from your wives?
Yeah, that's the question, exactly.
And that relationship is doomed.
That's a great point. It's all about the trust
And if you have to ask the question, you will probably already have your answer. Because even, like you said, even if the answer is no,
really?
The fact you have to ask the question shows a lack of trust. And there's so many other things that are probably going to happen.
It's all in your mind, bitch.
Well, sometimes it may be coming from another
When he comes home,
relationship.
she's saying
pepper spray.
That built-in insecurity going into
She knows
it.
he's been
It may have nothing to do with the relationship.
It's not like you're playing with another cat. Yeah, I gotta go with that.
See a sketch of him on fucking the local news. Have you seen this man?
Look, honey, either you
Ask
or
him to give my vagina back.
Exists for men and women when it comes to having casual sex. Let's take a listen.
Find dismembered tits in his sock drawer.
Why men think they're the only ones? They can be the only ones to have sex, casual sex without attachment, and women can't.
Well, you need to.
I kind of go.
I'm so sick of this question.
Did that
That's
lady
so
leave her
fucking-
number?
This guy's out of control.
How the fuck are you?
He's the bad boy. Because he's wearing a ripped hoodie.
Who do you
He
think
thinks he's Rod fucking Stewart.
When guys are out having casual sex, I think that we have a healthy understanding that women do the same thing.
But are those the kind of girls that you're building a lasting relationship
Yes,
with?
That's the thing to
There is a
remember.
double standard because when I look at a woman and they're kind of being
Here we
like
go.
that, very casual.
Yeah,
about
you don't like
it,
that, do you,
kinda goes
faggot?
against the wholesomeness, the pureness
You don't
of
want
them
them for
are
the
gone.
long
And I
haul.
don't want them to be the mother of my children.
I do.
The mother of my children.
Some girl licks my asshole the first date, I'm getting her a ring within an hour. I want to use her as a cum spittoon
Next time
for the next 40 years.
Next time she licks your asshole, there's a little ring in there. That's how you honey. Hey, lick my asshole.
Do it again.
She sticks her tongue in there. What is that? Oh, I love you. She's crying.
How romantic.
There's shit on the ring still.
It's 2 carrots and a piece of corn.
My wife was on the road with major rock and roll.
It's like, I'm the kind of person, I don't care about what you did before me. As a matter of fact, don't hurt me.
Just don't tell me. Don't even tell me. Okay, wait, can I ask you guys to promise to come back again for our next segment?
So great.
No,
You guys are
excellent.
great.
And
Great.
all 4 of you, we expect you
guy
back.
on the right,
Very
he's
good.
a
Thank you
fuzzy
so much.
connoisseur.
Thank you. And when we come back, while you may want to use those gift cards that you got for Christmas today, right after these messages.
Yeah, that's.
That's pressing.
Wow.
Garbage.
Drivel.
How the
No,
fuck
this
am I
is
not a
drivel.
trillionaire? I don't understand.
The whole gay
Look at-
guys talking for.
There's another white man being portrayed well in a commercial. There you go.
It's like a carrot.
It's like that movie American Beauty. Remember that
Yeah.
movie?
Oh,
Where they got first,
infuriating.
Kevin Spacey playing the man.
heterosexual, yeah.
And he's in love. He wants to fuck. He's fantasizing about fucking a cheerleader in high school.
Right.
And the way they represent this in this gay movie,
It really
this
was.
fucking bunch of cum through a projector that this movie was, is like this is a man. When you fantasize, apparently, according to this movie, when you fantasize about a cheerleader,
Right.
you lay on your back and flower petals fall all over
Right,
you.
right.
Rose petals just fall all over your body. That's what
Yeah.
you think about.
Exactly.
Instead of just like her hot, sweady ass
Yeah.
and the confused look on her face
Yeah.
as you
Exactly.
fucking cum in her stupid eye.
And then bash her brains in with her own pom-poms wrapped around your
Fucking
fist.
hold her throat and tell her not to tell people.
And you throw her into a cab and she's crying.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking best.
bleach your hair and move out of town.
Or you yell, give me a C, give me a U, give me an N, give me a T, as you punch her in the belly.
No rose
Fucking
petals needed.
Avoid her calls when she skips her period a fucking month later.
She's holding a middle light on her eye to put down the swelling.
When it's done, I want the sheets to
gotta
look like
fucking-
there are rose petals on it.
Exactly. She's got
Are
a
you
Heffenreffer to her fucking to her shiner.
You make her wear a fucking cheerleading outfit while you give her ass to mouth.
Exactly. God. No, it's Kevin Spacey with this sweet look on his face and his flower petals.
Yeah.
And also like cluck music, jazzy music,
Yeah.
music with a
Yeah, that's how you fantasize.
with those wooden blocks.
And then the Marine at the end of the movie, the Marine, of course, the ex-Marine is really...
Yeah, he's the one who's
fucking-
really
yeah.
gay.
Yeah.
None of us are gay. It's actually that one hetero guy. He's the gay one.
Yeah.
No one else is. Yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin Spacey's not
Yeah,
gay.
no.
Fuck. He's fucking straight as an arrow. He lifts weights, listens to Zeppelin, drives a Firebird, and thinks about fucking rose petals.
Yeah, the rose petals really...
And then when he actually sees her tits, he almost vomits.
Yeah.
And puts a blanket around her.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is the fucking man? There's no man there.
No, absolutely not. She should have been in a
finally sees
chokehold.
the 18-year-old tits and goes, oh, what have I been doing all the time? I forgot I like men and their anuses. I forgot I like to suck cock. I don't like vaginas. They're disgusting.
Hey, so going back to your kids, there's a story that happened in a mall, and I want to get your take on it. Simple. All right, it's a pretty good one.
A mother outraged. Her 5-year-old daughter had an emergency, and she says store employees refused to help.
The mother says she was eating at a shopping mall when her 5-year-old started screaming. Many parents can relate. It was a bathroom emergency. But when she went to the nearest place for help, they said no.
She says her daughter had a massive accident. Well, now the store's owner is receiving death threats because of this bathroom backlash.
This just never should have happened. It never should have escalated this high.
But it did. Now one mother has started an internet campaign. And this store owner...
People have called asking if this is my address and said my address to my daughter. And she was terrified.
Says she's now getting death threats.
Good.
The only one that I actually read was the one that said what they wanted to do to me. That was... beat me with a lead pipe.
Well, stop thinking your stupid bathroom is sacred.
All right, wait a minute, though. So this mother is starting the internet campaign against the store?
Yeah.
What kind of store?
I hate the mother. I hate her.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, but see, you got the 5-year-old. Obviously,
I got a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old, and I've been out in public with them many times.
Yeah.
Been at Yankee Stadium with them.
And you need a bathroom.
Yeah, you need a well, okay, here's what happens. You're at Yankee Stadium with your 2 kids, and you don't want to, the Yankee Stadium men's room. Right. It's pretty disgusting.
Sure is.
And I don't want to go there and be in line with my kids and then go into a stall that's just got, is just a chocolate-covered toilet seat. But I do it. Because I know later I might not have a bathroom. If her kid has started screaming, I have to go to the bathroom, that means she's a lousy mother. That's all. I can just tell you that as a fact.
Oh, that
she doesn't know how to take care of her kids.
She should have maybe sooner found something.
She's a self-centered, stupid mother eating a fat burger at the mall. Just an idiot.
The key word there was massive.
Yeah.
The kid had a massive accident.
I don't want.
Wow.
I think there's more that's going to be revealed here.
Oh, is there?
Instead of us saying it, because like the lead pipe thing, came out of nowhere. I'm hoping these other facts come out of nowhere.
Beat you with a lead pipe.
Yeah, Anthony said massive. Yeah. Massive is key to this story now.
Okay.
We'll keep listening.
Okay.
And this lady's now getting death threats because, she wouldn't let the mother with the young child use her bathroom.
Because there's rules about it. Public restrooms, there's... When you have a store or a restaurant, your bathrooms are either rated for public use or not. You can't... It's actually a rule, so the woman's legitimate by not letting the person...
It's a dumb bathroom.
All right, let's hear.
This after a Huntington Beach mom walked into Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory.
Louis C.K. just did a spit take.
Come on. No way.
Wow.
Is that the name of the place?
That's why we don't want to give too much away. Yeah, there's a lot of surprises in this story. A lot of surprises.
My daughter left truffles all over the floor.
Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. Yuck.
Just let her drop one on the wax paper next to the other ones.
Right.
Let Lucy wrap it up after.
Yeah. Cool, no.
This after a Huntington Beach mom walked into Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory last Thursday.
She was carrying the child and she came running over here and she's saying, my 4-year-old, she has diarrhea. She needs to go to the bathroom.
My 4-year-old. What is it saying my 4-year-old twice?
Probably so they would know it wasn't for her. Like,
right.
Yeah.
I get it.
No, she had diarrhea. It's not her kid.
Oh, how great is this?
All right, go ahead.
Chocolate Factory.
Diarrhea. It's the best day of my life.
This is fantastic.
Cha-cha-cha.
Over here and she's saying, my 4-year-old, she has diarrhea. She needs to go to the bathroom.
Owner Bonnie Overturf wasn't there at the time. She says her employee instructed the mother to go to the public restrooms around the corner, a policy Overturf has advised all employees to follow.
Per health department regulation, no person not working with the food can come
They have diarrhea
and be that close to the food.
But on a blog, the mother wrote, I beg them to have a heart, that she was only 5. But by that time, she had lost it all over herself and me.
I beg you to have a brain, idiot. The bathroom's around the corner.
It's around the corner. Just
You're
go.
in a mall. There's bathrooms around the corner. You don't
Stop
go into
arguing.
a store. If you're in a mall, you don't go into the chocolate store to use the bathroom.
The Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory.
No, moron.
I don't. You know what?
You gotta let the mother use the dumb bathroom.
I hate these.
Yeah.
They're scum. Just the way they would make, knowing it's a little kid and they couldn't give the kid a break. It's like, so what? The mother's stupid. You're gonna make the kid pay? That store sucks.
I don't know,
hate
man.
kids.
Well, probably it's not. It's like a bathroom that's behind the counter. It's like
it sounded like it was in a place where it's too close to the Rocky Mountain chocolate, and you don't want a little kid back there.
Now they were just being stupid employees like every one of us deals with.
Yep. I
Just
don't know.
complete robot employee douches.
I guess it just touches a nerve with me because I hate the mother. I hate most American parents are just so stupid.
Right.
They don't make the slightest effort.
I'm so
to get
happy.
ahead of things with the kid.
So happy she was exploded on.
When you're out with your kid, you ask him every 20 minutes or so, you got to go? Do you have to go?
Yeah, but I'm with Jimmy, man. You walk around New York, you need a bathroom every once in a while, and there's a bunch of these scums. They won't let you use their bathroom. Like, you have to buy something, so then you're sitting there buying dumb gum so you could use their stupid, turlet.
But knowing it's for a kid, it's like that's what annoys
Even
me.
worse, sure.
I've pulled over with my kid at a gas station or something or a restaurant, and they'll go, you can't use the bathroom. And I do get mad. But you're responsible for your kid's anus and urethra and what emits from there on.
Well, so they didn't let you use it?
Yeah, that's happening to me before.
Why do they lock the bathrooms at gas stations? Does anyone know the answer to that question?
Comedian Frank DeVico had a funny joke. Are they afraid someone's going to break in and clean it?
Here's the last part of the story. This is what the mother wants everyone to do because of what happened.
Had I been there, yes, I probably would have allowed her to go in the back because I am a mother and I understand that.
The mother says she ran into the theater next door to clean her daughter up. So far, over 100,000 people have viewed her blog, where she encourages others to boycott all Rocky Mountain chocolate
I hate her.
I don't
hate her.
I love her.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why.
I hate her.
It's not.
She's sitting there. This is what I see. See, I'm a parent, so this is what I see now. She's sitting there working or starting a blog and a website.
Yeah.
And her kids, Mommy, shut up!
Shut up! I'm doing my blog.
I'm making a website because you pooped your pants on my body. Mommy, I was tired. I want to go to bed. Shut up! I'm blogging about your diarrhea that came out of your anus.
No.
Sorry.
It's funny, but
sorry.
It's all right.
Here's what it is.
It's so true. No, he's right. This woman is now. She has this purpose.
Yeah, no, it's doing everything to avoid being any kind of
You
a
get
parent.
so sick and tired of dealing with this. It's not like it's everywhere you go. It's every robot. I could care less about anything other than getting out of here, employee, and they treat you like crap, and people get tired of it. So when you have a chance, she's just attacking. Why else would 100,000 people go?
Because people enjoy being angry, especially from a what about the kids angle.
Yeah.
But I don't
it's
care
just
about
people
kids,
going, how awful. It's okay for single people to do stuff like this, but when you have kids, you just roll with the punches. I mean, she's being stupid. And also, I don't know, I wasn't there, but the timing of the story sounds like she ran in. I mean, this is what it sounds like. She went, help! I'm going to sue you now.
Yeah.
It was like, help! Oh, man, we don't allow
Quick,
this place.
she
Please, could you just... Oh, I'm going to go do a blog.
It sounds like even if she let her use the bathroom, the kid was going to lose it
would
before
not
they
have made it.
Yeah.
She probably would have had diarrhea on top of the chocolate.
Yeah.
I think there's a good shot.
Good chance.
If the diarrhea got on the mother, so the kid was probably wearing a dress.
Oh, God.
Wow. That means the mother got diarrhea on her, according to this story.
Yeah.
So a little girl had like this skirt which looked like an upside down funnel. Like she was like a diarrhea dispenser. She came in with holding a kid in her arms saying, can I please splurge diarrhea all over your food? Can I hand her to you over the counter so that the diarrhea just
goes all over your Rocky Mountain chocolate?
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the end of the story.
I'm rooting for the blog.
Yeah, let's.
I hate these employees.
Let's see how this
They give
ends.
you nothing.
A few seconds of dead air to let the delay build up. All right, let's see what else we got here.
Urges others to boycott all Rocky Mountain chocolate factories.
On the mother's end, you know, what a sad thing. You know, here you have a child and we have an emergency, and where can I go? If I was a mother and I had to go take my child somewhere, and am I going to have a door closed on me because I'm having a problem?
Owă𝐘 tells me she apologized to the mother. She's also contacted police because of the anonymous threats. We tried to contact the mother today, but couldn't reach her.
Yeah, because she was too busy blogging.
Yep.
That's good. Good.
Just let rain.
An oldie but goodie.
Just let rain.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
All right, we got to take a break. We're getting a little late here.
That's what you get for being dicks all the time.
Mm-hmm.
At every chance, people are dicks, and that's what you get. Have a lead pipe hat, stupid. Wear it in good health.
Remember we were talking about our apology? We found the apology.
Really?
Yeah, I'm serious about this whole Mayor Menino thing.
What year was this apology?
10 years ago.
Oh, this is. Can we hear it?
10 years.
It's been. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we got a big audience in Boston. The trend came out yesterday. We did very, very well. We're going to be around for a while. And we really, really want to start doing gigs up in Boston again. But last year we couldn't do the comedy tour in the city of Boston. We had to be on the outskirts, right?
Yeah.
We have an animation festival we want to do in Boston in October. But once again, they're having a tough time finding venues because Mayor Menino is still holding a grudge for what we did 10 years ago.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, we've admitted that it was dumb and stupid and all that crap. And we did apologize 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And we just want him to finally let go of this thing. We don't need you to like the show or anything like that, but just let us do our stuff for the Boston audience.
This apology was given. We had left the studio.
Right.
We had walked out into the
elevator area,
and were blindsided by a news camera.
Right.
That wanted us to tell how we felt about the whole thing, or if we had an apology or wanted to say anything to the mayor and his family. And it was so insincere, this apology.
I don't see it that way.
Really?
I see that we were taken off guard a little bit and did the best we could.
All righty.
We didn't know there was going to be a reporter and a camera in our face at that moment.
Love to hear it.
All right, you got it there, E-Rock. Louis, listen closely,
I'm ready.
Please.
The mayor was dead was crossing the line, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, right there.
Why are you laughing?
Right there is like you thought about it. You went,
yeah. But that's taking responsibility. I admit it.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's an open-ended yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Look at
When
us.
you say something sincerely, you close it off at the end. Yes.
Jimmy, you see it my way, right?
Yeah. I think you thought about it a little bit. I knew what you were going for, like the, got to admit it, yeah, you got me.
All right, stop laughing so we can get through this, Lou.
All right, okay.
You think saying the mayor was dead was crossing the line, though?
Yeah. I feel bad that the mayor's, wife heard it. Who knew that the mayor's family is fans of the Opie and Anthony show?
All right, what?
All right, there is.
Why are you laughing?
Because that is nothing but pure sarcasm.
No, and also
that is sarcasm.
No, it's instead of apologizing, you're promoting the show.
Promoting
by reminding everyone, and also all people that are new to you, because it's the news,
right?
That this show's for everybody. Even the mayor's wife watches.
Even the mayor's
wife on WBCN 6.
Well, no, we were at the other joint back then.
Oh yeah,
the only station that really rocks.
Oh my God, that is.
What station was that?
It's the only station that really rocks, because everyone else that played rock, they didn't have their heart behind it.
We are laughing. We are just laughing.
We're not laughing.
What a couple of creeps you look like.
I didn't even see the picture.
Just ghouls.
Oh, my God.
We are ghouls.
Oh, my God. You look like you're going to go to the Clutter House. And
we've been in this business too long.
Yeah, that was on Channel 2800. All right.
Yeah, well, of course, Steve has to take responsibility for what we did with our careers before we met Steve.
What a
Foundry logos all over our old stuff.
What an ass Anthony looks like with that hat and that hair.
I'm just the worst.
By the way, Stump Brain is reaching out to Mayor Bloomberg here in New York, and he's going to talk to Mayor Menino, hopefully on our behalf. We're taking this very seriously.
Oh.
It's time to bury this thing with the mayor of Boston.
Yeah.
Stump Brain can get some things done, I'm telling you. Let's go back to the apology lawyer.
That's right, Anthony and the boy with the Dutch boy hairdo. Be on a paint can saying you're sorry.
The paint can.
Here we go.
I feel bad that the mayor's, wife heard it. Who knew that the mayor's family is fans of the Opie and Anthony show?
Used to be.
Honestly, I think it's stupid. I think anyone who listens to our show for the last 3 years knows what we're all about. We've done pranks like this.
Actually, I think it's stupid.
Honestly, I think it's
stupid, you say.
Grief-stricken.
This is the worst apology I've ever heard.
It's a good apology.
It's a
very
non-apology.
Very contrite. Honestly, I think it's stupid.
I think it's stupid. I think the mayor's stupid, the family's stupid, everyone's stupid.
How many seconds? I think it's less than 10 seconds from yeah to I think it's stupid. Like that's how long you were able to hold the farce that you gave a crap for. For 10, I'm looking at the timeline of that sound thing. I think it's about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, come on.
It's a terrible apology.
Let's acknowledge this was 10 years ago, though. I know that people are listening. And we really want a meeting and bury the hatchet, finally.
Mm-hmm. No,
all right, let's go back to the apology from 10 years ago.
Honestly, I think it's stupid. I think anyone who listens to our show for the last 3 years knows what we're all about. We've done pranks like this for the last 3 years.
We apologize to the mayor and his family.
I am sorry, Mayor.
What are you laughing at?
I go, we apologize to the mayor and his family.
It's like a 4-year-old.
Yeah, it's like, all right, we apologize.
Sorry I hit my stupid, ugly sister in her fat face.
That is the most insincere apology I've ever given in my life. And I've given some real insincere apologies. It's just like, we apologize to the mayor. All right, you satisfied?
Look, this is the first apology of many that we had to do in our careers. This is the first one.
Great.
Don't expect us to, know what the hell we're doing. I think we did a pretty good job for our first apology.
But it's not the first one you gave in your life.
Here we go.
It
sounds like
terrible.
It's unbelievable.
All right, let's go back to the apology. We're almost done. And then we got the mayor's response, I think, right after this?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
We've done pranks like this for the last 3 years.
We apologize to the mayor and his family.
I am sorry, Mayor and family. Seriously.
I will not accept the apology this time.
I will not accept the apology this time.
But you have to accept an apology.
It's
part of the rules. If someone apologizes, you go, apologized.
If they apologize, that was not an apology.
No, it wasn't.
You have to accept an apology.
Didn't resemble an apology.
That was worse than no comment would have been better.
Anything else left in that?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
We apologize to the mayor and his family.
I am sorry, Mayor and family. Seriously.
I will not accept the apology this time because they went too far. I have a great sense of humor, but this is more than this is not a laughing matter at all.
All right, listen though, but it's been 10 years, so let's talk this out a little bit.
Let bygones be bygones.
It's time. We love the city of Boston, and we want to bring some things there.
Also, it was funny to say he's dead.
That's Louis C.K. I, at this time, don't think it was funny.
Absolutely not, despite the fact I'm smiling from ear to ear at Lou's remark. They're all fair game politicians.
Of course they are.
But 10 years later, we still can't get things done because of what we did in 98? Come on!
Even, Hillary Clinton campaigns with her husband. After he had a woman do things to his
thing.
With Altoids in her mouth.
Yeah.
With Altoids in her mouth. And she's like, oh, but he's it's not that bad. I need him.
Here's the Eddie Murphy trailer that is driving a lot of people nuts around here.
I have not heard it, but I'm sure it's fun.
Oh, it's horrible.
Well, we've pointed out over the last year or two that Eddie Murphy makes the same movie where it's Eddie Murphy as...
And it's usually like a new movie starring Eddie Murphy. And Eddie Murphy.
And
Eddie Murphy. It's like he's got to play 18 characters in movies now.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a drama like that. You know, like Robert Duvall and Robert Duvall in the cancer story.
He plays the rapist and the victim.
He's the rapist and the victim and the old man who's dying of cancer. Well, he's all three of them with prosthetics, but it's not funny. Well, and he wears a fat suit, but for a dramatic reason, like a drama fat suit.
Well, just when you thought Eddie Murphy couldn't get worse with this whole, and Eddie Murphy thing, listen to this.
On July 11th, it's Eddie Murphy in Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy.
In Eddie Murphy.
See, now he's inside himself. Eddie Murphy is now...
Eddie Murphy. I can't even say it. I'm laughing. This is outrageous. Listen, you're not going to believe this one, folks.
On July 11th, it's Eddie Murphy in Eddie Murphy.
You put that thing down. The guy's an inch tall. You look like a wuss.
This summer...
Stop punchline.
No superpowers or something?
You have forgotten your weapon.
He's saving the world.
The fate of many depend on me. That was entirely too much force.
From the inside out.
Yeah, boy, yeah!
Meat Day, rated PG, July 11th.
Here's how this happened. Here's how this happened. A couple of comedy movie writers were on the Paramount lot working on some Eddie Murphy stink bag vehicle. Mm-hmm. And they were just like us talking about, does this guy have any move besides Eddie Murphy and Eddie? And then somebody went, Eddie Murphy in Eddie Murphy. Like, that's how dumb it is.
Yeah.
And then somebody went, oh Jesus, that's it. We're going to make money.
Yeah.
And they backed in the actual idea for the movie they started with the tag. That's how movies are made now. They started with what's going to be on the poster. Eddie Murphy in
Eddie Murphy. And then said, all right, we'll have him as a giant robot thing. Mm-hmm. And then he'll be controlling him from inside his head.
Yeah. How do we get to Eddie Murphy in Eddie Murphy?
Yeah. We could make it a gay sex movie.
Doesn't matter what it is. And they went into some executive's office and said, here's the next movie. Eddie Murphy in Eddie Murphy. And the guy went, just figure out a way to get to that makes any sense, and we'll give you money and you'll make it.
Exactly how that crap
I
happens.
Swear to you, that's how that happened. And then they figured out this stupid, and just as long as he goes, ah, and I do want to talk like this with my mouth wide. And then, of course, when he talks like this, just get him to do those things.
And his little laugh.
And then we make the poster and take another big dump on you. Sorry, jeez.
When did people, like, he's a funny guy. Like, when did he start to become irritating? Like, what? Maybe because he never did, like, a real drama. I didn't like Dreamgirls. Is that why? Like, Pryor did dramas. He was a better actor anyway, but he did dramas.
Yeah.
Like, he did Lady Sings the Blues. He did Blue Collar.
Difference between those guys to me, because Pryor was like this really genuine guy with this great personality and soul and stuff. Eddie's he's like an athlete. To me, he's unbelievably funny when he's funny, but it's just this ability he has. You know, like when you watch an athlete and you're so in awe of them, you start to think they must be amazing as a person. And then they talk and they go, duh. And you go, wow, you're not even aware of how cool what you do is. You're not, your brain doesn't measure up to your courage. Eddie's the same. I mean, he's just basically, he's a rich guy from Hollywood. So he used to be this young kid from Brooklyn, but he was driven by hunger to be successful. Mm-hmm. He wasn't a guy. I mean, Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor was so full of incredible feelings and thoughts and ideas, and you put him in a movie, and it was great.
So you're saying that he lost his edge?
Yeah,
it gets a little lazy because you got the money and everything. Yeah. You could imagine.
I mean, I don't know him, and maybe he's the other way is he's just a businessman. Like, whatever, the guy who owns Kellogg's or the guy who owns Exxon. Or people like, God, that guy stinks. Well, no, he's just slamming down the bucks. This guy's making millions of dollars every year with movies that totally people definitely go to. He's got a sustaining box office quotient, but that doesn't make him interesting. Just makes him some dude with a lot of money.
I wonder how much his movies make, because, I mean, obviously people do go to him. I mean...
he doesn't have...
Still do well.
He doesn't have bombs, for the most part.
Yeah. No, and also he gave up on guys like us who actually liked him when he was a young comic. He doesn't care about us anymore. These are for kids. These movies are for kids.
That's true.
These are multiplex.
This is,
Can I get 2 for the Eddie Murphy movie? Nobody even knows the
Eddie Murphy movie.
3 for Eddie Murphy.
Must
That's who you want.
New Eddie Murphy movie. All right, let's move on. We got the gun thing. We got the car running on vegetable oil.
The man's jumping out of the other man's ear. This looks very
It's the same man. It's the same. How did they do that?
It's hysterical.
How did they get a man to jump out of his own ear?
Why not have him jump out of somewhere else? It would have been much funnier. Ties his shoes, the other Eddie falls out. Falls on the back of his pant leg.
GTA?
Yeah, with GTA.
Video games are in the news again. You play the video games there, Lou? Probably not, because you got the kids. You can't be playing video games.
No, sir.
The new GTA game is just amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
Danny,
it looks great.
You gave a look like, eh?
No. Not
Uh-oh.
I played that game once. I just liked walking around town. I didn't get involved in the crime. Like I actually
You just
had the
walk
guy
around.
Stood on
You
the
just
corner
want to
for
be
a while.
a law-abiding citizen in GTA?
I just want to be a wallflower on GTA.
You
just
are a
walking around.
weirdo.
Just
hop in a
around,
cab,
hanging around.
pay for it.
Yeah, hop in a cab, drive the speed limit, stop at the red lights.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Stay out of trouble.
Let the hooker keep her money.
Sure.
All that stuff, sure.
Dude, I tried playing that game once because we were all in it. And all I kept doing was backing into the fence. I wanted to kick my television over. I was so irritated. I couldn't control the
No, that's
clicker.
why, seriously, what I really did do was stay out of trouble. Like, you can tell where the hot spots are and every time I heard sirens, okay, I'll just stand over here by this building and wait for that to go by. Just stay out of trouble. See how long you can play the game.
Can you walk around all
Stay
day
away
and
from
just not be bothered?
Yeah.
You can. Yes, you can. I did that for like a couple hours.
What's wrong with you?
You got to be careful you don't bump into anyone, because that could cause all sorts of problems.
It's actually pretty predictable. You hit a guy and he goes, "Hey, I'm going to hit you back. Oh, I'm in a fight now." All right.
Shoot him.
You shoot him, and then he goes, "Ah," and he bleeds.
And then the cops
It's not
come
that
after
interesting. But the outskirts of the game where you stay out of trouble are actually interesting, because then you're at the limits of what the writers of the game did, that they didn't pay as much attention to, like, stand over by a bush. You know what I mean?
never
So you're
realized
in
that.
a weird existential corner of the creator of the game's mind, where the stuff he had to write just in case some idiot
Decided to
shoot
just
anybody.
walk around.
Yeah, it's better than, whatever.
Well, let's see what's going on with these 6 kids out there on Long Island, I believe.
Of course. Where else would they be from?
6 teens are accused of carrying out a crime spree cops say was inspired by the popular video game Grand Theft Auto. Nassau County Police say the boys, who range in age from 14 to 18, attacked several people while trying to copy scenes from the game. 3 of the boys allegedly beat and robbed a man in New Hyde Park. They later met 3 others in Garden City, where cops say they forced one driver off the road and mugged her. She was able to escape and call police. The teens are now being charged as adults all face robbery charges.
So why the yes, Danny?
Well, I just love how neither the news nor the Newsday article that reported this story bothers to tell you that, I mean, the reality of it is that Grand Theft Auto 4 is an M-rated game. There's ratings on video games just like there are movies. And I think 4 out of these 6 kids weren't even of age to even be playing the game in the first place. But they'll never tell you that in the news.
No, of course not.
It doesn't matter.
Video games
where
are bad.
The impetus to act like a jerk comes from. It doesn't matter.
Do you know the game?
The whole idea that it's like, let's find out why they did it and blame that product.
The game sold, I don't know how many millions of copies.
1.
Perhaps.
It only sold 1 copy?
1 copy.
I think it was 6.
That guy's got a lot of
6
friends.
million in the first. I think it was the first week of sales. Was
6 million.
6 million?
And
the first week.
And you got one of these cases.
And you get something that
pretty good
happens. Like,
odds.
I mean, come on.
That's pretty good odds.
There was actually some other Grand Theft Auto news. I think just 2 days ago, where remember that whole hot coffee incident from Grand Theft Auto 3, where you could, there was like a supposed nude scene in there. Well, they just paid out the settlement. There was a class action lawsuit. I think 2,600 people actually wanted the settlement out of how many people actually bought that game. It came out to 0.00. I think 0.006% of people were offended by that hot coffee patch. And the article had went on to tell you that it was really the lawyers making money off the lawsuit rather than the people who wanted the settlement.
Sure.
So it wasn't even anybody being offended. It was just another case of lawyers wanting to make more money.
No, I get, when you get like a notice from Apple Computer or something saying somebody sued us for you.
Yeah.
Here's a penny.
On your behalf. Class action.
Class action lawsuit.
What?
Right.
You're offended. Don't worry. Here's a penny.
Here's a penny.
Yeah, we
Enjoy.
understand what you needed.
Yeah. What happened?
And meanwhile, the company lost like billions of
Yeah.
dollars because they had to dish out pennies to
to people that don't want pennies.
Yeah. To write for your penny, to claim your... That's weird.
I think the actual figure for Rockstar was they had to pay out, I think, something like $34,000 for that hot coffee suit.
Really?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah. And imagine what they had to spend on their lawyers and everything else.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable.
give me a break. Whatever.
Yeah,
Violent
the
video
rich,
games.
fat
blah,
cats
blah.
get fatter.
Yeah. Regular Joe.
Regular Joe.
No? Yeah.
That was Regular Joe.
Regular Joe.
Was right.
I know him anywhere. Says regular things.
Know what I got in front of me?
Makes regular guy faces that you can't see on the radio.
Yeah.
Well,
for the gun lovers out there, this is what went down in D.C. yesterday.
Yep, biggie.
A landmark ruling for advocates of gun rights.
It's a great day for the city of Washington and for all law-abiding Americans.
With its 5-4 decision to overturn Washington, D.C.'s 3-decade-old ban, the justices have determined all Americans can have handguns.
And I'm very happy that now I'm able to defend myself and my household in my own home.
The decision, a crushing blow for those who say more guns will lead to more violence.
There are too many lives that are tragically lost by accidents and other shootings that happen because the gun gets in the wrong hands.
In the wrong hands. Gun ownership, it's a responsibility. You have to be responsible. It's also your right. And it's like anything else. It's like driving a car, which isn't even a right. It's a privilege.
Ooh.
And people drive like idiots and mow down people and kill more people in a year than accidental gunfire. That's for sure.
So I'm kind of lost. So what was going on in D.C.?
D.C.
You
had
weren't allowed to
a law. You could not own a handgun. You couldn't. You weren't allowed to own a handgun.
But people were being shot all over the place.
Yes,
down there.
it's the murder capital of the country. But so that really shows you how gun control really works. Take every gun, make every handgun illegal.
I swear to God, I thought that was the problem, that they were the first area to allow you to have a handgun.
No.
I had no idea you weren't allowed to have a handgun in D.C.
Here's something
all the murder that's going on.
miserable.
Really, yeah, but the problem is that you can leave. You can drive out of D.C. in 20 minutes,
and it becomes
Virginia.
an illegal handgun.
Yeah.
The second you cross the state line, it's like what people say that. Well, you could buy one, and then you can go over the state line, and then you have one. Yes, you have an illegal gun. You've broken the law.
Right.
So now you are not a law-abiding citizen owning a gun which you have a right to own. You're breaking the law. And now the law-abiding citizen that would never do that because he knows you're breaking the law cannot defend himself against you with your illegal gun because you're not allowed to have a legal one in your house.
Right.
It's crazy. So they overturned it. Good. And now law-abiding citizens in D.C., I'm sure they're going to have to jump through so many hoops like they do everywhere else, especially in New York, are going to be able to own a handgun.
Do you mind all the hoops?
Defend themselves.
All the hoops you got to jump through to get a gun?
Absolutely. I mind a lot of them. I think, of course, background check. I'm not silly.
Yeah,
I don't want to dole out guns to lunatics. That's
a background check seems just like I think the car thing, driver's license, is the perfect corollary. I think that should be, and it's the same when you have a license, you have to keep proving every few years that that you're a responsible driver.
License, right. You have to be responsible. A lot of states have gun safety courses you have to take before they'll issue you a license.
So then there should be an expiration date, I think, on a gun license.
Yeah, there are.
But I think that should be the way it is. I mean, it's hard because we live in an imperfect world and most people are douchebags.
Most people are idiots.
So it's just the way it is, and it's just this thing. I don't know, when you people that live in the country and have guns, it's like a hammer. It's just a tool. It's not that big a deal.
You're right. It's like anything else. But you do have a constitutional right to own these things.
Yeah. By the way, it's the Second Amendment. It's not like it's like the 48th obscure amendment. It's the second
Amendment.
You got to be able to say whatever you want,
and then shoot whoever doesn't like it.
Shoot whoever doesn't like what you said. I want to be in a house saying "F you" with a gun in my lap. That's what I want. That's what the basic American rights.
That is pretty much what the founding fathers wanted.
Yeah, and there's people who live in cultures that are not gun cultures, and it's offensive to them because they don't know what it means to have that. And, just like there's people who think that you're supposed to just parrot Jesus words at each other.
Yeah.
And so they don't get how important it is to be able to say whatever you want.
These anti-gun advocates are ridiculous if they can't see that a gun ban in D.C. and in Chicago, by the way, does nothing. It hasn't done anything. It doesn't deter crime. If they're talking about accidental shootings, that happens. It does. And again, you got to be responsible. You have to be so responsible with a gun. Some people aren't responsible enough.
Yep.
They're just not.
I know I'm not responsible enough to have a gun.
Really?
Yeah. I would just something dumb would happen.
I wouldn't trust you with a peach.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Get that peach away from Opie.
Oh my God, he's pointing at me.
I'm clumsy.
Yep.
Something dumb would happen. Yeah, just clumsy.
You got to know.
I would kick it and it would fire and hit my neighbors.
I get nervous with my fake gun. Like I keep the blanks box in one corner of the apartment, and then I have the magazine that they go into another. Like I don't want to keep the stuff in one.
You have to be very, very familiar
and he should
with
be
it.
nervous about that. Who died because of
John Eric Hexum years ago?
Who?
Yep.
John Eric Hexum.
Oh, who was the actor too?
He was the actor.
The kid, Brandon Lee got shot.
Well, he
I was
did
thinking
too.
Brandon Lee.
I was thinking John Eric Hexum.
What's that story?
He was filming a TV series he was on, and he put a blank gun to his head and pulled the trigger.
Idiot.
And the charge dislodged a piece of his skull as if it was a bullet and put it right through his brain.
Dead
Wait,
idiot.
wait.
Dead fool.
There's a charge that explodes when you do that.
Oh, yeah.
No,
a blank
a big nasty orange flame comes out the front.
A blank is nothing but a bullet without the lead in it.
Without the lead.
But so it fires like the powder?
Oh, yeah. And you still get the same energy coming out of the barrel. So if something's at the front of the barrel, like your skull, it's just going to bust out and go through your brain.
Yeah.
But he thought it was like a little.
Yeah, I don't know what he thought.
He shot himself in the head with his head.
Right.
Yeah.
He used his own head to kill himself.
Because he's stupid, and he's probably smarter now than when he was alive.
Yeah.
Let's go to the second part of the gun story down there in D.C. You got the candidates commenting.
A carefully worded statement from Barack Obama tonight. He suggests the court isn't saying you can't have common sense gun laws, just that this particular case violates a basic principle. John McCain calls the ruling a recognition that gun ownership is a sacred fundamental right.
Sacred is getting a little...
Sacred.
Yeah, get a hold of yourself.
Call it that. I say call it sacred because people don't understand.
Boy, that audio was very surprising.
Yeah, very surprising.
Yeah, exactly. Well, those dudes are really...
It is weird,
about
though.
as sincere as your apology to the Menino.
All right. Hey, the Supreme Court one day rules very liberal that you can't put the child molesters, child rapists to death, and then this conservative ruling. It's really weird.
Yeah, this isn't even really a conservative ruling.
Yes,
this is a constitutional.
No, both of those rulings are actually a good Supreme Court behavior because they're both saying, regardless of how people are upset about something right now, you can't just start changing stuff. You can't. There's a line you can't cross with the death penalty. And there's a fundamental, ancient, basic right to handguns. And regardless of the statistics of today or how things are going in D.C. or how mad people are about these, you can't change stuff.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with, yes, child molestation is, on the rise, but you still can't. You can't start killing people for a crime that's getting particularly rampant and repulsive to people.
But why can't you change
if
stuff?
It's not murder.
Well, don't forget, why can't you, though, when this was written, this was just written by guys. Like, it's not like this. Why should this document be so completely unchangeable and sacred when it was written by, we all know, slave owners?
Well, because when you change law, like you just let it rock back and forth and pendulum back and forth, I think it's dangerous to do that.
Yeah.
I think it's good that you can't.
Then it's not worth the paper it's written on.
But it's supposed to be changeable.
There's going to be
to what extent?
There's going to be a day when you're going to get. I don't know. You don't drink, right? You're like a sober guy, aren't you?
Like a sober guy.
Someday the right woman's going to drive you back into the bottle. You're going to have a bad night, and you're going to wake up in a kiddie park, not realizing where you passed out with wood chips on your face, and you're going to pee on a fire engine toy, and there's going to be a kid standing there watching you pee, and next thing you know, you're on death row. that's going to happen.
Yeah, right? There you go.
There's this basic line that you got to let.
I'll take that chance. The odds of those things happening, if I wind up doing that and get caught, I deserve to be put to death. Because a fire truck is only every boy's right.
They're also talking about New York City's laws, their gun laws, and Mayor Bloomberg, of course, is saying that this shouldn't affect New York City, which, by the way, is just a pain in the ass to get a pistol license.
But you can get one here.
You need to show cause. You need to have a reason. You can't just say, my reason, because there are lunatics running around and they have guns.
Yeah.
Why can't I? Why, I'm willing to get a background check.
How'd you get one?
I have a New York State license. I cannot carry my gun in the city.
Oh, right, okay.
So I'm there's supposed to be certain people working on that. I haven't heard anything yet. But, because it's one of those things. It should be your right. I think they're screwing up here in New York City. I think it's against the Second Amendment, and I hope the D.C. thing sets a precedent, and people in Chicago are able to get handguns, and I hope they make it easier in New York for law-abiding citizens. I'm talking people that are responsible and go through the system and are able to then possess a handgun.
This is an example of how, like, old ideals carry through time. The way that dictators take over countries, they use laws. They don't do it through... Like Hitler used law.
He played it perfectly.
And parliamentary process in order to become chancellor.
All of a sudden, he was the head muckety-muck.
Yeah, so
handed to him.
So he changed laws. He changed laws because he was able to. He had large powers, so he just said, "Okay, everybody, turn in your weapons." You disarm. The two things you do when you take over a country as a dictator is you shut people up and you take away their weapons. You say everybody has to bring. If you're found with a gun, you go to jail. That's a new law. We just made it up. Okay, next law, if you say these salacious things, you go to jail.
Yeah.
Those two things lead the next day you're Hitler.
And that's absolutely
But you can't do that in America. You just can't do it. You can't tell people you can't say something, and you can't tell people, well, you can, but it's...
That's why they put it in the Constitution.
Yep.
To protect the American people against a tyrannical government, because the government has to know, holy crap, these people are armed.
But it was
They're the same people that got England thrown out of here just by having their hunting rifles with them.
In their houses.
Yeah, everyone is armed. We're crazy if we think we can just sweep over these people and be a tyrannical government.
It was to protect from basically an external force coming into. I'm not against guns.
No,
either.
but also it's not an external
really
force.
Protecting against their own government.
Their own government.
Because they saw how that worked in England, where. They were.
And it's the same thing with the government's ability to punish people by death, by using laws against the citizens.
But if you have guns to protect yourself from your own government, why all of a sudden can't you change the laws? Like if that's how bad things can get, why is it so out of the realm of possibility or to change?
Well, that's the whole thing. It would be bad because they'd be changing the laws.
Because we have an because we have a constitution that we keep going back to, so you just can't. As a new leader, say, okay, no more guns. You just can't do it, and you can't say, okay, you can't say these things because the Constitution is so bedrock.
But you know what?
That's why when things change, you don't want to.
It's overrated.
I don't think so.
It really is when you look at it. I mean, a lot of it was great, but some of it might be a bit outdated. It was written by a bunch of guys protecting their own interest at that time.
I think fundamentally it's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
It's worth defending.
Yeah, to a certain point, but
from decade to decade, it holds up better. Than somebody with a fiery speech ability to just change stuff. Sorry, that music means I got to shut up, right?
Well, it's all right. Look,
I'm a loudmouth. I'm boring.
A loudmouth.
No,
you're a loudmouth.
Not at all. That's a good set, and we should continue with that discussion down the road. Absolutely.
Yeah. I can't even get. I really am not against guns. I
No,
just
neither
think
mind.
that the NRA is like, all right, already, we get it.
No, they are. I think there's douchebags on both sides.
Oh.
I think that guy from that clip who's going like, I'm glad now I can defend. Nothing's ever happened to him. Nothing ever will happen to him.
You never
But he's
know.
enjoying. I'm glad I now get to have a gun and an erection without people bothering me.
Guns are great to have. It's a great
very
feeling of
enjoyable.
security.
Yeah.
It's great to go to the range, blast off
I
some
think
rounds.
a lot of people that want to have guns are stupid and they're morons. But then there's people who aren't. Guess which one you are.
I'm still trying to figure that one out. We all are.
We could do What's the Haps. You could do Man Tries to Bet Weed at Casino. Porn and... Yeah, we never did this. This is getting a bit on the old side.
What is going to be the what's going to be the little newsroom twist on it?
On the weed thing?
He tried to use whatever.
Wait till you hear what this guy
He's trying
used
to
bet
make
with.
a bet that was a little unorthodox, but
Yeah.
something like a pun about weed.
Well, what does he bet?
Oh, they'll make a pun like, oh, well, he was trying to win the pot by betting pot.
And he was.
That's the one.
They thought his bet was a little high.
High, ha, 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 ha. Yeah.
Poker, save me a poke.
He
Wow.
hopes that the
21. What do we
Yes,
got?
he was
asked
in a
someone to-
gambling joint.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's so
And he
cute.
was- I was going to say joint
He
venture.
was hoping
A
to
joint venture.
He was hoping to win the pot
Oh.
with some.
He was hoping to be
weed.
rolling in the dough after rolling marijuana cigarettes.
He had a bad river card.
Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes to starboard.
Did you see that jerk?
Come on, get back on the roll. I'll jump in.
Look what I could do, guys. Hey, guys, look at me. All right, let's see what stupid pun they use. What?
All right, let's see what they say.
Okay, let's go.
Most of the time, criminals are out there committing crimes that are dangerous or even deadly.
That's right, but once in a while.
Stop! He wanted to gamble. He had some tokens.
Tokens?
Smoke screen set.
That was a weird. What a weird lead-in. What a weirdly general lead-in. Usually, criminals are doing violent things, like shooting people in the vagina. But this criminal is taking a different
With all
tactic.
with all the improvers in the room, why didn't we come up with Josh S. from Philly's line?
Oh, what was that?
He's a high roller.
Oh,
I said
high
high.
roll.
I
Oh,
said
you used
high.
high? Very
Yeah,
good.
I did.
Okay.
River bet was too
Louis
high.
is high. It's a river
Fuck
card.
Josh from fucking Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You can suck my cock.
Fuck him in his asshole.
He
Hey.
gets fucking hammered on the train.
Fucking hope his mom pisses on his teeth and then kicks him in the fucking balls.
Exactly, there's a pot pun.
I apologize. I didn't hear that, Lou.
Sorry.
I was waiting for
No
Larry to
problem.
say it.
I used to laugh a lot.
Right, but once in a while, police catch a bad guy doing something, well, stupid. This time our cameras are rolling when it
You think he
happens.
gave that look? Well,
Well, stupid.
And then I think she giggles. I think
Yeah.
she goes,
And then they cut to R. Kelly.
stupid's a funny word.
can I tell you one of the greatest days for me was when I realized local news
Yeah.
is the best comedy show on TV.
It is.
What happened? What did I miss? What? What did I miss?
Something about his cock.
Another cock
For
show.
fuck's sake.
Going into an R. Kelly.
Oh.
Like, they catch him doing something stupid and he says something so vile like that. Or beheading.
Oh, fuck.
Fucking Paul Cooley and the girl he buried alive in Florida. You know, they're doing something stupid.
Stupid.
This toker didn't want to get a joker.
That's a good one.
That's terrible. I hate
That's
that.
Liddy
Pretty
rules.
bad.
Liddy
There's
rules,
no
whack
jokers in the fucking car. You're really reaching now.
jokers.
It's
That's a good
over.
one.
It's when you dealt a joker.
Yeah. Exactly.
Old maid with your ugly cunt mom.
Asshole. You're a fucking asshole.
Go fish, then your mom's pussy comes
This
up.
time our cameras are
Smells
rolling
like it.
when it happens. Steve Yoakum explains from inside the force.
On a downtown Fresno sidewalk, this man is being placed in handcuffs. But he didn't rob a store or assault someone.
We get it. We know what he didn't do.
What the fuck? Like, this is the first crime that ever happened. That
He just
Here's an odd story because, okay, let's list all the things he didn't do.
Yeah.
Didn't rob a store.
He didn't rape a child. It just gets really heinous.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he didn't
Yes.
fuck his mother.
He didn't sew a woman's child to her body and then rape them both.
He didn't gouge out the eyes of a Down syndrome man and jerk off into his mouth while he cried. But no, go back. I got a great improv that got messed up.
All righty, Jimmy, I'll do just
Right there,
that
just
for
a little
you.
bit.
Cue it up.
I got
He
this.
didn't
Are you
rob a
ready?
store or assault someone.
He robbed a pot store.
There's not even a button for that on this machine. There's not even a button to be had for that.
Oh, God.
All right.
Actually, he did something else that left officers scratching their heads in amazement.
Oh.
Tell us what he did!
He gave him dandruff. They were scratching their heads. Oh, wait.
Damn it.
He did the same thing to Ted Kennedy. And George Harrison.
George Harrison.
Tim H. from Columbus writes, the only chips this gambler had was a bag of Doritos.
Danny's line. Danny had the chip line.
Never made it.
Yeah. Danny had a chip line.
Torpedoes to starboard.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm on a fucking roll. Let's get going.
They had to rehash.
Oh!
So stupid.
Their heads in amazement.
What happened?
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all happened? Why are you in handcuffs then?
Minutes earlier, inside the Casino One gambling establishment, the subject sat at a card game, and when it was time to place his bet, he put a large amount of marijuana right out on the table.
Marijuana. Can somebody look up how to say that exactly? I want to make sure I have that right.
Marijuana. It's right on the table as a bet. All right.
They're all a bunch of dopes.
He put a large amount of marijuana right out on the table.
Marijuana. I really want people to know what this is.
No, we do.
Marijuana.
It's marijuana.
Louis, we got to play it probably another 4 times before we get past this point of the story. You know that.
Yeah.
Put a large amount of marijuana.
Marijuana.
Don't you hate reporters?
Oh, I can't stand them.
I love them.
The thing is, when I hear that,
Marijuana.
I just picture him when they're editing the story and he's sitting with the editor who hates him. And
Yeah.
when he gets to that marijuana, he goes, yeah, use that. I like that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like that take.
Sucks.
Yeah, that one you want?
You're going to stick with that one where I go marijuana. Let me try another one. Marijuana.
I'm gonna say it again. 2, 1. Marijuana.
And then the one he does that's just marijuana. The editor's like, that's good. We should use that one.
Yeah.
He's like, no.
His bet, he put a large amount of marijuana right.
Marijuana.
Someone's saying, what is this, Steve doing the announcing?
Marijuana.
Yes, he had it in his clothes.
Clothes.
The pockets of his pants.
Listen how he says clothes in this dumb promo.
Your clothes.
Jesus. No one uses the TH.
Thank you. That's what we tried to tell him yesterday.
TH is like the fucking appendix.
We all say it like you're closing a door, a close.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's it.
It's your clothes.
Clothes. Clote.
THS
As.
shit dick he is. He's a fucking shit dick.
Case clothes.
Clothes.
Ted G from South Dakota, and he spells it out nice too. When asked where he got the marijuana, and he writes it like that, the man said that he got it from a Negro.
Pardon my French. I'm gonna make his mother wish she never had him.
She never had him.
Terrible delivery.
Awful.
How does your wife get home?
We're going to try to get past the marijuana line here.
Place his bet, he put a large amount of marijuana right out on the table. For a moment, the dealer and other gamblers can't believe it. Then the
Couldn't
man
believe it.
decides.
What are you? You're in the present tense now?
What the fuck
Wait a
is...
minute, go back, because was he in the present
For a
tense
moment.
Yeah.
The dealer and other gamblers can't believe it. Then the man decides he's bet too much pot. So he takes the bag away
Oh, they got
and simply
taped.
spreads
So he smokes his bet.
I think he was actually trying to go for a joke, but he didn't understand how to do it.
He's watching a video. He goes, for a moment, they can't believe it.
Right.
Like he's narrating a video.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I just can't find it.
Bet too much, but he hit pot.
Clothed circuit
he
television.
bet too much pot, which I think makes him think
the pot joke.
Yeah, but the way it would have been, like, you put too much in the pot.
In the pot.
But he said he bet too much pot, which doesn't. It's a train wreck of a joke.
Of course
but
it
I think
is.
he's going for it there.
Oh.
The way he says pot.
So he takes the bag away and simply spreads out a handful of loose buds. Casino security said they couldn't believe their eyes as it all unfolded on surveillance video.
Really? They couldn't believe it?
Yeah, they probably, there's a guy trying to bet pot. Let's just go get him.
Yeah, I think.
Are my eyes working?
And all I can't believe my eyes.
It's not a UFO.
He shoots the guy next to him because he thinks it's.
My eyes are liars!
Right.
He's the same ever believes it's not butter.
I like Jimmy's angle, though. They just saw it on the video and went, let's get this nutcase out of the casino.
It was so routine for them.
What'd he do? Put down pot?
All right, get him out of here. Get him out of here.
It reminds me of the time. It reminds me of a time.
Look at his asshole. Look at his asshole.
Look what he's
down
doing.
pot. All right, go get rid of
Go
him.
get him.
Let's go get him.
Oh,
Jimmy,
look, I'm betting weed. There he is.
He just put a big bag down.
And then he goes, yeah, I want to bet that.
Wait a minute. Let me change my mind.
And there's the dealer. I'm saying, I don't think I can do this. He goes, okay, well, let me just.
How about just a few buds?
A few buds? Is that okay? It's worth something, dude.
Come on. How do you not think that's going to be a problem?
And look, the people sitting at the table with him, he can believe his eyes.
What a dick.
Is that the reporter?
Mildly amused. No, that's the guy.
Hawaiian,
That's
whoever
the
he is.
guy. That's
And
the
the security,
guy
you think? Okay.
who can't believe his eyes.
Gets a chuckle out of it. He killed the person next to him because he thought it might be Bin Laden because he couldn't believe his eyes that it was his partner.
He doubted the veracity of his optic nerve.
He gave himself a quick eye test. He was 1600. Asshole.
Dan asked from Long Island. I think that the marijuana would go nice with some more.
Mo.
I don't get it.
It's an inside
This
joke.
smoke pretty good. What's wrong with the weed? What's wrong with the marijuana we got?
Hydro.
I want to go.
Sansamia.
Red.
Skang.
All right, you want to hear what we're talking about? Do you have the long form of that? All right, we'll give you the long form. There was this politician douche that was trying to do something with beer in Alabama.
They were trying to import, I think, a higher alcohol content beer, and for some reason they were trying to block it.
Yeah,
and he just really didn't have much of an argument.
They wanted to keep the alcohol level down in the beers.
Right.
They didn't
He
want
wanted
this,
to bring it up.
Like an assemblyman or
like
something.
the German imports or the Canadian.
Yeah, he just
crap
wanted to
coming
just
into
stick
the
with American beer, so he posed a question to them.
So it was 20 seconds, and now he's doing a press conference, and this is what this dope says.
Yeah, what's wrong with the beer we got? I mean, the beer we got drank pretty good, don't it? I ain't never heard nobody complain about the beer we have. It drank pretty good. Budweiser. What's the name of some of them other beers? Budweiser and what else? Miller. Coors. It drank pretty good, don't it?
There's so much going on there. First of all, just the guy's voice. Secondly, that he ran out of beers after Budweiser, and then his buddy,
And then his go-to guy, his Carl Rove.
that's his right-hand man.
His fucking Carl
You know
Rove.
those guys are
Moon.
Cool.
See, that's why I'm up here, because you can't talk.
Yeah.
But you're good to get a reference out of.
That beer drank pretty good.
Right.
What?
You know they go like hunting for chicks on weekends together.
Yeah, Mo. Can I buy you a Mo?
But that's right. He runs out of beers after Bud.
After Bud. What the Budweiser? What other beers are there?
The other weird thing is that he really wants another example. They ain't gonna believe me unless I say at least one more.
Yeah, I need more beer. Mo.
What about the thing is though? Was there a video of this guy? I have to see.
I know.
the
I'd love to
friend.
see. I want to see what the friend looks like.
I picture a
got an
catfish.
image. Yeah, I got an image in my head what he looks
See,
like.
with two giant hearing aids in each
No, but
ear.
is this guy? Were you saying this
Mo.
guy? Is this guy just a man on the street, or is he a
No,
politician?
he's a politician.
He really is.
Yes.
No
We
shit.
talked to him.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Mo.
The main guy
Was
we
he
talked to.
disappointed?
We didn't talk to the
You
Moon.
didn't talk to Moon.
Let's hear it.
Budweiser. what's the name of some of them other beers? Budweiser and what else? Miller? Coors? It drank pretty good, don't it?
I think the second one was Coors.
It was.
Cool. Problem solved, sir. I love that accent that he has. The beer is a 2-syllable word. Beera.
Beer.
What other kind of beers?
Beer.
What other kind of beers we got?
You know, Anthony Loco for Boston makes a great point that we haven't yet on this story.
No, he doesn't.
This man has never been able to afford Budweiser or Miller. He needs to drink Miller.
Miller?
There's probably a local beer just called Miller.
Yeah, it's an M and a U and a few L's and an A and an H,
Right.
but there's no real right spelling of it.
Let's get back to the casino story.
In all the time you've been doing security here, have you ever had anybody bet drugs like that before?
Not that I've been here. Be honest, 2.5 years. He walked up with it in his hand.
Within a short time, casino guards arrived, but the subject still seems
Look at this guy on
unflustered.
TV, he's doing the news. Who combed his hair? Fucking Sirhan. His hair's all messy. He's on fucking, what is it, NBC?
It looks like he has cum in his
He's got kind of like a Gary Hart look, you know.
All right, I should have.
Messy, sexy, salt and pepper. Yeah.
Is Obama going gray already?
A little
That's
bit.
why he's
boy,
cutting those sides really short.
You know how presidents age? He's gonna be like,
Well, let me tell you about the time I ran for president. That was 4 years ago today.
Looks like the
that was
grandfather
4
from the
weeks ago.
Boondocks.
Yeah, 4 weeks I've been the president.
Jesus.
But the subject still seems unflustered.
Sorry.
Note how long it takes the guard to scrape the sticky marijuana buds up off the felt playing surface of the card table.
Really?
Outside, police question the man who claims what he did was legal because he had a cannabis club card he got on the internet. Wrong, say police.
You do have your cannabis card on you?
I do.
Do you like frequent flyer miles with that? Or?
I get it. Because he's high.
Cops that are funny.
He's high.
They don't give out frequent flyer
What'd you say to
miles
that
for
guy in the
cannabis.
locker room?
Literal Jim.
He's in the locker room later. What'd you say to that guy about the frequent? Tell him what you said to that guy about frequent flyer miles. You're a funny
He
policeman.
was distracted, so I did his part, Jimmy.
Sorry.
But no, it's fine. It was just, but the bottom line is they wouldn't give you frequent flyers
Well, maybe they
for an
would,
illegal
Jimmy.
drug.
Well, maybe they would.
Jim.
Yellow.
That. He's just fucking Jesus. Forget it. He's so high. So stupid. And an idiot.
And the amount of pot in the man's pockets is substantial, apparently more than an ounce. He's taken into custody because he tried to bet with the pot. In addition to possession, he could face additional charges of possession with intent to distribute. Investigating officers say they still can't imagine just why the man tried to bet weed on a hand of 5-card Bud.
What?
5-card Bud.
Stud? Bud? No, stop. He didn't do that.
Not do that.
You motherfucker!
Holy shit, do you stink on ice.
Why would they leave a
Investigating
mistake
officers
like
say
that
they
in?
still...
Mistake.
What did he say?
Literal Jim. He was making a joke.
Mistake like that in. The man said the word wrong. He read the prompter wrong.
You don't think that? Yeah, they should have done another
Of course they
take
should have. He said Bud.
instead of stud.
Yeah.
Investigating officers say they still can't imagine just why the man tried to bet weed on a hand of 5-card Bud.
What exactly were you?
That doesn't even make sense.
No. First of all,
Bud.
he's playing fucking blackjack.
But also, he doesn't know how to do reporter puns. You go on 5-card Bud.
Bud.
You don't go 5-card Bud.
Bud.
Bud. Here's the joke.
Yeah, you don't go
do
5-card, here it comes, Bud.
Yeah, you go
Instead
Bud.
of, that's the instead of delivery.
Yes. Yeah, with a little pause. 5-card Bud.
Bud.
5-card Bud.
Yeah, what?
Is that a joke?
What a comic this guy is.
That's funny.
He's a terribly.
What exactly were you thinking at the time? You don't know what I'm talking about?
He's
I
high.
saw a video of you placing down a couple of buds as part of your bet. You don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. That explains a lot.
On the streets with Fresno law enforcement,
shitty
Steve
reporter.
Yoakum, KMPH News.
Steve Yoakum's a penis.
That's why
What a
he's
shitty
there.
reporter.
That's why he's in fucking, where was that?
That's your fucking stick your mic in his face and get the truth?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
why did you do that?
So, you don't know?
It's high, idiot.
Well,
Bud's so sticky, it fucking sticks to the felt of the table. It's good shit. I'm fucked up, and I fucking bet weed I'm stupid.
Yeah, what
I
else do you
paid
want
money
from me?
for it.
Right.
I figured it would be worth money.
Tell a reporter before he even gets to court.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, well, let me talk to you about it for a while.
That'll be in the fucking courtroom.
Now, Anthony and Louie were watching TV, the Today Show.
Oh, God.
Everyone's talking about the Sarah Palin thing from last night, and you know what? She did all right. A lot of people thought she would get destroyed in this debate. She kind of held her own.
But how is the news going to put their own little spin and take on it? You know?
Yeah. And the Today Show, they had to do a segment. It just ended because now they're cooking some dumb thing. Got to have a cooking segment, right?
Yeah, of course, it's the law.
It's so stupid. But they had a bunch of women.
Yeah.
I say quote women because one of them was an animal.
Women. Yeah, I don't know what that was.
That was
pull that weave off and oof.
Wow.
You got a mess.
Looked like a tranny, to be completely honest.
Really
with you.
was
You got a mess.
awful.
And I looked over to Aunt and Louie, and you guys were just going off. What was the deal there?
It's just the fact that they had to get the women's point of view.
Yeah, it was like how women felt about Palin last night.
How women felt about Palin's performance last night at the debate. That was what they were cackling about.
And it's these 4 women, and it's like, do they really want to separate themselves out from the human race that way?
More divisiveness.
Yeah, what do the women think? And they're all, we're not even hearing it, but you can tell with the sound off that they're just going, I really felt like she stepped up there and really showed that a woman can blah, 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 blah with her vagina part.
Womanly, womanish, woman.
Women's issues, women. Shut up.
I think she did pretty good against that Joe Biden because he's a tough customer.
He's a man instead of a woman.
He's a man
with
a penis.
I felt that she really women's the women.
In a womanly woman way,
Very women's issues.
And they're all sitting there with that crossed leg thing with the knees crossed because they're wearing a skirt.
Yeah,
and you don't want to just hang out and show, what's the damage that's going on under there.
4 hens.
Oh, just
4 of them. Like you need 4 of them to explain.
4 women's point of view.
Yeah. What about you, woman? Oh, well, I thought that women too. That's interesting.
Yes, because it was a woman.
Yeah.
And it's like, why not just look at it like, okay, here's the vice presidential candidate.
Yeah, and here's what happened. Here's some people
and here's
talking
the debate. But they gotta, weren't they talking about, hey, that glass ceiling and, let's get all on even footing here as far as the workplace goes and all this other stuff. And then right away, the news just has to get 4 cackling bitches out there to get that point of view.
Hey, they didn't get 4 blacks on the thing to see what Obama. Hey, let's get 4 black people to see what you're
look
doing.
at the black of you. I thought that he blacked the blackety black.
Excuse me.
Very black.
Did you look at the clock? It's a little early.
What happened?
You might see that about noon on the news.
You're right.
The blackety black.
I thought that blackety black, very black, and I feel that black could be black that he blacked. That's what I think.
Black.
Blackety black.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to do what's called a little radio seg, my friends. I got good news for everyone. We have a new Diddy blog.
Oh my God! Really?
Diddy blog.
You're into the Diddy blog?
Oh, totally. That guy is proving that celebrities are all just giant yawns with diarrhea on their faces. Gotta hate that guy. What an ass.
So you're on board with the Diddy blog? All right. We got an intro and everything, Lou.
Well, his name is Sean, but people call him Diddy, and he's spouting off garbage that he thinks is so witty. He became really famous when some gangster shot Biggie. It's Puffy's latest video blog.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, yo?
Love the intro.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Diddy has a lot to say about Sarah Palin. Huh?
He does.
Let's hear his unique point of view. Let's hear his.
He is a moron.
Let's hear what you can only get from him.
Diddy blog number 24. Sarah Palin.
Uh-oh.
She scares me.
Well,
she really scares me.
Likewise.
Look at this, boys and girls. Watch this.
And when it comes to establishing your worldview, I was curious, what newspapers and magazines did you regularly read before you were tapped for this to stay informed and to understand the world?
I read most of them, again, with a great appreciation for the press, for the media.
Like what one specifically? I'm curious that you...
all of them, any of them that have been in front of me over all these years.
Oh my God, is he getting tased? What is that going on there? Oh my gosh.
Boys and girls. Boys and girls.
I just spent 2 seconds actually working for a living.
Did you hear her? Did you? I'm scared.
See,
Diddy, we get it.
What Pitty's doing there is his Blair Witch Project.
Oh, is that what he did?
God, stock in his company has to be crumbling.
Yeah. And
yeah.
How was it filmed? There was a flashlight in the dark?
It's like he's in bed with a flashlight and he's telling ghost stories under the cover.
No, it's Blair Witch. You put the flashlight under your face, like she did. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. He's trying to do that, but wow, that looks like a shot out of one of those bank cameras.
Don't you have another song to rip off? Why are you bothering with this crap?
What a dumb person.
It continues with this.
Of course it does.
So, you know.
She scares me. She scares me. I'm hiding under the covers. She's worse than the boogeyman.
The boogeyman? Well, that would...
Well, you know. If you want to go there.
Good one.
Good one.
Good one.
If you want to go there, Mr.
Funny stuff.
Good one. Funny stuff.
Go around.
That's some of that improv stand-up.
There you go, a little bit of that improv stand-up.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Victory is in sight.
Sarah Palin.
Enemy cruiser
Scared
sunk.
me.
We get it.
Yeah,
You could
You're
become
scared by it.
president of the United States.
Yeah.
You. Did you?
Puffy's crazy.
Puffy isn't. There's somebody in his world who he doesn't pay well enough and who he treats badly, who's telling him that this stuff is great.
That's great.
He needs someone to just not be scared to tell the truth.
He has somebody going,
Oh, that's funny.
Did it? Those blog things you be doing? That's the bomb.
you funnier than all them comedian people.
I seen them blogs. They ain't funny, man. Dog, you funny.
His blog stinks. What bores most entertainers are.
We're going old school really fast. The Warrior, checking it. Yes, Warrior.
The Warrior says Diddy has no talent.
The Warrior.
You don't have the voice though. Warrior says Diddy not funny.
These guys are good at what they do.
Hogan not funny.
I remember years ago when I was working on Chris Rock's show and he was on being interviewed.
Yeah.
And he kept saying, kept bragging about how I'm not just a musician. I'm the CEO of P. Diddy, whatever his company is.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept saying that, and I realized that he had probably just opened a loan-out corporation.
Right.
When you work in entertainment and you get paid as a contractor, your accountant eventually says, you should probably you should probably make a company.
Yeah.
Anybody does this.
Mm-hmm.
People, you can do. Any individual can do this. But so it's just okay. So it's my own company. Yeah, it's your own company. It's you, but it's a company so that you pay taxes differently. So what do you want to be? You want to be the president or the CEO? The CEO, whatever. Well, I'm the CEO. Yeah, I'm a CEO also.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm the CEO. And then he came on Chris Rock's show. I'm the CEO of Pete. I'm just like Bill Gates. No, you're not.
No,
not even
you're
close.
nothing like
you're
him.
You're CEO because you called yourself one because anyone can do that.
When I sign papers, and we have to sign on behalf of our corporations,
yeah.
I have to sign Anthony Cumia, and then title, I have to put president.
Yeah, I put
on
president
there.
on
I am the president of my company. That does not mean I'm the president of a company. It means that legally I have to write that down.
You're the president of your taxes.
Right, I'm the president of my taxes.
That's all you are.
We got to tell the listeners that you are listening to 3 CEOs.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Isn't Jimmy a CEO?
Of course I am.
Yeah. Jimmy's a CEO. There's no more CEOs.
3 CEOs and 1 imperial wizard.
I did choose a different title. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, yeah.
That's good stuff.
That's good stuff. Oh, golly gee. Wow. So we want a little more respect. You're listening to 3 CEOs.
Yeah, actually, Steve from Bayshore has it right. I do sign Anthony Cumia, Führer.
Yeah.
I have to put that down. I'm the Führer. Wouldn't that be great? Führer.
You can do it if you want.
I'm the Führer of my corporation. There.
Ant's the only one that knows what that ... means over some of those letters.
I know what it means.
He's got an umlaut over his...
Umlaut. How great are we that we went from shock jocks to CEOs?
CEOs.
Who else gets to do that in this world?
Look at us.
Let's get past this Diddy thing a little more.
Did you hear the answer to that question? Did you hear?
We got it!
Take a 10-year-old movie reference.
Boys and girls, vote. Please. Please, I beg you. I'm not coming out the covers. Sarah Palin can't. If I stay underneath the covers, she won't become president.
Torpedoes astern. Torpedoes
We
to
got the
starboard.
trouble.
Yes, you're just showing people that you're not even...
registered.
He's making me want to put that white sheet to a better use.
It's a person. There's a person stranded. There's a person stranded.
He sure is stranded. Very good, Anthony.
There's no difference between him and a 17-year-old girl, because there's 17-year-old girls have vlogs
Yeah.
on YouTube that are exactly the same amount of thought and content as this piece of garbage human being.
That was terrible.
Who's wasting America's time with his zero intellect or creativity.
All right, there you go.
Yeah. Why? And he's in his bed. He's like in his bed with the flashlight there. Why ain't Diddy got no bitches in there? That's like what... Like, everyone assumes Diddy's got his bitches in there all the
He's
time.
that unfunny. They're
He's
like,
so unfunny that his bitches left.
they're like, look, I enjoy your mansion and your jet, but if you make another joke, I'm leaving.
You do one more stupid Blair Witch Project joke. Okay, I'm going. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm done. Get the limo.
With Joe the Plumber. Will Joe the Plumber be invited to one of your shows, Jim?
That'd be something.
Yes, he
Everybody
will.
wants Joe the Plumber on that stage with them.
I'm going to load him under a toilet seat.
It looks silly.
Like
That
Dominatrix
was
reviews.
So
Nothing.
great.
I want to hear that.
Is he here, Joe? The best part is at the end he goes, well, you're all Joe the Plumber, so all of you stand up and say, I thank you.
I think
Like
we got the clip, actually.
I
Joe's
thank
with us
Just listen to
today.
the end.
Joe, where are you? Where is Joe? Is Joe here with us today? Joe, I thought you were here today. All right. Well, you're all Joe the Plumber, so
Listen.
all of you stand up and say, I thank you. I saw Joe on television this morning. He did a great job. And wherever you are, Joe, let's give him a round of applause for
what?
Where are you, Joe?
Elbow deep in someone's feces.
Not a toilet.
Exactly.
Not a plumber.
Trying to chew his way out of a
He's
septic
not a
tank.
plumber!
Oh, he's not a plumber. Joe, not the plumber.
Whatever he is.
Why don't we all stand up and say, thank you.
I thank you.
Thank me, you.
I wanted to play the McCain clip for Lou one last
gotta
time
hear
before
this.
we officially bury it. You heard the faux pas that he made?
He's made quite a few. This one is classic.
You haven't heard this one yet?
Love this one.
Where did he say?
Well, this is Representative Murtha out of Western Pennsylvania, basically saying it's a racist area.
Western
remember
Pennsylvania, racist area, and then said redneck area or something. So then McCain is campaigning in Western Pennsylvania and wants to say, you know, hey, these people are fine and dandy.
Yeah.
This isn't like this idiot says. So he so eloquently puts it and tells these people that they are just great